I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome. When you come around, you thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that I'm forgetting in the vicinity.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise!
Arcitys looking for Methodz in the head. Sees one, sees Nero as well. Cammy, they continue to apply the pressure. That's going to be a 7-string, 4-string, looking for more players. He's going to find another as well. Hexy hasn't even died yet this round. Standy. Oh, he did it again! How does he get away with this? He's going to check the bomb. Check the bomb. Away, King. He gets it. Maybe gets 2. Maybe gets 3. Go. He's going to fly. Will he get the kill? No.
Accuracy has done it again.
They're calling this out. They're going to try and lock down.
Get it done in 3. Well, 13 seconds on the clock. Oh, it is non-stop.
And he has some more from 6 as well. To see.
Let's get into the Call of Duty League. Let's go.
Hello, and welcome to the CDL, and basically it's all fun and games until your pick'ems go out the window, and that's been the story of this entire year, right? But here on the desk, my name is Velli, I'm your host, breaking things down with Nameless and aLLeY, and speaking about the year so far, it is time to put up or shut up Nameless, because this is the final day of qualifiers before the OpTic Major.
Absolutely. I mean, we got some teams today that if they win one map, it determines whether they're in winners or losers. So today is absolutely massive for some of these teams, and the standings heading into the Major. I mean, winners bracket is everything. You don't want to start in losers and have a mountain to climb.
You're right, and actually we saved like the best for last today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule because there's absolute bangers all around. The first series of the day, we're going to see the London Royal Ravens, a team that has surprised just about everybody out there with their performance. They're facing off against, let's call it, the hottest team in the CDL next to Atlanta FaZe. But the Game Fuel marquee matchup, aLLeY, is Atlanta FaZe versus the New York Subliners. And imagine if New York can plot a win right there.
I think that's stretching it just a little bit.
That would be crazy when they get to the Major.
It's been
Yesterday
upsets.
was crazy.
Yesterday was crazy. It was all upsets yesterday, but it relies a lot on Hydra. Hydra really pulled them through that series yesterday, and he would have to do the same today, dropping 20 kills in Search and Destroy.
Hey, we're going to find out today. But also, speaking of the Major right now, we actually know which teams will start off in losers and the winner side of the bracket. And Nameless, this is going to be pretty spicy when it comes to predictions heading into this event. The winner side of the bracket will feature Atlanta FaZe, Los Angeles Thieves, the Royal Ravens, Seattle Surge, OpTic Texas, Toronto Ultra, and also the Los Angeles Guerrillas.
Yeah, these are the teams that are locked at the moment, which is just crazy if you think about it. It comes down to a lot of, strength of schedule and things of that nature. But man, the people who had to calculate this, honestly, God bless them, dude. That stuff is so tough. But it's good to know. These are 7 teams we have confirmed for winners bracket right now.
That's well. We actually have a team confirmed for the loser side of the bracket as well. That's going to be Paris Legion, Minnesota Røkkr, and the New York Subliners.
I think the biggest surprise for me is definitely Minnesota Røkkr. They have been pushing these top teams to the absolute limit. I know they're exhausted and now being put in losers bracket going for the Major 1. I'm not going to count them out yet, though, because they do better when they're under pressure.
Now let's talk about the matchups that we will see today. Boston versus Texas. Yesterday we saw Boston play, and it wasn't a result that they won it, but both of these teams are currently 2-2. The loser will be 2-3 heading into the Major, but most importantly, the winner walks into the first Major of the year with smiles on their face.
Yeah, I mean, for Boston Breach, they're just trying to avoid getting 3-0 because if they win a map, it lands them a spot in winners. But the problem for OpTic Texas problem for Boston Breach is OpTic Texas is looking way better, and they're coming off of a 3-0 win versus a team like the Toronto Ultra. And what we saw out of OpTic Texas in that match was just masterclass. The Bocage Hardpoint has been unreal in the last 2 series. The Tuscan Control, they are the best Tuscan Control team that we have in the game right now. We're seeing them get B early on. Like, they're showing us like within the first minute they're getting 2 segments, or they're capturing B right away. And a lot of that, you know, it's a testament to iLLeY's performance. He's gotten so much better. He's the X factor, in my opinion, for this team. When he performs, they play well in respawn, and a lot of that can also be attributed to the coaching staff. They've been doing a good job in the vetoes, getting a lot of sub maps, taking the AR out of his hand, and you could see how impactful he is on the map.
You're right, and despite the controversy, I mean, Shotzzy he went lights out as well. The first map, hard point, dropping almost a 40 bomb. That was insane.
Absolutely, and I feel like we saw a lot of big pieces out of Scump as well. All around the board, they look better as a whole, as a team, especially when it came to those hard point rotations, and that has to do a lot with them fixing their communication mistakes. Going into it, they talked about how they're having in-game issues, in-game leader issues, and they clearly fixed that heading into that series.
Right, and they're going to face off against Boston Breach, a team with a rookie, a.k.a. Big Cap, who just loves the spotlight. Everything they've been doing this year has been incredible and Nameless. To be completely honest, heading into this season, we all really didn't expect them to be this bright.
Yeah, they've been a shining light. Obviously, they had a disadvantage. They made their roster last, and they came into the CDL, you know, latest edition. So they've done great. Shout out to Zed and Denz making such a solid roster, you know, with some old players and also some new. But when it comes to this team and the in-game performance, it's been solid so far. Their search and destroy was their shining light, headed in 4-0, headed into the match versus New York, but they lose both S&Ds. And for this team and where they stand amongst the rest of them, they have to continuously excel in that game mode in order to be a threat. So I'm looking at them to bounce back today versus Texas OpTic, and you can see right here, I mean, the map win percentages are fairly similar.
You're right. I was talking about predictions on Twitter earlier. People were saying like, hey, you know, OpTic Texas. I'm like, yo, both of these teams are evenly matched, man. You don't know where it's gonna go. But let's also talk about Atlanta versus New York. Now, aLLeY, when it comes to this, New York, they put out a big win yesterday. They can't win a hard point for the life of them, right? But still, Hydra and the boys just went crazy.
This is probably going to be the hardest matchup they've had yet. I mean, against Atlanta FaZe, who has shown almost no weak points yet this year. They've gone down early in respawn the first map of the series, but after that, it's a complete smoke show. So New York is going to have to step it up big time. They cannot rely simply on Hydra or Crim to take over the series. It's going to be on Clay as well as Royalty, the new person brought into this roster. We need to see what he's going to add at this point because Clay has been putting in the work. We saw a lot of improvement from him. So now it's a big question mark on Royalty to really prove his worth for this squad.
And Nameless, when it comes to this New York squad, all I got to say out there, if you're a New York fan and you got a sweet tooth, Hydra will make you a diabetic, man. This guy lights out consistently every game, though.
Yeah, he is.
That's insane.
Yeah, he's trying to make a case to be, you know, one of the best SMGs in the world. I think he already has proven that. On this team, he's by far the best player, and when they get map wins, it's because this guy's going off. But with these guys, like aLLeY said, I mean, Royalty and Clayster, they both obviously need to step it up a bit. They're aware. It's their hard point. We saw it yesterday. And they were a couple moments away from winning some of those hard points. You think back to the Trenches Hill, where TJ went big and got that 3-piece, and they lost 30 seconds on P1. Like, if New York cleans that up and stops the bleeding, like, they end up winning that map. So they're there, right? Like, they're very close. It just comes down to hardpoint cleaning up some of those situations.
You're right. And Hydra's going to have to go big. But the question is, aLLeY, if Hydra doesn't go big, I mean, New York, are they going to struggle against ATL with, what, Simp, aBeZy, Cellium?
If Hydra doesn't go big, New York gets absolutely smoked. Like, I hate to say that, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if Hydra doesn't play like he did yesterday, which, of course, is a lot of pressure to put on his shoulders to continue to have such a lights-out performance, I think New York kind of gets smoked here.
And that's not even dissing them. It's the simple fact that this team, we're waiting to see their peak and their chemistry really blossom, right? But I'm on the side of Atlanta, though. Nameless, the last undefeated team in the CDL. This team, they're killing it, man.
Everybody's completely stepped it up. You know, this Atlanta FaZe team, they just keep working on their map pool. We saw the Gavutu, it's gotten so much better. Simp with the AR in his hands, he's able to light it up now. And you see it in their interviews when you talk to them. They're like, guys, we're just going to continue to play maps that you think we're not good at, and we're going to be great at them. And so far, they only have 3 map losses in all of their matches combined, right?
That's
and they
crazy.
lost 2 hard points, 1 search, and 1 control. They have the best record across, you know, all 3 game modes now. These guys, they continuously get better. I expect them to win this match today, and also they're my favorite headed into the event. It's just an extremely dynamic team that can respond to literally anything. Some of the issues they had early on was aBeZy in search and destroy. He was getting blooded a lot. He wasn't doing his normal thing. Well, he's completely fixed that. His nades are on point. Got the best grenades in the entire league, and it's working out for them. Look at their stats. Ridiculous.
Like, come on, man. First, third, first. aLLeY, I mean, outright Atlanta FaZe, they dominated last year. If they continue this heading into the major, I mean, these teams should be terrified.
I mean, it's very very hard to critique this team. It's really just about continuations. That's all we can say. Continuations in S&D of aBeZy getting behind enemy lines and getting free kills and playing aggressive in those aggressive lanes. Yeah. Continuation of the SMGs to just keep upping their game and keep up the hard slaying. Continuation in Cellium playing as consistent as he has this year. Continuation in Arcitys just being the great AR that he is. It's literally, there's no like, oh, well, they need to fix this. It's just continue what you are doing because clearly it has been working and fix the small little things like trusting your teammates. Atlanta, again, they're looking unstoppable again this year.
Yes, now the first matchup of the day is going to be a hot one. We're going to see if the boys from London can fly away with the victory over the Seattle Surge, one of the most explosive teams in the CDL. But coming up on the other side of this break, you guys should be entertained by this. We put together a little compilation clip of some highlights that's been happening here in the CDL. But after that, we will kick things off for the last day. Can't wait to see you on the other side.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Corner of the map right now to London is Afro.
And oh my god, there are just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
All right. Welcome back to the desk and the age-old esports debate, Europe versus North America. We always love to see it, right? I love it. And Nameless, we're going to kick things off with the London Royal Ravens. They're going to be a hot team. I'm loving what we've seen with Zero, Nasty, and all of them.
Yeah. They've been unreal. I mean, looking at the London Royal Ravens, what we saw out of them in their last match, it was an L. They lost both hard points, so I'm looking at them to step up there. But with London Royal Ravens, I've really been enjoying what I'm seeing overall. They're ranked 3rd in the league, and we've been seeing players like Gizmo pop off in these matches. But it was Zero in the last series who really didn't have the best performance, so I'm looking at him to bounce back once again, though.
And you know what? We were talking about how London needs to start working on rotations. And at one point it was like, you know what? If it's not broke, don't fix it. But now it's broken, right? So please, London, rotate. But when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, Nameless, what do they got to do?
Got to work together on rotations. London is last in rotation win percentage. Seattle is 2nd. And that's a stat that we had going into the last series, that they were very bad at rotations, but they were good at breaks. But still didn't see any improvement there. So we're looking at it once again, going up against a strong hardpoint team in Seattle. And then also take advantage of S&D retake scenarios. Seattle is last in win percentage after planting. So that's a big opportunity there for the London Royal Ravens. And then also Map 3 Kings, 1st in round win percentage and KD in control. Even in the last series they lost, they're able to take down that Gavutu control. Testament to the strong AR play that we've been seeing out of Zero and Gizmo in that game mode. So looking at them once again to perform there.
You know what? I think one of the biggest keys of victory for this London team is that they are still just entirely underrated here in the CDL, right? Like, I still think that they're not getting the respect that they deserve, and
gotta earn it.
Just wait till you're
gotta earn it.
Hey,
we're gonna see. This is the match where they earn it.
Don't put me on the spot for pickups yet. But also when it comes to Seattle, Nameless, dude, I mean, they've been going strong. Even though they had a big upset yesterday.
They got smoked.
They got destroyed.
They did get destroyed. So we'll see if they can come back today. The maps weren't even close, honestly. I mean, looking at Seattle, I still think they are a very, very, very good team. I just think they were caught off guard by the aggression of the Florida Mutineers. I think that was the best COD we've seen Mutineers play all year long. And Seattle, they just weren't ready for that. So they faced some big adversity. It's time for them to bounce back. Sib and Pred are usually the guys that are applying that pressure. But yesterday, that was not the case. Vivid was in their face and was frustrating them. So when a team plays them like that, a team like Atlanta FaZe or some of these more aggressive teams, how does Seattle play? We'll learn that today versus players like Afro and Nasty.
And I love the fact that you said that because teams are going to bring it against Seattle. But aLLeY, what are going to be the game field keys to victory?
You know what, Billy, I'm going to be honest with you. This first one is a little disrespectful. Sib bounce back will be critical. 1.23 KD coming into the weekend. Had a 0.68 in the loss versus Florida. Definitely need a big turn turnaround today, but I have no doubt that he will do it. Quality setups critical in hardpoint. Seattle is 8th in hold percentage. London is 1st in break percentage. But again, London has been slacking on rotation, so Seattle needs to capitalize on that, but they also have to win the rotational gunfights going into it. Win the first blood battle in S&D. Both teams tied for 1st in first blood percentage, but London is winning 86% of 4v3. So once London gets that first blood, man, it's basically the round is chalk. So Seattle's got to get that first blood or capitalize on being a man down.
And take a look at the roster right now, a team that pretty much struggled going against Florida. And I'm just going to say it was definitely Florida just throwing everything at them, being in their face and being persistent. Those are the type of play styles that you expect from the likes of an Afro. So all of these players right here, Sib having that 0.68. Now we want to see you back around 1.2. We all know what Lamar is made of. That's the Iceman. He's going to clutch it out. But when it comes to pick'ems right now, Nameless, Seattle, they have a, like, everyone is gunning for them right now.
Absolutely.
Do you think that they're going to hold up in this matchup against London, or do you think London's going to take it?
I think they're going to respond accordingly. I think they're going to win it, but it's going to be a grueler all the way down to Game 5. I think it's going to be an absolute banger. I got Seattle 3-2.
I was actually struggling. I was thinking of crosshair. That was the word, by the way. But aLLeY, when it comes to predictions right now, who you got, girl?
Man, I think it's going to be a Sib versus Gizmo bloodbath, but I'm going to go with Seattle Surge.
I like that. I'm going to say it right now. I think one of the highlights when it comes to London, hey, shout out to London behind me, is Afro. Man, Afro in these respawns, especially hard point, he sticks to that point like white on rice, and he is always in your face. But the thing is, he's going to need a lot more help from a lot of his teammates, and everyone has to fire off on all cylinders. In that sense, I think Seattle does it just simply better. So I'm rocking with them as well. 3 on the desk for Seattle, and it's time to send this over to the commentators, Miles and Chance. How you feeling today, and how you feeling about this matchup?
I'm still mildly hungover from all the rank play we've been playing, Chance. And about you, I cannot shake it, but I'm feeling good and feeling excited. And Veli, I must admit, my heart dropped there. You were selling it on this whole London revenge arc story, and Afro was playing this, and at the last meet, you're like, see, I'll just do it better. Boom, mic dropped. So did my heart, mate. But I'm ready to get into today. Chance, you're looking very, very glowing and lovely. I feel like Casper the Friendly Ghost next to me. But how are you feeling, brother? You ready to rock and roll today?
I'm feeling very good. Honestly, I think we have some fantastic matches ahead, right? I think towards the end of the day, you get like Clay versus the Tiny Tears, New York versus Atlanta, always a good time. OpTic are going to be playing Boston. I think that's the one match that actually has implications for the teams that started losers versus winners for the first major. And for London versus Seattle, it's sort of a square up match, right? Like we saw these guys at kickoff. And I think, I don't know if you're the same way, Miles, I was very surprised at how well London had been performing throughout stage 1. I think a big reason it came as a surprise is because we only saw them play one series at the kickoff where Seattle just 3-0'd them. So I think they sort of set the tone for London's lower expectations that London's been fighting back from. So I just like the rematch.
It's amazing as well for both squads when you think about how difficult their last few years have been, and now all of a sudden they're 2 of the top teams we're looking at in the league, you know, outside of the regulars. So very exciting, regardless of what current form looks like. Both of them, of course, coming in this on a... It's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait, though. Maps and Mo's now. Let's get this series on the way. Dusk and Hardpoint up first. Berlin, Search and Destroy. And then we have the back-to-back Gavutu's chance. Bocage, Game 5. And I do have a feeling, man, again, based on just the way things are looking, recent form has to be taken into consideration. We could be going to a Game 5. And that will be very, very exciting indeed. The pick'ems be damned. It's going to be a lot of fun. But here we go, friends. Map number 1. Our first series of the day here on this glorious Sunday. The last before the major gets going. And let's get into it, Chance. Tuscan Hardpoint up first.
Yeah, and obviously you see there, both of these teams, strong record on this map. But to take it a step further, I think Seattle, they have been on point in their Game 1. So they've been great at getting off to a hot start. They've been great in the map 5s. They've been great in the round 11. So Seattle has not lacked the clutch factor in any way, shape, or form. And honestly, for those guys, it's just an interesting situation, right? Like, you go to the kickoff, get second overall, but they fall to Toronto. You go into stage 1. One of the first matches they did was beat Toronto. So you're thinking this team might be over the moon. And then they get 3-0 by Florida. So I think for both of these teams, it is very important for your final match just to get that confidence before going into major.
Confidence essential. Sib, a player with bounds of it. That nice opening kill there on a Gizmo. Now to the flank, trying to open things up with the Ravens and the hard point right off the rip here. So again, looking for that map control, looking for those kills. And Pred, he's finally in and out. That's going to be number 4 in the minimap. This player right here, he's been a very dynamic submachine gun player, making an explosive entry into the league, and so far, all good. Kills going his way, keeping the Ravens on pressure, aware of the spawns as well. Love to see that. But that's going to be Ravens, once again, decent amount of map coverage, kills going their way. Here comes the counterattack from Seattle, trying to get on the board.
And the interesting dynamic between these two teams when it comes to hardpoint, right? I think it's that rotation battle. Seattle are phenomenal at actually out-rotating their opponent, which currently, actually, maybe they're not doing. Everyone from Seattle spawns out. Well, the flip side was supposed to be London are just fantastic at actually breaking the hills. So London used to fighting off the back foot. Now they actually get set up towards this hill early on, but I think for the moment, it is just trades back and forth. Neither team able to actually get any of this hard point time, but London with those back spawns, they are still at that slight advantage.
His value favorite player, Afro, 6-1 so far on a 2 spree. West Midlands finest. It's going to take more than that grenade to kill him, and here comes the attempt. Seattle now making their way forward. Great timing from Mack on the push into the hard point. They are going to go now. Backline still is a little bit safe, though. Zero and Nasty keeping the fight alive now for the Ravens. On the point, though, is accuracy with the pistol. Rat-a-tat-tat. Trades once again, as neither team able to really find the hold here over by Statue. Sib, nice kills again. But once again, man, it's trade after trade after trade. That's the name of the game here in Vanguard.
And make no mistake, right? Seattle do a very decent job of battling back for not being able to get that rotation in P2. But as far as opening breaks go, those first 2 hills, you're used to when you start on the, I don't know, if you spawn on the left side of the map, normally you win P1, but lose the rotation in P2, and then the game kind of gets evened up after the fact. But London right now, they're on point. Massive battle for the rotation, by the way. Gizmo's taking it down, and look at those spawns ever from London on that roof, getting ready to swarm the back of this hill.
Well, they're going to walk straight into the guns of accuracy. He's posted up on the left-hand side. Gizmo can't get in. Good nades once again from accuracy. Afro finally managing to be the entry kill. In we go now to the point. We do manage to get Nasty on there for a second, but Seattle Surge still too many numbers around this one. And again, Fountain is a hard point to break, indeed. Good coverage now from Seattle. All 4 arrows on the minimap now spread out. All avenues covered. The information game now being played. Slowly but surely, chance, they're bringing this one back. 62 now to the 27. Climbing, Seattle Surge.
And again, this is just another situation where it might not be a tried and true break for London, but it is still Seattle that more or less gets to the back first. I know they got the roof spawns, but accuracy was posted up. And I mean, this is 3 hills where I think Seattle sort of butchered a couple rotations. They've only been able to get 33 points in total, maybe 40 plus by the end of it, but you're still down going over towards Church where London, I mean, you see all 4 players stacked in and around this hill. They should be able to get the perfect setup that they want. It should be free and clear for London for the first 15, 20 seconds.
Right, it's going to be a hope and a prayer now from Seattle. Try to find that opening kill. In we go from Sib. Accuracy now getting involved as well. Big win from Afro there. Staying alive, keeping the point flowing. And now in we go. Seattle Surge. 3-man on point. 1 through the front door, through the back. But Afro still roaming, still finding these kills. Up over the top. Oh, it's good. Afro finds himself 2. That's going to be the Ravens. Still in control of the point. Pred trying to make things naughty on the back end, chance, but it ain't happening. 30 seconds remaining here on Church.
And such a stronghold, right? Even if it gets broken down just for a moment, the Frank from Afro is going to be on point. 15 kills he has, by the way. Him and Gizmo have been, what, 2 of the top 5 slayers we have seen throughout stage 1 so far. And Afro right now on Tuscan, providing once again. Gizmo, though, in a situation, more important rotational gunfights. He's taking his time because he's dealing with 2. And honestly, right now, Gizmo has no help, so he gets taken down. And for Seattle, I mean, right now, you are down by, what, 60 points. It's P5. It's not easy to do, but you need a strong hold.
Red 5. And they're going to try to hold this one down. Here comes the hit from Mack through the front. Hold it down so far, so good. Raven still trying to make the approach. And Sib doing a lovely bit of work on the back end, chance.
Doing a fantastic job. You get both sides pushed out. I think maybe a little bit unaware of spawns for the moment. Simp should spot one out, but he does get taken down. But either way, I mean, this has been 30 clean seconds. This has been Mack going on a 5. So this is the hill that they needed. And so far, they are still getting it. And the glide bomb does not come through. Mack can't quite pull it off as these final 20 seconds getting ready to fly by.
The breakers do what they do. They managed to break into another point, and now we're going to look towards the final 15 here, and rotations back over to first. Let's go for a quick listen in with the London Royal Ravens.
Outside you. Outside you. Accuracy weak. Accuracy weak.
Fred's mid, bro.
Accuracy one shot fire. There's one fire.
Fucking beautiful play, bro. We're just spawning now.
On me old. He listens. He's filled off. Fire to mid. Fire to mid. Fire to mid.
Listen, I'll pitch 3 maps now. Give me a sec.
One was filled bottom church probably.
Listen, I'll pitch 5. Give me 1 second, bro.
Bottom church corner. Sib weak. Close left. I don't know bottom church. Push our back fouls. Back fouls. Yeah, back fouls. Dead. Which one fire? Come. One more. He's going that side now.
There's only one.
There's only one. Give me on that tree. That tree left side. Sib.
That tree.
Stone. On the right. God heady.
Weak.
One shot. Stay that side.
Yeah,
Middle. Nice. How will you mid? Stay down. How will you mid? I got mid behind. Here. Stay on. Have your whole cross. Top church. 2 top church.
Mid's open.
Two mid. Slip on the heady. Slip on the heady, one shot. Low fire. I can't low fire. He's going outside you. Pre-mid.
Grenaded. Outside you, done.
Nice, Marcus.
I got you.
Marcus, stay down.
Hey, kill me. Hey, this time, bro. Every play.
I think he's close left that. No, yeah, he's stone, bro. He's stone.
Stone's
too dead. Stone still. Help me. Flash it.
It's you left. Keep it up on you, Mack. Absolutely on you.
Nice, good job.
Play through this time, bro.
One of me close.
Nice, good shit.
Keep it up, bro.
They're gonna be on the back again.
Okay, I'm going.
No, nade that tank if you got an aid. I also comms.
I haven't got it. Not got it.
One new. Plant dead. I'm hitting ramp. I'll go ramp. I got your ramp.
Be yellow me.
At the back, got me. He's going out. Come around.
I'm pinching back.
Close. Dead. One shot back. Two blue truck. 3L. One. 3L. Every kill this one out. Dead. I got push back. I naded your front match. I bottom church. Looking for Mack.
Have your whole plaque, eh?
Could jump top church. Listen, could jump top church.
Have you got a flank? What that is?
Yeah, I'm getting back now. I'm getting it now.
Send me plat.
I flashed your front right. I need your front right. I'm going your back.
Sleep absolute plat. Get all this scrap.
I'm helping you, helping you, plat.
One more time.
He's telling me.
There's him.
Nice,
run, Mack, Fred.
I'll kill him. Keep it around the dead.
Nice, good shit, boys. Keep it up. Good shit, Brian. Keep the fuck up. No maps.
I got this time. Wait for me, Brian. Wait for me.
I'm
already at maps.
Might be you and you. Don't see you. I said off, Joe.
Let's fight out. Yes,
I'm going. Fucking good far.
Good fucking
nice shit.
I'm round the back. Missing Mack, he's on me at the back at the truck.
Yeah, he's a truck. Nice, I'm taking kill.
Have you got tiles?
Wait, have you got back, yeah?
I can go.
Okay, we heard plenty of good comms in that one chance. We had plenty of everything, frankly. What do we make of that one now with the 100-point lead starting to work out for the Ravens?
I mean, I may give it just 2 hills back-to-back that can be money hills on this map that Seattle ordinarily are on point with holding. And London, I mean, it's just a cakewalk. They just find the one lane, the one opening, and win the one gunfight that they need just to break through with ease. I mean, this has been a schmangling of a map one so far. And honestly, there was even a few moments where London started to, in my mind, almost throw things away, losing the spawns, having a bad rotation, but then they just completely turn up and find all the kills, and it's hard to, or easy to understand why, I should say, is Afro. 29 kills to his name. I mean, the man has been frying from the first hill and honestly has not slowed down in the slightest. Another opportunity, by the way, for Seattle. They get to this hill first. London, they have been walking through and breaking these hills with ease. Seattle, they need to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Seattle now trying to lock down Church. The Ravens, 2 from the top side. 2 through what looks like the back getting cleaned up slowly but surely. Mack finding one. Gives one out of the side door. This crusade has somewhat failed. They've yet to really be able to break in the church. Seattle finally finding a couple of hold time here chance. It's not been an easy thing to do, but it's still good now. 3-man hit now from the bottom side for the Ravens. Mack tucks his tail between his legs and gets out while the get is good. Here comes the re-entry. Beautiful stuff out of Mack. Kills coming through. Seattle Surge hold this one down. 20+ seconds remaining here, chance. So they're going to be able to turn that frown upside down with all that time.
Hold on for dear life. I mean, maybe one hill to get you right back in this game, or maybe the fight for scrap where everybody in the back, beat downs and trades left and right, but that is enough of a swarm that London, I think, just sort of mitigating their losses, right? Give up what turns out to effectively be a money hill, but make sure it's not too dismal. It'll still be about a 50-point differential between these two teams. Zero checks his corner, but a little too late. Simp is going to be there, and again, this is the story. Seattle, they win that rotation battle. Now they just need a hold. It's Afro on the pinch. The rest of London coming in through roof.
Massive kills from Accuracy on the front. Here comes the pinch from Mack. Nasty once again winning those big long-range fights. Accuracy now last player up for his team in point. Here comes the flank Ravens. This is why they're so good at breaking hills. That's P5. That's all theirs. 2 members of Surge left on the front side, and Nasty's got a thing or two to say about it. Here comes the play. Nades through though. Beautiful coordination now from the Surge. Over to Zero, finds one. Shots in with a second. Not able to get any more out of this one. Afro now from downstairs, and it's a clean sweep. Seattle Surge, they break back on in.
They're trying to fight right now, but still London, you see the idea. 2 players out in the window, and they are taking their time because it's only 13 seconds. You know where accuracy is going to be. You got to get the trades, and they make it happen. And for London, they can still win on this hill. The time is going their way, so Mack, you got to contest for at least a second. And on top of that, you got to rotate. That contest is enough. Now the rotation battle, accuracy is the first one on the hill. 2 players in front. He wins the first, but he gets traded out. And London, the clean sweep, the kills in the feed. Take care of business. Job done. Map 1. London, take it away.
They think it's all over. It is now. Ravens with the map 1 victory chance. And at times, Seattle Surge looks a little stunned, looks a little slowed. We heard the comms from the Ravens. There is a particular ferocity they are playing with today. The booming baritone of Afro. That dead That stayed with me, man. He's absolutely frying today. The team's looking strong. Seattle, though, a couple of incredible moments when it comes to the breaks. Two teams that are very, very aggressive around the hard points. And again, as far as like game fuel keys to victory go, everything's sort of falling in place there in that map number 1. Great start to the series.
And the main factor, obviously, Afro, 35 kills, tippable, leads the lobby in slaying. Oh my dear God, by a decent margin. Also 4K damage. But there's a couple hills that I think honestly would be like worth a rewatch if you're trying to learn how to like break some hard points, because London doing it perfectly. The second rotation towards P2, I think Gizmo's the guy finding entry. That is just finding the perfect lane to get inside. But even the hill towards the end, that final P5, the timing they had with Afro coming on the flank, exactly where they're trying to find these kills, I mean, literally perfection. I think there's a player on Seattle that's waiting for Afro on the flank, just waiting for the gunfight to come through. But eventually, there's too much pressure on the front side from the rest of the Ravens players. So he turns to help his team. And as soon as he turns, Afro's there to shoot him in the back. I mean, just perfect pinches on hills. London's timing for these breaks has been impeccable.
It's exciting to watch this P5. The last few moments, in the final set we had, the Seattle break back, like they were breaking each other back and forth there on P5. Not an easy thing to do when you think about how difficult that room is, with the nades and no trophies and the way the trades work in this game. So it was great to see the coordination out of both squads who, have definitely got, extremely strong hardpoint games. So kudos to everyone here in this game. This was a sweat fest for sure. To believe we could have started the day off with Bocage. To believe.
And this is it, by the way, Miles. Real quick, sorry. Number 1, you see as soon as he turns, that's when Afro comes around, just to get that little tip of the cap. Sorry to cut you off, but that was a cool moment.
Brother, real good. I'm absolutely waffling as we get through this real long set of highlights because it was an exciting one to start things off again. But there's the Ravens taking map number 1, Seattle Surge. The bounce back will be on, though, in the Search and Destroy, and this is going to be a treat. Friends, an absolute treat. Maps and modes, again, as this long series has only just begun. A 3-0, very unlikely so far, friends. Balloon Search and Destroy, though, chance coming up now. How we feeling, mate? Which way are we dressing?
Honestly, at this point, I think I'm leaning towards London. I mean, they were predicted for the series, but we're going to Berlin, where last time these two teams played, it was a 6-4 victory for Seattle. Obviously, a very close game. London was certainly in it, and they've made improvements since then. But lately on Berlin, both of these teams have been 1 and 2 throughout this stage. But London's KD has been much better. Their round win percentage has been a little bit better as well. But I think the most important thing for me is I was kind of surprised to see that Seattle was choosing to play Gavutu Control and actually banning out that Tuscan. Because at the kickoff, I mean, Seattle 3-0'd them on Tuscan Control. And Gavutu currently, you have London, number 1 overall KD in Control. They have like a 1.19 on Gavutu. Gizmo has been just like, I don't know, one of the best slayers in the game on that map. So I think, honestly, the next 2 maps London have back-to-back are in a bit of a strong spot. Admittedly, the Berlin will be a battle, but if I'm the Ravens right now, I'm feeling pretty comfortable.
See if that comfort can translate into the game, though. Again, with Seattle Surge, you see everyone's sort of calm demeanor across the board, listening in. Of course, final words from coaches before we get into the Search and Destroy. Bit of a reset, indeed, it has to be, because, respawn mode, very different. You've all been playing rank play now, by sure. But you get those hard points is one thing. When you reach Search and Destroy, you do have to take a deep breath and, reset. And for these pros, we're going straight into it. Berlin on the horizon now. To be a fly on the wall right now for these teams would be a lot of fun, Chance. Hearing those little bits of moments. I know we do have access to those recordings. We can't listen to them. But again, what do you say after a big loss? What do you say after a tight win? What do you say, when you're in game 5? What do these coaches bring to the table? And that's one thing that we've debated for a long time here in the Call of Duty world. What a coach genuinely, adds to a team. Back in the day, of course, Mr. X, glorified hype man, he won't mind me saying that. Just screaming stuff across stages. I know he hates when I say that, but it's true though. I mean, now we've heard a lot of great stuff from the comms checks. We hear a lot of things on streams now. Coaches playing a very pivotal role in my opinion.
And you see the stats on screen. Yes, the coaches, I think, an impact, but I think specifically for this one, you see the KDs out of this world for Gizmo and Afro. You saw actually very comparable on like S&D and Berlin specifically, right? These teams tied in first blood percentage. I mean, even on offense and defense, very close to each other. Maybe a slight edge to London overall, but this, I think, has an absolute battle written all over it. No one needs to watch the cross. If it's 4 stack towards A, only 2 players here for Seattle. Mack, good luck with the gunfights. He at least gets that first blood.
I love this reposition as well. Saw Gizmo's shoulders. Sees another. Whoa, Mack will be brought down. 2v2 now. Zero and Nasty. Bomb in hand. They're getting out. The Sib saw him. Sib saw them. Oh, baby, this could be horrendous. He's going to check the bomb site. Sees him on the cross, knows they're going to be. Accuracy's going to stay in place for now. Chance, but here comes the fast rotate. Can Simp save the day?
Gets first. Nasty now has to play a tight setup or maybe go for the chow and gets dropped instantly. There's a moment. I thought Sibber, he certainly didn't see him cross when he was over by the tank through the window, and I thought that was going to be the moment for London basically to get that free kill, but as soon as he breaks open the door, Sib, reaction time on point, to be able to get that kill. And even right there towards the end, Nasty again just trying to make some sort of big play, get out of dodge, but accuracy is there for the cover. A lot of credit, by the way, for the other two, Mack especially, right? If you are the two lone defenders on a site where there's 4 players coming and you still manage to at least get a couple kills before you get traded out and put your teammates in a 2v2, you are feeling good about your spot. As Seattle's turn now to attack. Accuracy spots 1 on the cross. Zero might be counter sniping this.
And he is. Not going to find a hole yet. London hit squad now, flying their way through the mailroom. Eyes on Pred. Can't see him yet. They know something's up. They managed to catch him out there, so Nasty does get that first blood chance. Here we go, 4v3 now. Bomb going back over towards A for Seattle. Mack's going to be the entry man. Gizmo doesn't check it. He's in trouble now. That should be an A plant.
And I think Sid might be able to make a play as well, right on the backside. He's at least giving this information to his team about who may or may not be flanking, but Sid does get dropped in the process. Now you got Zero flanking the actual players on site, and he's between them all. But that just leaves Mack in a 1 versus 3. And they haven't quite sniffed him out yet, but they got plenty of time to do so.
And Mack's going to try to play sneaky. Hello! Managed to find 1. The jig is up now. Mack now in the 2v1 situation. They're going to swarm him. 25 on the clock. Oh boy. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Mack's made it a 1v1. Oh my goodness. 20 seconds. A little bit of damage into Nasty, but not enough to get it. And okie dokie. Mack certainly making a meal of it. The defuse comes through. We're all tied up 1-1, but poof. Mackenzie melts indeed.
That is the benefit of having 3 players alive, right? Just to make sure you were there for the trades towards the end. That was a very clutchable situation, but at least for Ravens, everyone grouped up in and around the bomb site and played it well towards the end. Good picks as well, right? I think Sib, when he was by the trains, he had a moment, I think, to nearly catch a player on the cross, but he gets traded out. Also, the Ravens doing a nice job of hunting down Pred, who was hanging out in whatever corner it was, bottom library or P2, so... First bloods, I think the trades have been back and forth. 2 offensive round wins or defensive round wins in a row. Zero misses the shot, but has the intel. That means the bomb carrier should know there's going to be 3 players over towards B.
Right, sees at least 1, an important one at that. Trades out, 3v3. Bomb does go down in the center of the mailroom. Mack now trying to keep the top side safe, and he does. He and Pred working this very, very well, and they've done a great job. The man's job is done. It is all down to 0 now in the 1v3. Accuracy spots him. And honestly, Zero, this is not ideal, but not impossible, Chance.
It's only possible if they give him something, though, right? I think accuracy, he just gets some shots in for a moment, see if he can get the free kill. But after that, don't peek any windows, don't peek anything at all. You have that bomb down in the worst spot possible, and I think Zero could certainly feel that pressure. Takes a tumble off the map, and I was a bit surprised. It was a very nice counter strat coming in through or for Seattle. As soon as Zero only spots 1 player on the cross, if there's that many players on defense stacked up over towards B, I mean, maybe an opportunity to wrap it back, but they were looking for the gunfights, but Seattle there just to overwhelm Ravens in that situation. Again, first blood so far this game have been key. Same with defensive rounds. Zero misses the shot, and accuracy spots 3 on the cross. I mean, you deal with 1 player, number 6, or how does that happen?
Barrel. Has to have been a barrel back there.
I heard the nade explode, too. I think he bungled his nade.
It could have happened. We'll find out later, though. But for now, Nasty spots Mack trying to make his way into the bomb site. Starting to check out. Pred's on top 3. A lot of line of sight through the middle of the map. Here comes the Ravens on the attack, though. 2 of them have left their post at A. 2 of them making their way in towards B. And it's just patience now. Mack peeks. Slight exchange. No kills. No nothing. Zero still watching over the bomb site. And this is tense, Chance. The bomb's going to be planted. You've got the numbers for the Ravens. But we've seen crazier things happen here.
The crazy thing is this flank right now. Mack inside has pressure on him. He's got the MP40, the right gun for the job, but keep in mind, number 2 accuracy. He's playing the clutch spots. There are 2 Ravens players that are vaguely looking for Mack in sight, finding kills. He gets traded, but accuracy has still not been hunted down. If I'm accuracy, I don't know if I'm shooting here, but he at least takes the first down. Gizmo now in a 1 versus 2.
Pred's on the bomb site. Gizmo's going to abandon ship for now. If he can win the fight against Pred, great. But he still has to kill aCuRacy from that position. That is top Lamar, ladies and gentlemen. He is not giving up that line of sight. He's not giving up the bomb. Seattle with a round.
And well, for a moment, I was surprised aCuRacy shot. I didn't realize that they were winning enough gunfights that they had the man advantage. I didn't know Pred was still alive. That's a 3v4 clutch where Ravens, after they get gifted a free kill, because I think Simp somehow just kills himself with a grenade. I mean, they just don't get the guy off bomb. They allow the plant to go off, and even the two players that were going to deal, like, aCuRacy is going to be back there. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, but it took much too long to actually check everything out, and that is a massive round win for Seattle.
These two on the cross now go towards A. Big information from Zero. Sib at least one tag and a nasty there on the crossover, and again, a lot of information this round for both teams. How will they play it, though? Pred v Afro. We've seen this a few times now. Pred may actually have the drop on him. There it is. That's huge. Now Pred should be able to get this kill. There it is. First blood going the way of Surge. Quick peek over towards the bomb. Sib's in position for this one. The slide. Great shots out of Sib. That's going to be 3 down now for the Ravens. There's the fast defuse. Wait a minute. Is it going to be enough, though, for Zero? He put the sniper away this round. He put it away. Can he get the kill? He does. Still plenty of time. Zero's got to stay alive here. Fights Mack. Takes care of Mack. Time is all good, though. aCuRacy keeps the bomb alive, and despite the efforts from Zero, it ain't going to come to pass. Surge with another round.
And a much better swarm towards that back building area, right? Just to make sure you're checking every corner. Even if he's able to get that second kill and get one off bomb, you have to have the pressure in the back, and Pred is there to deliver. You really do have to go crazy. I mean, there's, 37 corners in that building. You could be up top, down low, in the window, like in the, little pocket of the wall that you can break. So there's a lot to check. You got to be quick about it. And right now, Seattle, I mean, just full speed ahead, 4-1 lead. I think aCuRacy right now, back-to-back, has had 2 phenomenal games. And I think Mack deserves a ton of credit as well. 7 kills, and he's been getting kills where he has been left alone to try to put in some work. Now Seattle back on the attack. Zero tagged up, 6 HP, gets hunted down. First blood and a free bomb plant. Could you ask for anything more?
You could not. 4-man up for Seattle Surge. Post plant position for them now over by A. Afro's nade's going to check these corners. Won't find a thing. The Surge are spread out now. Here comes the counter push. Gizmo first in, finds that kill. Trade taps out with Nasty. Now he's in. Afro's on the site trying to find something here, and it is getting loud and noisy. Less than 30 seconds on the clock. aCuRacy in the fullback position. Pred v Afro. That wins it again. 20 seconds now remaining. It's all on the Nasty. Cleaned up indeed. Seattle Surge once again running the show on Berlin.
And London, honestly, they're just not playing around aCuRacy very well at all, right? Like, obviously, the first blood is very nice for Seattle to get. It's effectively a free bomb plant, so the strat off the rip is nice, but I mean, even aCuRacy is just able to comfortably sit in the back, like almost unchallenged, and London not giving themselves enough time to really deal with them properly. And if you're giving up bomb plants for free at either site and you don't have enough time to actually go around in the back and take care of the guys that'll be in those clutch spots, you're just simply going to have no success. And London right now firmly on the struggle bus. That's 2 players on the cross. You think it's a free plant towards B, but Simp aggressive this time, gets that first blood. And that honestly might just be a dagger in this round.
Standing out in the middle of the road, finds the bomb carrier, drops him 4v3 now. Pred and Sib running this side of Berlin. Slow right back now from the Ravens. Zero backing up the team, going over towards B. Once again, Sib in position to slow down these hits. Not just slow them down, but bring them down. 4v2 now. It's 2 in the round for Sib. Less than a minute for the Ravens to get this bomb down.
And this is just so many problems they have to deal with. Keep in mind, by the way, number 4, just like watching the full cross for his teammates as well. So everyone for Seattle knows how safe they can play just because, you have bomb down. And Sib's going to be able to find the information. Gizmo eventually gets taken down by 3 different players. And aCuRacy maybe gives up a freebie, but you still do not have that bomb. Zero now for the 1v2. 25 seconds to work with.
Technical 1v4 if he can get it, but it's not going to be easy. But okay, he's got the snapper. Okay, Zero 1v1. Surge, get it. And boy, oh boy, was it an effort from Zero in that final round. But Seattle Surge do start to finish around the guidance of aCuRacy. The first bloods from Sib. These boys looking fine on Berlin. That was a treat to watch, man. Woo.
I also think that might be the fastest Berlin S&D we've seen this year. I mean, that genuinely does not get easier for Seattle at all. One of the closest rounds we had was when Zero nearly clutched the 1v4. Outside of that, absolutely picked them apart. Seattle didn't have to do anything too crazy to make it happen. They just sort of played their game. I think the only real, like, you know, quote, creative play they had to implement was Simp just being more aggressive in that final round, just to actually get that first pick. And outside of that, they just sort of did their normal thing, did whatever they want. And London had literally zero response. That was not a pretty Berlin at all.
6-1 with a final game time of 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Blasting through this series, friends. Gavutu Control coming up next. After that, of course, the Gavutu Hardpoint, Barrage, Search and Destroy for map number 5. If we have to go the entire way, kind of hope we do. Chance, this is getting to be a spicy series indeed. We hope you're enjoying the show, friends. We're going to throw to a very quick commercial break. On our return, more CDL action. of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. 1-1 now going into the control. It's going to be a fun one. Miles' chance here to get you through the Ravens versus Seattle Surge. And so far, so good, mate. I mean, Berlin was an absolute blowout, no doubt about it. 6-1. I think it was very fast indeed. Our first hard point, though, a bit of a banger. Brother, now on Kuavo control. What's the vibes, Chance? I mean, both teams pretty good at the mode. Seattle were the early front runners when it came to how do you play, control properly. They were the guys.
Absolutely. And again, I think that's part of my surprise as to why, Seattle wins the coin toss. They get to pick what control map they want to play, but they end up banning Tuscan, which they 3-0'd London on in the kickoff classic. Now, make no mistake, Seattle obviously strong on Kuavo as well, but it does seem to be a bit of playing with fire, right? Because London, again, top KD on this map, 2-0 record on this map. It's literally a 1.19, I think, that they have. And I mean, guys like Gizmo, this has just been a super comfortable pick for him as well. He loves him some Kuavo control, and there you see actually not specific there. 1.19, I think, for control overall, and a 1.11 for London on this map specifically. And obviously, it's not like Seattle are too shabby at all, but I think London, honestly, if I were to have to make that pick, just a slight edge for Kuavo control. So we'll see how it plays out. Seattle, obviously, trying to carry some momentum from that Berlin into this series. And we got a B hit off the rip on offense. Things you love to see.
3-man B off rip. It's all going to be Pred to make the noise of it by A. They are going to get in here. I think Zero might catch someone here on the cross. Oh, did he? Yes, he does. That's going to be the fight now. Bigs up. You still have to worry about that attack towards A because Pred's still alive.
I think, honestly, Seattle didn't even realize how free they had this pickup, and they're still doing a nice job, right? You got Mack again winning key gunfights for his team over towards P1, but accuracy eventually gets dealt with. Still, though, you are pouring the pressure on to this B point. They want to take care of this off the rip, and honestly, why not? What's the point of just capping A off the rip if you're just going to waste lives and burn things? If you could get that pressure and try to get this point first, I like the idea, but now Mack, by his lonesome, and yeah, I was going to say the nades there to take him down. So nice little attempt, but ultimately to no avail. They don't even get that first tick and only up by a life.
So close to get that first tick as well. Smart play at the Ravens to drain it. Here comes Afro. No top boat control for you, mate. Oh, good shots out of Nasty, though. Going to keep the play going. Here comes the pressure from Pred. That is not something that you'll be surprised by here on this map. And he's frying. That's a nice two-piece out of him. There's a bit of broken wall into a head. He finds himself one more. 22 to 19 now. Seattle Surge with a life lead. They've got two segments at A. Nearly done. There it is. Here we go. One left over by A. And then the battle towards B goes. Chance, but the kill is looking all right now as the Ravens pull it back.
And I think right now, number 8 on the minimap, Afro might be the cutoff man. He might have 2 kills in front of him. And while Afro is getting those, you're getting players out of the hill as well. So that is the swarm on defense for London. The one really break to get map control that they needed. And Afro was the guy that delivered. And now for Seattle, you are in such a tough spot. You are firmly in the blender.
Yeah, this is it. The armbar's in place. You've only got 12 lives remaining. Afro's on a 4 spree, and they've managed to slip through behind him. A little bit of a missed time from him. That's fine, though, because straight up next, it's Gizmo. He somehow gets himself 2 out of that one. It was a 5 in a row before being brought down. 9 lives now for Seattle Surge. Less than 10 seconds really to play with. It's all about the kills from here on out, but a very strong defensive opener here from the Ravens. That round will come to a close. No more final kills to take with us into the next round. Good stuff, though, out of both teams. Seattle, Chance, what do you make of the opening break again? Nearly getting the first segment on B. They go for the 2 split. Kind of worked out for a while, but kills from the Ravens really pulled it back.
I like the attempt. Obviously, it's not easy. I kind of wish we would have seen a full commitment, though. Obviously, we have the benefit of the minimap, knowing that London forged stacked over towards A and left 0 by tower, but I think if anything, there might have been an opportunity for Seattle to pour the pressure on more, but obviously if you're going to be dealing with that close spawn, going to be dealing with the nades that come through, it is certainly not easy. And I think really just the moment of that round turned out to just be that flank from Afro picking up the big kills. And as soon as you get map control on defense, it is difficult to let it go. Because right now we are just vying for map position over towards A.
Kills either side. As the Ravens commit most of the hit towards that A zone. Got to watch out for accuracy, though. The sole player now for Seattle Surge hitting the spawns of the Ravens. Afro with a slow and steady capture towards A. And I quite like this out of Zero. He's playing sensible. He knows accuracy is around here somewhere. Nasty's trying to play the front line as well. He might get gifted a couple of kills here. He's got no idea. Fred just climbed the ladder behind him. He let him through. He could cause havoc now. Does get one, slows the cap chance, and okay. A little bit of a gap in the Ravens' armor.
And And I think what Nasty shot his gun, or maybe got a kill in the meantime. So they should know Nasty is behind them, but apparently they don't. Seattle might have lost track, so that's at least free kill number 1 for him. Is London's still storming over round A. Nasty wins the second with the movement. Now he's 1 kill off a glide bomb. They're putting in the work on offense.
Gets the stun check though. That's going to make it real hard for him now. Surely they know he's behind. Here comes the hit from Nasty. This is for streaks. Red dots must be bloody everywhere right now. Pick one, choose and pick it. Fine, it does get it. That's going to be full streaks now for Nasty. 41 seconds on the game clock. Live starting to get a little bit out of control. Surge, they are being put on the back foot from the get-go here. Ravens not able to capture a point yet though, Chance. 35 on the clock.
Yeah, accuracy picking up a massive 2 kills. So you have a 2-front war right now. London are currently stuck in their spawn, and I mean stuck in their spawn, and Nasty trying to find any sort of opening. Still looking for that next kill just to sort of buy time, but it's a straight up 1v1 that he wins. And I think maybe number 2 accuracy might look for Nasty in that situation, or maybe just leave him be. 15 seconds left on the actual game clock for this round. London, I think Seattle might be giving it up, or maybe one last ditch effort to sort of slide in the final seconds. Accuracy has to be the guy, and I think he can't make it happen. Loses his life towards the end. 8 points secured, and well, that's a 3-life lead and a glide bomb still in the back pocket for the Ravens.
I thought Surge had an opportunity there. I mean, the kills were going all right. Kept us closer than we've seen it thus far in the matchup, but here we go. Red, this could work out from behind his attackers. All over to B we go, though. P1 cover control. Yeah, Pred's played this great. One more. Picks a window, any window. Sadly, there's a lot of them over there by the green building, and here comes Nasty. Streak invested. Accuracy's gone. Is this going to give him enough space to actually push up, though, Chance? Still 11 to 13, less than 40 seconds to play with on the clock. This game is still anyone's.
I can't believe it. I will say, in my opinion, that is a bad glide bomb. I'm not a fan at all, but they have turned that into map control. Mack might be over by the boat, but everyone else for Ravens over towards the actual point. They are leaving 2 players up by P1 just to try to look over Afro and keep him alive. So it'll be a slow capture, but you at least get the power positions. This is not a bad setup for the moment for the Ravens.
Here comes the swarm though from Surge. They're starting to find the kills. It's all on Afro now on the point. Done. Clock starts to tick once again. Nasty trying to find the shots from up high, and he's going to be wiped out as well. So 20 seconds still to play with. Not a lot of lives either side. 6 for Surge, 8 for Ravens. One last decent push at this. You got 15 seconds. Let's see what they got.
And I mean, they have nothing, right? You know, you don't even want to just throw your lives. You have a 2-life lead. You had a life advantage in round number 1. I mean, I just have to imagine you have a decent enough start on a round of offense for control. Just play off the lives unless you're been gifted an opening. And I think that is like why I'm very surprised they invested that glide bomb at all. It's not like they had map control. It's not like they were close to capturing B. They didn't even have presence like over towards ring. They really had nothing, but they tried to make it happen. So no more streaks for Ravens, and we are tied back up 1-1. Say the good news for the Ravens, though, they still probably maybe +8 or +9 when it comes to the actual slang for the first 2 rounds. But I think Seattle, at the very least, again, just happy they don't have to worry about those streaks anymore.
Yeah, it was an incredible quality of life change we received in the Cold War season, whereby capturing segments, you know, the most segments captured decides who gets defense on the final round. Here it's kills, so you may as well play for him. Accuracy doing just that. First to his name now in this match, or in this round, rather. Straight towards A we go. Quick contest. Ravens still trying to keep these members of Surge off it, and loaded Gizmo finds 2.
And that is the 2 he needs, and that is London getting the map control on defense. And again, I've said it before, as soon as you get that little bit of control, it is incredibly difficult to break out of it. You see the trades coming through on Mack. You see Zero in a power position, just picking them apart one by one. There is a minute left in this round. It is not going to be easy for Seattle to get out of this at all.
Still got the life lead as well for the Ravens. Through the back, though, Pred keeping himself safe and secure. There's an open avenue to B now. It's clear skies. Even on a rainy day, they can run through that beachhead, get themselves over towards B. Nah, Zero's there. Big kill once again. Sib now watching that mid-map, trying to find the lives here, trying to find kills, play TDM. That's going to be the goal right now. You've got 30+ seconds now remaining in the round. Only 2, nearly 3 lives separating the teams right now. But here comes the hit. They be able to get on the point at the very least. You still want the kills. That's the name of the game right now for Surge.
And they stack the point might be too extreme, but it's still a decent setup over towards B. The problem is on the bottom side of the minimap, they're just getting picked apart. And well, the nades come through. Obviously, a hefty reminder, no trophy systems in this game either. So capping B is not easy in the slightest. You got Mack maybe trying to make a hero play. He gets dealt with, and you were just right back to that spawn trap. I think maybe Seattle, is it even worth it to try to go for A at this point? I think not.
We're not sure, but Final few seconds. A couple of consolation kills from the Ravens, and there's a lot there, man. They're winning the kills department. It has to be. They're feeling good about that one. 2 rounds up now to 1. We are going to go to another defensive round now for Seattle Surge. We're following the script right now. They should win it, but they have to slay like madmen. Otherwise, the Ravens will take control.
And just to add to your point, by the way, Miles, for like the quality of life changes we had last year for Control, it's also, instead of just getting the bonus time after fully capping a point, we would get like 20 seconds per tick. Because keep in mind, in this situation, even the normal standard round of like being able to capture A on this map, you get the extra minute, you never get the bonus time for having any sort of success over towards B. So you're just always going to be maybe 40 seconds less than what you could potentially ordinarily have to capture the point. So time is an issue. Whoa. Just getting pelted by nades is an issue. And of course, watching the cross as well, accuracy might have Ravens. He's got the cuts for his team.
At least one patience from the Iceman indeed. 3 kills for his teammates there in the feed. A minute now to work with. Good stuff. Cleaning up the remaining members of the Ravens. Now back on spawn they go. And here comes Pred. Aggressive as you like. Flying in. They've got accuracy pinned. You have to worry about Pred now. Oh, baby, this trap is sprung. Here we go. Straight to the spawners. Zero's guns up in time. That's going to be the kills now for the Ravens. They keep those members of Seattle Surge out their base. Now they've got an opportunity to run forward.
And I think if I'm Ravens, right, I'm purely just playing TDM at this point. There is no reason not to. Both teams have ended up in the blender on defense right now. I mean, they're maybe plus 10 in kills. So as long as they don't get blown out in these final 25 seconds, you at least get defense for this final round. So I think Ravens sort of know the name in the game. That's why Gizmo may be happy to deal with Pred on the flank. And you don't really need to overcommit towards B. Maybe you give it a try since you got some lives to play with. But again, not easy to get rid of these players watching the crosses at all.
Yeah, Pred's still just holding up. And look at the Ravens on the minimap. Left-hand side, they're all just flocked up. No one's letting anything get through. Final few seconds tick down, and there we go. We're following the script. But the kills department, really what matters here. Ravens should have secured defense after that very, very strong opening round. Seattle did a wonderful job of pulling things back there, Trust, but I don't think it's enough. We should see the defense on round 5 to London. And look, mate, until we get them changes, that's just the way this game's going to play.
Yeah, Tommy's Turtles would be proud of the way they handled that final few moments down the stretch. And it'd be interesting to see. I mean, Seattle has shown a look over towards B off the rip. They did that in round number 1. And it looks like that's not going to be the case here round number 2. Not even a 2-2 split. It is just a full 8-man stack potentially over towards A, where Seattle, these are the gunfights. I mean, it is a requirement, it feels like at this point, for you to win and get a strong start off the opening break. It's Zero there and ready. He picks up 2, shuts down Pred, and shuts down the map control. Seattle, welcome back to the blender. But this time, I mean, you have to find a way to get out of this.
Oh, there's one way to get out of it, and it is just skill. Blistering skill, incredible teamwork, and it doesn't matter when Afro's on the flank like this. 23 and 17 overall. Here comes the old Shiv right to the gut of Surge. Yeah, look at them, Co. They've got them covered. Afro, oh dear God, he might be blessed with a few here if he can time this right. There's number 1. Spawn still going to be close. Accuracy peaks. Still does manage to stay alive. But look how close they're still spawning. The Ravens have got guns up all over them. You are truly surrounded now, Seattle. There's not a whole lot they can do. They are getting bled out. They are getting bullied. They are getting absolutely pounded into dust on the back end of Gavuto here. And that's the name of the game, Chance. That's just the way it is. Although, take that back. Accuracy's managed to make it over the ship.
Well, the comical thing about that setup actually was the fact that they were so deep in their spawn and had presence both in like the P4 hardpoint and beach that players for Seattle were spawning everywhere. I mean, behind players to their sides. And funnily enough, because you were so far in their spawn on both sides, blocking almost every available spawn, they end up getting out over towards A. So Seattle, I mean, a small gift outside of the fact that they are down by 6 lives, but at least maybe an opportunity for these guys to fight.
Well, this could be the play, though. You capture A, you get yourself the time on the clock, and then maybe go over towards B, but we'll see. We've still got at least one member of Surge now gone. It was Mack,
there it goes.
And that should be it. That should be the round. 20-9 the life count. CL Surge now is just talking about hardpoint. Playing a Gavuto up after this one. And it was not an easy look here on Control. And it's just the way it is. It's so hard to win, especially when you're down in lives, especially when the defensive teams are so solid there. Ravens get the win. They're going to take the lead in this series now for a brief moment. Before we get ourselves in a Gavuto hardpoint, sorry, this should be a banger. And not a bad look from either team, Chance. And everyone knows now how to play Gavuto. It's just about who's bringing the magic on the day.
And well, I mean, we've certainly seen teams that are starting to make progress, or at least it feels that way on offensive, having more like more opportunities they're creating to actually go and capture that B point, or just to buy enough time that you can slay. Again, buying time is a problem if you're not getting the bonus time for actually capturing the ticks. So certainly an issue to be dealt with, but 5 for 5 on defensive rounds. I think both teams, I mean, just slaughtering each other on the defensive side of things, but London slightly better at TDM that game. And honestly, it sort of makes sense for them to respawn, right? Afro has been one of the top slayers in the game. Gizmo as well, one of the best slayers in the game. They provide on Gavutu. They provided on Tuscan. That will give them that 2-1 lead in this series. And honestly, for London, again, feeling pretty good. That Berlin S&D, not a fun time at all, but you at least got that next respawn to look forward to. And make no mistake, an incredibly important match for both these teams, right? Seattle, they could have been coming into Major 1 on cloud 9. Instead, you get 3-0 by Florida. Not a fun look at all. And if you take a loss like this, suddenly those clutches you were having in those round 11s, in all those S&Ds, instead of looking like a positive for your team, it's instead looking like a negative, being like, oh my God, this is what it's taking for us to win. We have to have the Iceman go crazy. Like, that is not something you can rely on. So Seattle definitely want to bounce back in this series and make sure that they don't have any sort of shaky expectations going into Major 1.
We'll see if they've got what it takes. Again, Accuracy's had a very, very good series so far. He was tight in the Tuscan hardpoint. Obviously, Berlin Search and Destroy pivotal in many, many rounds. On the control, there wasn't looking bad at all, man. He knows where he wants to play. He's got angles. We saw 2-piece after 2-piece. Carrying all that momentum into the hardpoint now. And again, this Seattle must win. Don't want to go down 3-1 here. That's confidence killer gumming up on the Major. Again, for him, keep the play going, keep the squad, keep the heads on the level, keep them checked in. They're going to do a fine job here. Force that final map. That's exactly where you want to be for Seattle right now. We've seen how good they look in Search and Destroy. If they can get there, you're looking fantastic as a Seattle fan. However, though, Chance, Gavutu, we're talking about the breakers. We're talking about a map that you have to hit the rotations on. Ravens, this might not be the playground for them.
Funnily enough, I think it was this map or maybe in Berlin where they were like 9 hills in a row, breaking every single one. So I think you're correct. Gavutu, very rotation heavy map in that regard. Certainly Seattle has been much better about out-rotating their opponents, but it was the same thing on Tuscan. It'll be a very interesting dynamic to see whether or not London can sort of keep that same skill in their repertoire. If Afro and guys like Nasty and Gizmo can continue to provide to actually just bully these teams out, or if London will just have Zero actually start to take more routes again and try to win those rotations in that regard. But this would be a fun map to look at for these two teams. I'd say at this point, obviously, a little bit more pressure on Seattle and certainly a little bit more pressure on Sib, right? He was the guy that certainly felt the pain of playing against Florida yesterday. I think he had like a 0.68 overall KD when this guy has almost made a habit of dropping 1.2s at the start of this year. And I think this is another series where Sib has been feeling a little bit of that pressure, at least in the respawns, looking for him to turn things around and really just keep up with Gizmo, because I mean, in fairness, he's normally a cold-blooded sort of guy, Sib is, so that is a face that's sort of normal for him, but got to step things up because Gizmo feeling good, head down, looking at something, his phone probably.
Probably his phone, let's face it. We're all hooked to those things 24/7. Fist bumps are out, here we go. One more crack at it. Gavutu hard point here for the Ravens. This would be a 3-1 if they can win it. We force the game 5 for Seattle. You don't want to miss this one, friends. It's going to be a lot of fun. Last minutes. Now to part wisdom. Sib, headphones on, baby. Let's get into the game. Let's rock and roll, team. Staying on Gavutu. First to 250. Again, a map where you want to be in the hard point first and foremost. More money hills on this map than there are, I think, in most of the games so far. That P5 here on Tuscan. Sorry, on Gavutu. Back right corner. Down low by the docks. Very, very strong indeed, Chance.
And I think there's the setup, right? Well, the hold haven't been strong for Seattle necessarily, like 8th overall. Admittedly, the percentage is still fairly high, but you have Seattle 2nd overall in winning the rotations. You have London. They just don't rotate. They do not care. If Zero's not taking long routes, they are purely about the breaks, and for good reason, because they are the best break team in the game. I don't think you can afford to, against a team like Seattle, lose every single rotation, but we have seen Ravens in maps like that before where it's just a very strange play style that Ravens make work.
I mean, we only have to look as far back as the Tuscan to start the series off. Here we go, though, right over towards P1. That very large anti-aircraft gun will be bringing out no more, as everyone's going to be fighting over the time. It's found inside it. Afro Gizmo find their opening kills. Here comes Pred. Here comes Pred. Can't get any more out of it though. Good shots from Zero. Accuracy now, waiting for the rest of the team to show up, getting the point. But that's it. That's what the Ravens do. They break. And I didn't know you could make that little pass. Thank you for that one. Accuracy teaching out here on the CDL.
Absolutely. And now around ring, it is the dicey battles. And Afro just picks up 3. The man starts out 5, making 6-0. You are 40 seconds into this game, and Afro already has a glide bomb. Maybe he is the thorn in Seattle's side. And funnily enough, literally right from the opening break, he's actually the man that caught Sib and basically set up the pinch for his teammates. So Afro simply doing it all at this point, has as many kills as the rest of the lobby combined.
This point at Kitten in the hill, he is an absolute tiger. Finally brought down though. That's going to be the end of the run. The hill time, though, also looking lovely for the Ravens. Now towards the second hard point in our rotation over by Ship. No one in there just yet. Ravens with the top boat control. CDL Surge trying to make the openers. Here comes the kills. Accuracy is going to find the 2 of them. I'm over the top. Can't get any more. It's the rest of the team here to help out. Yeah, Pred's here. That's going to be another kill. Still trying to find time. You have to battle for a little bit more of that boat side space. Gizmo's still alive and kicking up here. Ravens, they break on in again. There's your breaks once again.
I mean, this honestly to me looks like Ravens that went into the kickoff and said, you know what, honestly, we could wash that one away. That's just preseason. Well, with the welcome into the actual season, I mean, these guys have been on point. 3-1 record for the moment. And I mean, they have been taking it to Seattle. I mean, Nasty just got his first kill and he's still got a 40-point lead because Afro does everything. And you talk about rotation, Seattle, they are on the wrong side of the map. This is not the situation they want to find themselves in. Down 40 points, having to rotate so far. Maybe good news is it's Afro, the close one in the hills, so he's only got that MP40, but for the moment, London, this is the setup they want.
They got to worry about Pred on the flank, but if they can deal with Pred on the flank and just keep those players pinned there by the top ring, this is a huge profit now for the London Royal Ravens. 2-man hit, you see the guns ringing out. Mack trying to hit the deep flank on the right-hand side of the beach. Here come the nades, the stuns, you name it. It's all being thrown at this point. Pred still alive on the flank. Still kicking. Finds himself one more. Here comes the potential entry. Straight on the point. Can you get the break here? And Pred gets it done. 4 before being brought down. Go, go, go. Surge gun on the point. Starting to get some time. Guns up in time. No, it's not enough. Nasty with 2. Unbelievable break. Back on the top of the last one. It is breaks on breaks in this game.
I mean, look, if Pred doesn't pick up that big 3, I mean, we might be looking at a game where there's a potential 100-point club. And even those kills towards the end, I like that from Pred, right? His team is fully secure on that rotation. And I think Pred, literally by himself, just saves his team maybe an extra 15 or 20 seconds. So it is certainly not a fun spot to be in. It's now 0. He is waiting for his teammates over towards the beach side or just waiting for the glide bomb to come through. That should be good for at least 1 kill or maybe none at all. They're still picking up a couple kills, and they are going to be blocking those spawns. So Seattle is going to spawn out. That means for Mack, pressure's on inside the point. You got to go big.
Mack loves pressure. Good tags. All across the board. Pred staying alive. Beautiful stuff. Mack does get dropped. 2 members of the Ravens down the hard point. Where the hell are they going to spawn? Well, close enough, dude. Pred, get your gun up fast. You've got a lot more players to contend with. Huge kills on the point, up close and personal. How many more can he get? The detonate's going to save him for now. His teammates rock on up. Pred's holding on to this one. A Seattle Surge. Let's go for a very quick listen in and see how it sounds.
One more clip, not hurt. He's hitting prime time. Yeah, every push.
He's
get out here.
I'm gonna. Yeah.
We're all going left. They're going to be clipping you, Lamar.
Yeah. I don't see P3. He's clip on me on 1 shot.
Just play slow.
I'm trying to knife I'm with you.
I don't see him green.
What's that tower?
I'm going down the ring stairs.
Clip Nasty 1 shot. Clip Nasty 1 bullet. Okay, he's gonna go boat. He's 1 bullet down. Third boat.
Third. You saw me third.
Okay. I spawn close.
You play kills, Mack. Propane dead.
Nice. Give him one time. Cubby time.
Third week.
He's cubby time. Cubby killed me. Afro. He's cubby. He's back
still third. He's still third, I'm pretty sure.
Run it. Third.
One shot time. I need him.
I'm nading time.
I need time.
Another time as well. I hit him with the nade, guys.
I jumped out. I'm waiting for it. I'm sliding in cubby.
Propane 1 shot. Propane trade 1 shot.
Propane.
Oh, I couldn't get down. Fuck. He's crossing green. There you go. Get you.
They're gonna be at 1 rotation.
I spawned here. One could spawn down. I have your ring stairs. Ring stairs, kill me. I got one more on me. Afro's
right road as well. I'm close. Each out me. I'm gonna flank their side low. They're gonna be ring.
Okay. I'm nading over. ring. I needed ring.
I
hit him with the nade.
I killed him. He's dead.
1 shot.
Dashy's on me on the rock.
Afro shot our side.
1 shot the ramp.
Alright, our side ring, okay?
Come our side with nades.
I need P3 maybe.
Yo, Trevor's on. He's on the rock. He's on the rock. He's close. I'm flanking boat. He's either rock or he's shortcut. Left to go. Trevor's behind us. I'm flanking this.
The Ravens starting to fly away with a hard point here on Gavutu chance, and despite every effort there, Seattle Surge couldn't get anything going.
And I can't tell if that was intentional. I think Zero might have just on purpose let Pred through, call out for his teammates so Zero doesn't give away his position. And I mean, they turned into just a nearly perfect P1 hold. So whether or not it was intentional, I mean, Ravens fully just storming away with this game. Not even remotely close. The best moment Seattle has had is just how they dealt with the glide bomb when it's been called in. Outside of that, I mean, they are just getting straight up bullied in this series.
It's not looking ideal so far. Afro managing to pull something out of nowhere with that kill. Seattle Surge, though, with control of both sides for now. It all comes down to Mack. He's got to go huge here. Outside himself that 3-piece in the feed, but he's been cut down immediately. And here come the Ravens once again. Are we going to add another break to the pile now? As the hard point lining up for the defense is going to be big, though. Here comes Gizmo, top ladder, cut down from Pred. Still plenty more players infiltrating the boat. They've got their hooks across, and they're trying to scuttle this bad boy. Pred can't find anything just yet, but the rest of his teammates still trying to find kills all over the place. Tons of time remaining on this hard point. As the Ravens, they've managed to get in. Pred's still alive, though. They haven't contended with that. With Pred done, it all comes down to accuracy. Oh, baby, chance they're holding this time well.
Yeah, and I mean, I just watched Pred do what, like 3 or 4 360s, just literally running in circles. And meanwhile, eventually Ravens able to break through. Important AR gunfights that Gizmo with 26 kills able to deliver. And I'm not the best lip reader, but I could see how confident Gizmo is at this point in the series. And again, I mean, 222 to 86 at this point, it would be the most incredible comeback we have had so far this year if Seattle finds some way to get back in it. I mean, good news for them. They get the rotation, they get here first, but if there's been one theme for this Ravens squad, at some point, they will break through this element.
They are the breakers. Time going the way of Seattle Surge. Kills certainly going the way of the Ravens for now. 2-piece from Zero. Top of the boat. 5 in a row. Find a few more. Mack now trying to hold the lines down. And this is good from Surge. Keep this set up. Don't let anyone through. Sib takes care of the watchful eye. But Zero. Afro's in. He's in. Afro! Oh my God. Nearly gets Sib as well. Still holding it down. Seattle keep it locked tight. And Chance, they're doing it. Slowly but surely, they're doing it.
I mean, the good news is for London, though, they at least catch Pred out on the rotation, so they might be secure for new, but it's been a strong hold, right? You get the full 60 you need. They're going to need a couple more of those, but maybe a moment to get back in it. The problem is it is a hike across this map. You need to win almost every single one of these gunfights. Pred knows that Zero's above him, and keep in mind, it's not just him. Number 2, accuracy, trying to make a play, but accuracy gets caught. Pred, the next man up, has to find some sort of opening, has to be able to flip these spawns, and for the moment, he has found his way around back, but now it's about the gunfights. You gotta win a bunch of them.
Zero, eyes on him, got him pinned down behind the rock. This is it. This is Judgment Day now. Seattle Surge trying to get in, trying to find the entry to the hard point. The 3-man stack through the rear. Here they come in. A Nasty finds the shots into the first. Nasty gets one. Quick reposition. Nades are out. You name it. He's trying to get it done. Gizmo's got his back, and that is it. I cannot believe it, but the Ravens get it done. 3-1. 2 hard points and a control, and they are feeling fantastic after that. Chance, the biggest concern I have, a story that we were touting from the start here with Seattle Surge. They looked great at kickoff, an incredibly wonderful opener to the online qualifiers. Now they've taken 2 back-to-back losses. Where does it start to get shaky for them? Do they have the mental resolve to bounce back this close to the major? Coming in as winners is probably the greatest thing they could ask for, right?
I mean, yeah, dude, keep in mind for the 2 series that they had that were actual wins, by the way. I mean, if you're not clutching round 11s, I mean, this team would have a 1-4 record. And admittedly, the clutch is nice to have. They've certainly been a strong team, but their past 2 series, I mean, if you got players rage quitting out of the lobby before the data view even kicks in, I think they're feeling it. I would say that if you're a coach, you just blame the ping or something like that, try to make up some excuse. But I mean, this is simply not the time before Major 1 to be able to make excuses. That is 2 back-to-back series for Seattle. I mean, it just looks like the league is caught up. There's no other way to say it.
That's it. That's a scary thought as well, because, they started the series or the game off so well. Well, it feels like a lifetime ago at kickoff. But since then, slowly but surely, map by map, round by round, the Magician's secrets are being revealed, and the Ravens looking exceptionally strong in this series. Outside of that search and destroy, absolutely, they got battered. These highlights were a wonderful thing to watch. Again, whether it's hard point breaks or the occasional early rotations, Ravens seeming to improve their game in all the areas where we needed them to statistically rise up. but I give it to him indeed. Seattle Surge, though, again, this close to the major. Get some quality practice in, bring back the goods on land on the esports stadium Arlington. We'll see what they can do, but a very interesting turn of events, Seattle, that they have finished their qualifiers for Major 1.
And of course, the opposite for the Ravens, right? Like the only tough loss you really have this year at all is the Kickoff Classic, where it was just a tough opening look for the team. Since then, again, Gizmo and Afro seemingly are able to do whatever they want. Their coordination on their breaks for hard points have been, I mean, honestly absurd. If you got to lock it down on defense on Gavutu for the control, they provide that as well. So I think everyone across the board for Ravens individually playing incredibly well. I think 0 was maybe the iffy spot early on. I think he opened things up with like a 0.7, whatever it was, KD. Since then, he's been a monster, doing whatever needs for the squad. I mean, Ravens, they just look good. They are going to be a contender going into Major 1. They had a 4-1 performance over the course of Stage 1. So they look incredible. I think British fans everywhere might be looking at it and be like, we got these guys and Toronto to root for. Like, this is going to be a good time.
It's going to be a good time. Not a good time, though, for our lovely desk. You guys, was it all Seattle?
We all picked Seattle. We were wrong, man.
Yo, I was gonna pick London, man, but you know, this one I changed my mind. You know, I was feeling them. Yo, by the way, Pred left the lobby like Seattle left the top of the rankings, man. That was crazy. But at the end of the day, though, London Royal Ravens proving to everybody that they're one of the top teams in the league now. Vastly underrated, of course.
Absolutely. I mean, their last series, they lose both hard points. They come back in this one, they look lights out in that game mode. There were so many plays that Afro was making on the map that were just next level, man.
The 7th streak to start off the last map.
7th streak to start off the last map. And you think about map number 1, where they needed a big play out of him on P5, rotating to P1. The guy was literally zigzag, goes all the way through church, around, gets a 2-piece on the pinch, then turns around and starts to play the spawn kills. He's just he's on another level, man. He's playing chess, not checkers, and there was nothing Seattle could do about it. And a player that we were talking about was Sib, who needed to step up in this series. He had another bad one, man. He seems to be the X factor for this team. He has not been going off, so I'm looking at him to respond at the major.
Big time, aLLeY. Any thoughts in that head of yours?
I mean, I have a lot. The control, I kind of write it off just a little bit because it's the unfortunate way round 5 plays out on kind of who gets a defense when it comes to Gavutu. But those hard points, man, it was 100% on London. They got those early rotations, which is what we were all preaching on the desk. If they early rotate, man, their hard points will look lights out. That's exactly what we saw in this series. And then you got talking the likes of Seattle. Not seeing them rotate was so mind-boggling to me. And not only that, when they sent maybe one player in rotation, which have to be Pred most of the time, they just couldn't win the rotational gunfights. Not that I expect him to. There's a reason he should be the one on first rotation. In Seattle, it just looked like a bit of a different team on respawn.
Hey, maybe Chance Miles are right. Maybe teams finally caught up to him, and it's looking like so. But let's go ahead and catch up with Afro for the Game Field post-victory spotlight interview. Afro, listen, I'm going to say it outright, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for doubting you guys as an underdogs.
I'll never doubt again.
London is legit, man. You held it down, though. You seem to just kick it up a notch at times, and when you do, you stand out more than everybody else in the lobby on both teams. When you got that 7th spree to kick off hardpoint that last map, what was running through your head? Did you know that that game was just yours at that point?
I mean, at that point, I don't know. I was a bit gassed. I was saying words I probably shouldn't have said, but you know, what I mean, I was frying. I was all over the place. But yeah, after that point, I just knew the energy was right there, and I thought my teammates obviously rode off the energy as well, which is great.
I love it.
Afro, you were absolutely disgusting at hardpoint, I have to say. And not only in the slaying power, but the routes that you take on the map. When you went back church, man, and got those 3 players and broke that hill to get that 200-point mark, it was like series over at that point. And I got to ask you, search and destroy now seems to be what you need to focus on heading into Major 1. You got to talk me through that Berlin search and destroy in the first half of the series.
I mean, the Berlin, from what we've played, is normally our best map, but I think that's the map we've played the most. So a lot of teams probably have our VOD, and they've probably been going over it, and I don't blame them. So we need to probably get stronger at another few maps. Yeah, something needs to change in the Berlin. Let's just say that, because it's not going well. Definitely not going well.
Afro, first, congratulations on a fantastic Major 1, your guys' team. You were doubted. You end up 4-1 and land yourself a fantastic seed going into winner's bracket. But also, I want to ask you, where do you feel like your team has grown the most from the start of Major 1 qualifiers up until now, headed into the actual major?
I'd probably say our team's grown the most on our comms, because obviously we all come from challengers, apart from Trey, obviously, and he's helped us a lot. If I had to say one thing, it's definitely the comms, and obviously we've been hearing all over the place. Our rotations have been absolutely dreadful. So we've worked on that coming on this week, and then hopefully when we get to the major, we'll be somewhat complete. But yeah, that's just
wonderful,
what we work on.
You did it. You rotated early.
Yeah, so
We rotated. We fucking rotated.
all right, Afro, the OpTic Texas Major is coming up. You're going to have the green wall and the fans going crazy out there. London Royal Ravens are going in as not everybody's favorite to win the event, but from what you've proved so far, hey, it's definitely up there to happen.
Yeah.
How excited are you for this major?
Beyond excited, especially from last year. We always started in losers bracket, the 12th seed or whatever. Coming in this year, obviously, I think we're second or third seed. I think we're second seed. Yeah,
Possibly, we'll see.
Seed.
You're 4-1, got to be up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, going into major second seed. Obviously with the fans as well. Jesus Christ, that'll be unreal. Playing in front of the fans. We've not really played many games in front of fans, so I can't wait. I really can't.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the fans here, the crowd going crazy. But I do have to say this, Afro, man. You've been lights out this entire year, you and your team. I love seeing you guys win, and can't wait to see you guys tear it up in Texas, man. You take it easy, all right?
I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too, man. All right, iLLeY, London Royal Ravens beating Seattle. Seattle not looking as hot as they did at the beginning of the year. What are you thinking about that? I mean, Pred and Simp are looking real human.
Rewind every single day we've had these weekends so far that the competition just kind of keeps getting hotter.
Yes.
And how can you not love London, man? They're all so wholesome all around. They just keep proving themselves, man. They've absolutely convinced me, and I'm sure the rest of the desk as well.
Right now, you guys have been hearing us talk about this major this entire time throughout the interview, and coming up is going to be a good one. I mean, we're going to Texas again, the same place as the Kickoff Classic, and nameless, this is just going to be lights out.
It's going to be an incredible event, man. We get to, the most fun thing in esports is having big events, having crowds, and at this major, we get to finally crown our first real champion of the season, so I can't wait, man.
Yes, now, ladies and gentlemen, there goes the dates. If you're in Texas or around it, make sure you get there. March 3rd through the 6th, we're going to see the best of the best from the CDL battle it out. Who knows who's going to win, though? Who's going to be on top? And I'm hoping that yesterday and that last series shows you that this is anybody's event. But coming up next, we're going to have Boston going up against OpTic Texas. That is a matchup that I can't wait to see. There's a lot of debate and chatter on Twitter about who people think are going to win this one. And me personally, I don't know. I'm going towards Boston, though. But we'll catch you guys on the other side of break. You all take it easy.
There's a lot of debate.
Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
And he'll have some words for Prim 6. Forcing the issue on Mikey's inside of the bait, and that's going to be 5 in a row. How about 6?
There's 2, there's 3.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. The last day of qualifiers before the OpTic Texas Major, and this matchup right here is going to be a banger. Before we went to that break, aLLeY tried to poke some fun at me. So, do your best Valley impression and introduce
No,
the two teams.
I am weird. I'm just going to say Boston like a normal human being. No, stop.
Yes, now the Boston Breach will face off against OpTic Texas, two teams that have made waves so far this season. And nameless, I'm really excited. But Boston, what they've been doing so far, flying under the radar, being highly successful and explosive at the same time. I mean, we all didn't expect this, but like the London Royal Ravens, they're in the mix.
Yeah, they're in the mix. What we saw to them was fantastic search play throughout most of the Major 1 qualifiers, but in that last match, they lost 2 of them to the New York Subliners, which is just simply unacceptable. These guys, they have to be an excellent search team. We've yet to see them play Desert Siege. It seems to be their auto veto, so I'd like to see them mix that in before the Major.
Okay.
But like I said, in this series, they just have to win 1 map to land a spot in winners, is what we were told. So they got to get one of them, Belly. I don't anticipate them winning this, but they got to get a map.
Yes, now when it comes to the game field keys of victory, what does Boston have to do?
Well, they got to bounce back from 2 S&D losses yesterday. They're still #1 in round win percentage, which is actually mind-blowing. They lost those S&Ds fairly close yesterday. It was 6-5 in the first one, 6-4 in the game 5. They were really close. They just need to close them out. And smooth sailing if you win rotations. OpTic is 12th in hardpoint break percentage, and Boston actually was struggling with their rotations yesterday, so hopefully coming in today they tighten those up and get the edge versus OpTic Texas when it comes to hardpoint. And they need more slaying from Nero. He was the only player negative in the loss yesterday, 0.89 KD on the season. That's going to be a man for this squad, so hopefully we see him step it up today.
You know, they're going to have to step it up because all of these players, they've been phenomenal, and them going into this Major strong with a little bit of fire behind them is the Boston Breach that we would love to see, right? Big Cap doing his thing. TJ's warming up, but TJ has been a topic of discussion because of just his past and what he's currently bringing to the table. The man's been going off.
He has. He's been consistently a really top slayer for this squad, which I feel like was surprising for everybody across the board. And also Methodz as well. Yesterday made a lot of clutch moments where it really kept Boston Breach in the series against OpTic Texas. And the hardpoints, they weren't even close. They smoked them out. It was really the control in the S&Ds where they struggled. So going into today, I'm hoping to see the Boston Breach we expected to in the series yesterday.
Yes, now the team they're going to be facing off against are OpTic Texas. Now, hey, for those of you at home, trust us here on the desk. If we make a prediction against them, the fans are going to let you know this team is the best. They're never going to lose, yada, yada, yada. I had my boy Diesel even tweet at me. But the thing is with this team, they had a rough start to the year, but they're picking things up slowly but surely now. Shotzzy popping off before. iLLeY stepped up in a big way, and you love seeing that.
Yeah, I love seeing it. He's been the player for me that's been the X factor. He's been playing so well. OpTic Texas in that last series, they answered a lot of our questions when it came to search and destroy and also control. It's been great, honestly. That's the guy that we need to see step up, and it's made Shotzzy play better. We've seen Scump step up in the search and destroys as well. So OpTic Texas looking really scary now going into the Major.
Yeah, and going into this Major, this is what they're going to have the home team advantage. You know what I'm saying? All the green wall are going to be there. We saw it at the Kickoff Classic, but when it comes to the game field keys of victory, OpTic has to go big because going into their own event, they want all the momentum on their side.
Yeah, landing a spot in winner's bracket, obviously that's huge. But for the game field keys of victory, X Factor iLLeY. We talk about it, 7-0 maps where he goes positive. So clearly there's a correlation there. And then have to win first bloods versus an elite S&D team. OpTic is last in first blood win percentage. So they know exactly what they need to do. It's just slowing down and getting that first blood. And if you don't, obviously it's not working. So moving on to the next one, continue to find success winning rotations. Now, they don't have a great break percentage, but they're second in rotation win percentage and hold percentage. As long as they rotate and set up, they're doing well on the hills, right? So try not to get in a situation where you have to continuously break.
Yeah, and those stats are really interesting. Shout out to Carson once again. basically, let's call it the hoop factor, where whenever he went positive, the team won, and we saw an example of that yesterday. And seeing that right now, OpTic, they're going to have to strike fast, they're going to have to strike hard, and they're going to have to be super good to beat Boston. They're not an easy team to play against.
No, not at all. And I really think it's going to come down to the hard points and controls when it comes to this OpTic Texas team. They're going to have to continue the rotational investment that they have been putting into these series.
Yes.
Once again, they are 12th in breaking percentage, so they have to continue those early rotational gunfights, as well as surprising opening offensive wins in control. We saw it yesterday on Tuscan when they take B points immediately, and that's what really gave them the edge in that series. So we need to see that again today.
Yes, now it's time for pick'ems. Nameless, Boston or OpTic, who's going to wear green better today?
I think OpTic Texas are going to take it. Honestly.
Okay.
I didn't like what I saw at Boston in that New York series. I think OpTic takes this one.
No. aLLeY, how you feeling?
This is probably the hardest pick
What is your
I've
heart
ever.
telling you?
I think Boston's going to breach the green wall.
Okay, there you have it. Boston's going to breach the green wall. So we have OpTic Texas with Nameless. We have Boston breach with you. I'm going to be honest. This is a coin flip matchup. I like both of these teams a lot. OpTic looked phenomenal last time we saw them on screen. Boston, not so phenomenal last time we saw them on screen. But the entirety of the year, they've been great. Me, I'm going 3-2 on the side of Boston, only because we've seen more from them. And OpTic, they're phenomenal. Oh, a little flip coming in from aLLeY. Let's get it. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to toss this over to the commentators. It's going to be the battle of the green, man. It's going to be a fun one. Lando and Steady, how you doing today?
Oh, we're doing great, Vel. It seems like you guys are doing quite well also. Are you feeling okay? Both going for Boston?
Lando, I didn't want to say it, but these guys got to be.
I love chaos, man. I'm going to look at Twitter and have like 50 notifications.
I'm going to remember this. I'll remember this.
Twisted.
We'll revisit this. Listen, we'll revisit this at the end of the series, and we'll see where all the chips end up laying out. We've had that happen a few times, but who knows what'll happen in this one. I mean, what, Jay? It's the final day of our Major 1 qualifiers. To be honest, anything has the ability to happen. If you're an OpTic fan, you're sleeping well at night. You're going to be in the winner's bracket at your own major, but Boston, they've got to win one map. Buddy, do you think it could be this one?
I think it definitely can be this one, because on the side of OpTic, they've only had the chance to play this once, and it was at the kickoff. They ended up losing that match to the LA Thieves, 250 to like 217. It was really close, and one player that really struggled was Scump. He sat at like a 16-25 stat line, didn't have a hot start to this game. So now that OpTic are coming into a Gabutu hardpoint off the rip, I'm looking at Scump to be that player with the AR in his hands to really step up. They have to make sure that their rotation's on point, because like the Death said, they're last when it comes to breaking into hardpoints.
Yeah, without question, my friend, OpTic have already sealed their fate, and we'll go ahead and leave that pun for later. Often into the hill we go. Big hill off the rip here on Gabutu, and it is the breach controlling things quite nicely as Capsidal will be sent flying over towards the beaches. Meanwhile, it's Nero on the flank. How about this start for breach? Constantly slaying out, as now they'll finally capture the hill once more.
This has been a great break off to start this game for Boston. Uncontested for the time being until one player from OpTic, which is going to be Dashy, trying to finesse his way around. 15 seconds left. You have to start thinking about that rotation. Dashy trying to do everything he can to stay alive, but unfortunately he does get traded. But now this is where that rotation gunfights are going to come in. Number 8, which is going to be Scump, is going to be here first.
Yeah, Scump looking to try and change up the KD on Gabutu. Hardpoint, as you said, partner, did not have a great performance versus the Thieves whenever they played this map. We'll see if he can look to try to turn things around. Off to an 0-3 beginning, but at least for him, it's his good old duo. Shotzzy off to a 3 streak as OpTic Texas have reclaimed control back over toward both. They get the 3-for-1 trade, and now they have got time inside of P2 for the moment. Breach looking for their opportunity, looking for their chance to seize the moment. As TJ will be the first one to break on in. Trade still fresh and out there. OpTic will reclaim the advantage as iLLeY now enters into 5 in a row.
So far, OpTic, they've been in control of this game when they were able to contest a good chunk of time towards that P1 and basically dominate this P2 hardpoint, forcing all of Boston to continuously spawn towards the back hill. But with Boston picking up that 2-piece in the feed, they're able to flip these spawns, now spawn back red tower. Scump has to try to go big on the backside to flip these spawns.
It was a great play originally, right from Capsidal, to sort of push through Beach just to ensure that the Breach will have the advantageous spot off the rip, but it's iLLeY who's there to take him down, sitting on 6 in a row. He finally drops, but that is a good sign, Jay. If you're an OpTic Texas fan, Ant called iLLeY the X factor for this team. The way that he is beaming off the start of this map, it's got to be a sign of good things to come.
Sheesh, especially when they're starting off like that. That's going to be another 4 dead. Now this is going to force Boston to start thinking about that rotation because this hill is not going to be easy to break in. 30 seconds left. Methodz does connect with that nade. Nero does fine too. So now with this remaining 30 seconds here, they should be able to get on this point, but you have to start thinking about the rotation. TJ trying to make a play on the flank, unfortunately gets taken down.
Yeah, we know it, right? Gavutu is all about those rotations. I mean, every hill outside of maybe P2, I think based off of our stats, Carson can confirm that with me, but I believe outside of P2, every hill almost acts like a money hill, and these next two upcoming can absolutely dictate the way the score will look, as Texas will, despite a few pesky plays out of the breach, trying to make their way into the flank. OpTic will hold on to those spawns for next. As player 3 trying to sneak on through, specifically that's going to be TJ. Meanwhile, over at P1, it's a duel, one from the breach, but that's the only fight that they're going to take. A solid wave stopped early for Texas.
Yeah, and you have OpTic all spawning out towards cliffside. So they're going to start thinking about a player approaching the backside for Boston, but they're just moving so slow. They're able to set up this crossfire. TJ finds that first kill onto Scump. Nero does find the second. So now the attack's going to be from the front side. What can OpTic do? Dashy takes down the first. TJ trying to take down the both of those players, but iLLeY able to come out on top in the trade. And with 25 seconds, OpTic's still going to be spawning in the back. This is the best case scenario right now for Boston. If you can get this time, you're going to continuously spawn OpTic all the way across the map from that P5 hardpoint. That's how they get back into this game.
Yeah, right. It's the one little advantage, right, that you have, even though this spawn is so difficult, so sticky, as we like to call it in Vanguard. It can work out in your favor, even if you are attacking it. Why? Because that obviously that team is going to stay back there. You have the ability to reference on back and focus for that next hill. Farthest pushed up player is going to be iLLeY toward the top side of your map as he looks to try and work around for spawns. Off to a great start. Shout out iLLeY, man, 13 and 6. Austin with the early seconds. TJ locking down the time, but it's just a matter of moments before OpTic look to try to seize on in. That's going to be one, make it two. How about the third? Methodz the last player alive, and he gets dropped as well. OpTic break on through, and now they have got a good position with 30 seconds left.
And this is great to see out of OpTic. And one thing that I really took away from their Toronto series was just their teamwork, especially in search and destroy. You can just tell that their communication is starting to click. Right there, they put themselves in a situation and they said, hey, we're not going to attack this from front side ship. We're going to go all the way around the beach side, flip those spawns, and then eventually allow us to break in towards that P5 hard point. Those are the little adjustments that OpTic have made since the beginning of the year till now, and they've definitely shown improvements.
Yeah, without a doubt, my friend. That's the little things that you want to see, right? Coming into the major that you want to see adjusted. It's the little things. It's the little things coming into the major where those things can absolutely be exploited. We've got 50 seconds left over at P1. Let's step aside and see how the comms sound. Let's go to a listen now with OpTic Texas.
I'm hitting up. All good.
He's chunk super.
Yeah, chowed it, Nero. He's her. All good. Still P1.
Yo, one's like ship cutting.
Hold right here. Hold right here.
Yeah, ship cutting.
All good.
One's already pushing. He's pushing me rock.
Teach killed me cutting.
Do you have a chase?
Right.
You really nice.
Nice. Deep outer.
We should run.
Yep.
Teach gonna be P3. Or like P5, I think.
Big one P5. I'm seeing P5. Nothing low cage.
Could be in our in.
Let's go quick. I don't see Teach. Push through.
He's top left ship.
I don't see him. Still there. I'm going.
I'm nading it.
I don't see anything middle.
I need a top one.
Beat him in as well.
Beat him. Got one more teach.
Beat him.
There's a top one.
I'm playing my life. I'm hitting this with you. Hit ladder with me.
Yo, really weak teach. He's other guy's low cliff. That's not check right.
One shot teach top. Absolute. And one's low.
I'll get top left. I'll get our top left. Yeah. More, yo, one's top. He's beat him actually.
I'm pitching.
Yo, one's P5 cap.
Yeah, two there. I got P5. They're P5 cap still somewhere. I'm gonna rock guys. One's P5. One is P5 still.
I'll see P5.
It's in absolute. Their side hill. He's like their hole. It's in their hole. One shot. Yo, we don't know where cap went.
Yo, what's their hole, guys?
Are you looking for cap this time?
He's on top right now.
I don't see him time. And one's top green behind us.
There's one more top on me.
Top absolute P5.
Top teach. Dead.
Nice. Yo, so good time. All good.
I have P1.
Yeah, keep holding P1, Brandon.
Yeah, I got it.
Yep. Yo, hold your beat on.
Keep beat on me.
I went to Ivy ladder. Nothing beat him. Yeah, I'm coming P1, Brandon. I'm coming quick, Brandon.
I'm beat him. Pinch me P1 cap. P1 cap. Beat on me, guys.
One and all, Nero, dead. See this guy?
There's one more beat on teach. Yo, one was P1 cap.
P1 cap. I'll see P1.
Watch out, beat him. Watch out, beat him. Yo, beat him going through hole.
I'm holding P1, guys. I need help.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm needed. Yo, he's in the back. Cap's in. One shot, absolute time. We're gonna get a good nade on it. He's absolute, brother.
I heard that.
We're gonna be in the back of me. I'm playing my life. I'm nading P1. I'm coming P1.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. And I gotta say, man, a team that's often criticized for communication, criticized for in-game leadership, all of those things, Jay, I feel like everybody was getting in the mix.
Yeah, they definitely were getting in the mix. It's just unfortunate that Boston were able to just hold down the P1 the way that they were. That's why they have the lead currently into this P3 hardpoint, but OpTic trying to do everything they can to try to stay alive. But iLLeY, unfortunately, is going to go down. So now Boston still controlling the spawns towards the backside. A lot of pressure coming in from OpTic towards the front. Shotzzy, last player farthest switched up. He's going to drop. And now with the remaining 25 seconds here, Boston should be able to continuously grow this lead.
And Texas will throw at least one more life at it. iLLeY has to sacrifice for the betterment of the team. But another big rotation. Breach will grab the seconds. Capsidal, a major 1v1 for him to take. Position made known. And Dashy's there to clean it up. So with that, Breach, a nice little advantage coming into this next hard point. If a break could be successful here, we're already talking potentially about Boston guaranteeing themselves a winner's bracket spot. It's only going to take one map. It's not going to be easy. Texas are not going to give away anything as iLLeY takes down 2 off the rotation. The others now positioned over at beach. 45 valuable seconds left. It's a 2 versus 2 inside of the hill as Dashy remains stable toward the backside. He and his teammates looking great from both ends as this looks to be a full 60 unless Breach have got anything prepared. And take a look at Shotzzy. He's already thinking about next.
This has been a great hold from OpTic to potentially take the lead here with this remaining 25 seconds here. But Capsidal, a huge one-on-one, makes it a 2-piece at the old hard point. That's going to cause some problems for the players on the side of OpTic.
Look at the spawns.
But they do spawn out. You have one player who spawns red tower, a couple players who are spawning by ship, but Boston able to find another 2 in the feed. TJ in a great spot off the rotation to cause some problems. He finds 2 as well. So now Boston, they should be able to control these back spawns with number 2 working it all the way around, which is going to be Methodz, currently up by 20 points. Boston need to get the break.
They need to breach the hill. We'll see if they can live up to their name. They've got spawns. It looks to be that way as iLLeY, a great nade early on for Methodz. Trying to communicate to the team on how they want to break this. A massive hill all ready for Boston as Dashy lingering inside of green. The pistol is out. The pistol is good. And so is the teamwork. 4 straight go down for the breach. A solid looking push instantly getting thwarted from the other end. Texas will reclaim the advantage and will have the final 20 seconds go their way. It's a race now over at P1. Early fights inbound. Shotzzy falling down the cliff, but still winning the fights for 1. Nearly takes down the second. Texas with the final seconds as they'll be at around 240 after this hill goes down. A massive moment already for Boston in this game.
OpTic cannot make the same mistake that they made for the second rotation of these hard points. They were just solo challenging 1 by 1, basically gave Boston the full 60 on this point. Want to take your time, and with Shotzzy and Dashy hitting shots like that, able to open up with some initial gunfights. Methodz trying to do everything he can to stay alive here.
A huge 1v1. Methodz has to win and pulls out the pistol, but he gets taken down. It's all on to Nero, who does win the fight. Breach will stabilize for the moment. Aware of the Texas positionings, as that'll be 3 down to start. Scump trying to make his way around the back.
Here.
His position may in fact be known. You see TJ going for the pre-aim. Breach cannot win it. Scump drops. And while they will hold for the moment, only 3 more seconds. 3 more seconds. Texas don't win for the rotation. They decide to challenge at P1. Moments away from getting a second, but TJ staying alive. Methodz, a big 1v1 for him to take. It's he versus Scump, and Methodz will walk away with it. Shotzzy falls as well. It's all going to be onto the rotation. Breach have stayed alive, and they will win it. I thought somebody from OpTic was still alive, but no. Not going to be the case. Breach secure the game, and already the storyline that we're talking about was that they just have to win 1 map. That was it. And they've already got the job done, Jay.
Yeah, Boston, they relieve so much pressure just based off of that map number 1 victory. Now they know that they already have the winner's bracket underneath their belt. Now it's all about just, now you can just let it all go. All that stress, you're going to be on top of the world right now, knowing that you made that winner's bracket side. Now job not done. You want to try to close out this series up 1-0 in the best position they possibly could have been, because before the way that these videos went, Boston were able to be Team A in the coin flip. So that means when we get to that game 3, Kuavo Control is already in their back pocket. OpTic have yet to play that map so far in this season. But the way that Boston were able to just close out that map number 1, it came off of two great P1 holds. But before we went into the listening, it was rotating towards that P1. Boston were able to hold it for a full 60 because OpTic were just going 1 by 1 solo challenging, just giving Boston easy kills every single time. And right here towards the very end, trades were going back and forth. But then it comes down to this huge one-on-one where Dashy, he drops Scump, he gets the trade, but when Methodz, he challenges guys with the pistol, he's able to find this last kill. This forces OpTic to just go head-on, headstrong into the point. Shotzzy doesn't even check his corner. He gets team fired by Capsidal and Methodz, and that was just another great hold coming in from Boston at a P1 hardpoint. They dominated it from start to finish. That was the reason why they closed out map number 1.
Yeah, man, that hold at the end. I mean, I personally thought that OpTic had contested for long enough, but there was just 2 more seconds remaining. And Breach, just like that. I mean, as we said, I mean, the pressure has got to be on this crew. I know we're talking about Zed and Dens, right? They have composed this team. They're on the edge of their seats, and now, I don't want to say they relax, but they definitely ease into the rest of this series, to 100%. Put it lightly. Just a crazy moment at the end of that P1. And I got to say, man, that's a great rebound for Breach. I mean, we've talked about this team continually. The struggles in hardpoint. They've gotten some dubs versus Paris. They win both versus New York yesterday. And they take a solid-looking hardpoint team in OpTic Texas, the distance on this map specifically. And I want to say, Jay, that's the first time that OpTic Texas have lost an opening hardpoint so far here at the qualifiers.
And that's huge because now they're going into Search and Destroy, which has not really been their best game mode. We saw them dominate Toronto in a 6-2 fashion. They made that one look easy. If they can keep up the same teamwork, the same communication that they had in that match versus Toronto, they stand a great chance of taking this versus Breach, because we saw Breach yesterday fall on Tuscan Search and Destroy all the way into 6-5 versus NYSL. Because it comes down to certain situations where Breach, they have the man advantage. Someone tries to get a little bit overzealous, tries to make a play, and it costs them in the end. You need to make sure that your teamwork is on point now that you're controlling the series already up 1-0.
Yeah, and it's kind of a weird situation, right? Because we come into this series most likely thinking, okay, hey, Breach with a massive advantage. The only thing is that if we look at the prior series, Breach dropped both their search and destroys, one of those being a Tuscan, which we're getting ready to see. And Chance called it. I mean, one of the best search and destroys from a teamwork perspective that we've seen all season long is what OpTic Texas did in their last game on Tuscan Search and Destroy versus the Ultra. So a bit of a mixed bag here. I think if it is fair to say it, Jay, if you are OpTic, I mean, you're happy to, at the very least, despite dropping a hard point and facing off against one of the best search and destroy teams in the game, you at least get another Tuscan, that of which you looked great on just days ago.
Especially when you play a hardpoint that you haven't played since the actual season has started. They still kept it fairly close. Just came down to that P1 hardpoint where Boston were able to dominate. So now you're going into a search and destroy. Like you said, off the confidence of that series versus Toronto, winning in a 6-2 fashion, a lot of that simply just came down to the work of iLLeY and Shotzzy. They were the playmakers throughout that search and destroy. I'm looking at them to have the same answer today. On the opposite side, though, it has to be Nero for me. This is a guy who's sitting underneath a 1.0 in every single category, every single game mode, and he has the potential to be the best player on this team. We saw what he was able to do on this map, specifically versus NYSL. Not afraid to take calculated risks. He needs to do that here again.
Yeah, without question. I mean, it feels like we've talked about it. iLLeY, without a doubt, the X factor for OpTic Texas. I mean, when he's going positive, the team just wins. The same thing could be said for Nero, right? I mean, he feels like he could be that player. We often talk about TJ, but if Nero can turn up the way that we know he can in Search Destroy, he's been doing it throughout his entire career, at least in regards to challengers, in regards to Search Destroy tournaments, etc. The guy's a beast, and one of the primary reasons why this team is seeing all the success that they are. Not going to be at the top of your list in regards to stats, but he's doing the dirty work, carrying that bomb for this group, and doing an excellent job of clearing out where they need him to. Solid first hard point for Nero, as you see it there, a 1.26 KD. Excellent start for the rookie. As here we go for Boston into the opening round, and then we'll start things off on attack. A mixed bag when we talk about Tuscan. It seems to be going back and forth in regards to the preferred side. Both teams still liking offenses already. Into the middle side of the map we go, and it's Nero right on cue, finding the first blood.
And Shotzzy's going to give up his life. So now Boston, they had the man advantage. And you saw on that graphic earlier on that Boston, they are #1 on offensive attack, #2 on the defensive side. But iLLeY and Dashy are able to find 2, make it a 2v2 situation.
iLLeY hunting for information. 2 players from OpTic spread out toward the field. We'll see if Cap can get some info. Meanwhile, it is Nero. They're to lay down the objective, so taking the pressure off them and now applying it toward the Texas side. It's too strong. It will join hand in hand through the field, and Cap, he's got to be ready for it. Decides to back on up. OpTic, believe they've seen him as well. Throws down the detonate just to cover his tracks.
And with 25 seconds left, he's just stalling so much time for these OpTic players to get fairly close towards this bomb. Capsidal able to get out with his life, and it's only gonna be 15 seconds left before they actually get on it. Okay. One player has to hop it. iLLeY's gonna be on it.
Nero's gonna come around the corner. Takes him down.
Takes him down.
All on the Dashy. 1v2, not a whole lot of time. Says goodnight to Nero, but not enough time for the defuse. I gotta say, man, Breach do a great job at really staying alive, but for the most part, Jay, OpTic Texas, they entered into the site with 18 seconds left and 2 players, that of which they did not even know clearly where they were.
Yeah, they just wasted a lot of time when they were working around the backside. When Capsidal actually throws that detonate, such a beautiful play out of him because it just stalls the players to slow down. Now they think that there's a player on our side of the map. We have to play this super slow, try to find this kill, force it to a 2v1. But Capsidal, he throws that detonate, he gets out with his life, and he basically sets up Nero to just get that player off bomb. Beautiful mid-round adjustment coming in from Breach to go from A to B in a 2v2 situation.
Rookie's showing us some stuff in the search and destroy, but now it's Dashy's turn. Taking all of that hype away, takes down Cap for the first blood. His OpTic will move that bomb clearly over toward A. And how about the little angle for TJ? The middle side of the truck. It's got quite a few gaps, but Texas continue to win the fights. Finally, TJ can take down one, but really he's sitting in the middle of the map watching that kill feed continue to flow the opposite direction. And right whenever he realizes it, he gets taken down as well.
Yeah, so the first round, Shotzzy jumps out middle. Capsidal said, hey, I could do that too. He just gives up his life for free as Dashy was able to open up with that first blood. And then usually when OpTic finds that first blood, they find success to close out the round, able to tie the game up at 1 apiece. So now if you're OpTic, we've seen two defensive, aggressive rounds where they're just trying to attack towards the middle of the map. If I'm OpTic right here, I want to work a late flank. I'm allowing Scump and Shotzzy to be that duo on the map.
I hear you. We'll see if it happens. Texas firmly inside a church, as you would expect on a Sunday. Nero making his way through. Dashy, by the way, still 4-0. Forgot about that. Man is yet to die. Nearly sees his life flash before his eyes. The nade explodes, but still sits at flawless. Bomb planted, and the nades continue to fly out. TJ, the great shots added on with the explosives, and Nero, hungry for the engagements, decides to back on up. It's into the 3v4 retake. Now 3v3 retake for Texas.
Shotzzy, he was actually able to make a play through the middle of the map. Scump finds a second. So now you're going to scatter these players on the breach side. You definitely want to be able to check out top fire. That's usually the safety net of where a player is going to try to play this to get that player off that site. The Capsidal is just doing everything he can to stay alive. He's going to drop 15 seconds left. Methodz, they know exactly where he's going to be. He's going to get flanked, and OpTic able to execute the retake beautifully, even after getting first blood. Take the round up 2-1.
Yeah, man. I mean, shades of their series versus Ultra, no?
Yeah, definitely shades of this series versus Ultra. Besides that first round, right. So far OpTic, the last 2 rounds have been clean.
They have been, man. They absolutely have been. So many shots coming in from Scump, as you said, just aware of Method's positioning, but it just feels like right in that last series versus Ultra, it gave you some hype. It gave you some momentum. Yeah. If you are an OpTic Texas fan, the way that they looked in that search and destroy, it's continually been the talking point around this roster, around OpTic teams of the past, has been great in respawn. Search destroy is lacking. If they pick that up, we could be looking at a roster to truly contend at the very first major. And getting in some great reps versus some solid search destroy teams. Breach, obviously high up in the rankings for now, but into our 4th round we go. OpTic on the attack, and yet for anyone to fall.
They're just taking their time. They're trying to work this pick. And iLLeY's able to find that first blood with the nade. So right there, Boston, they showed a lot of presence towards bottom church, but iLLeY's able to find 3 in the feed. Now all left up to Nero. Bomb's going to be planted. 1v3 situation. Oh, this is not going to be easy, Lando.
Yeah, not going to be easy. Dashy already gets some information on him from top fire. Nero hunting, Nero searching. Time continues to tick away. In the back of his mind, enters in for the fight toward iLLeY. 25 seconds left, and it appears that he still thinks somebody's going to be around this area, when in reality, not at all the case. Somebody in middle, someone right on the bomb site.
Oh.
As Nero looks around, it's not looking good, Jay. Not looking good. Around the corner. He feels like he's been everywhere but where OpTic happens to be. Finally, with 7 seconds left, he just runs right onto the bomb. He gets taken down. But how about the start once more for these Texas Search Destroy rounds? It's the nade from iLLeY to kick things off.
Yeah, that was just a beautiful round out of OpTic. Like right there, usually expecting when they have that much A control, you want them to put the bomb down immediately. But they were waiting out the nades from the Boston players. Once they heard at least 2 to 3 nades go off, that's when iLLeY was able to work his way towards that bomb site. Eventually, Boston, they try to attack through the middle, try to get the retake. He finds that first blood. iLLeY finds the second, and then eventually finds the third. Had himself one hell of a round right there for OpTic to now go up 3-1.
Oh, how about TJ saying hello to Bruce on the other side. Longtime teammates, longtime friends, but it is all business in this final series for both these teams. The Major 1 qualifiers, the first blood granted for Breach, and they'll find the second one as well, as Methodz finally gets on the board. And how about the snipe again from Tej? Absolutely clinical with the car.
It's just clean work out of Boston, especially out of TJ. Once he finds that first blood onto Dashy, you can just tell OpTic's play call right there is like, hey, let's 4-man push through this A site. But when you're getting first blooded by a sniper, at that point you're afraid to even turn that corner. You're not going to try to get 2-piece. So they start off with the man disadvantage, and then eventually Boston set themselves up perfectly to close out that round. Now down 3-2.
And you can tell right at the start of the round, OpTic was just not ready for that sniper to come on in. Heading into that last round, Capsidal, Methodz, both with donuts. Now they've got some breadsticks, which I'm sure Chef Tony likes that much more, but already hot and heavy into the round. It is OpTic starting things off with a 2-1 trade in their favor. And now it's all going to be on to the rookies. Nero and Capsidal once more in a position to clutch a 2v3. Dashy, one man who could spot out this attack. Oof. And somehow stays alive.
Great work out of Dashy, because it could have turned into a 2v2, but if you're OpTic, I would have liked to plant the bomb immediately once he was able to find those 2 kills off the beginning of the round. But now with 50 seconds left, OpTic looking like they're going to force Boston to think that the rotation is going to come in towards this B bomb. They're trying to delay hit this towards that A plant. And you see a couple Boston players starting to retreat. They're going to start backing down towards that B site, and this should open up that A plant soon enough for OpTic.
OpTic Texas looking to fool the rookies. We'll see if it pays off. Player 4 already getting ready to be in the engagements. He's just right around this U area. He and TJ using the same line of sight. They've got that one ready and prepared. Scump on the bomb. He's got to plant this objective down here soon. The nice slide and dive as Capsidal falls. Nero does as well. The delayed push from Texas doesn't necessarily fake out the rookies, but it gets them guessing. And with that, the 3v2 advantage will pay off for OpTic. The numbers favor them. And speaking of numbers, Dashy 8-1.
Yeah, the numbers definitely came out on top right there. For them being in that 3v2 situation, you have 2 players that are playing around that A bomb. Just in case anything happens, you were able to get the trade. But then you allow Dashy to work his way through bottom church. He finds that first kill and eventually set up the pinch to find the last kill onto Capsidal. OpTic able to respond and take that round. Now up 4-2, going back on the attack. They're going to do the same exact push, on the defensive side. And this time they're going to take middle map. Look at Shotzzy.
Oh, already inside of you, Nero. Funny enough, think of the exact same thing that Shotzzy was. Not super confident about laying down the objective and feeling very understanding of what the play was. Texas in 3 strong through the field. They take down the bomb carrier. And they'll look to try to reorganize themselves. But I love the play from Cap. Not only is he going to watch out for that cut, but he's also leading his team potentially to go for the plant on the other side. But no, they get aggressive. Breach decide to challenge this. It's a 1-for-1 to start. Now into the 2v2. Dashy and Scump versus Capsidal and Methodz, and all 4 players are just mere moments away from engaging, and Boston will take both of those engagements.
And that's a beautiful round out of Boston to just work their way through the late flank. They kept it as a unit. They know that OpTic, they were going to be playing fairly close to each other. You want to play that trade. But once that one player in iLLeY, he finds that first kill, turns it into a 2v3, gets the immediate trade on it. Then in the 2v2 situation, OpTic are probably thinking they're going for the immediate B-bomb plant. At that point, off the rotation, they just catch them off guard. Boston are able to win the round.
It's so fun, right, Jay, to see all the mind games, because everybody knows 9 times out of 10 you're going for A, right? There's just no question about it. But how can you mix things up? How can you change things up? As she enters into this round number 8, a little dazed, and Breach 3 strong inside of P5. Big moment for Shotzzy. Is he going to be prepared for it? Somehow takes down at least one player, and given the interesting push, he'll take that.
So now in the 3v3, see OpTic, they just give up on that A plant. They're trying to push this through their spawn and trying to take it to B. And Methodz puts himself in a great position, unfortunately not able to win the gunfight. So now OpTic have the man advantage. Dashy was able to spot a player in towards mid. Time to wrap this bomb plant back towards this A site. Get it down in a 3v2 situation, but a lot of pressure for Boston towards the middle of the map.
Great shots from TJ. He'll take down the second one. All on to Dashy in the 1v1. And now, here we go. TJ versus Dashy, a massive round, a swing round at that. If you are the Boston Breach, still for that bomb. Needs to get planted if you're TJ. Time winding down. As Dashy will secure the objective. Dashy spotted him, Jay.
10 seconds left. TJ, he thinks the rotation comes back into B, so Dashy actually plays this beautifully. So now the bomb is going to be planted. TJ's not going to spot him as he does get off of that bomb site. So now it's all about playing this clock if you're Dashy. You know that TJ's probably going to expect you to play towards top fire, which is a safety net. Try to catch him on an off-guard angle.
30 seconds left. TJ, here we come. Round the corner. Time for the fight, and he will win it. TJ trusting in the process. A down-to-the-wire 1v1. Plays out Dashy and gets the better of him in that engagement. As we said, a huge round for Breach to take. And once again, it's a veteran clutching up from the Boston side.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate on the side of OpTic, because in that 3v2 situation, you still have Dashy towards top middle fire, and you're just expecting him to have everything towards the middle of the map, but he wasn't paying attention towards bottom church. That's what was the opening for the Boston Breach, to get that player off bomb, eventually find the second, and then in the 1v1 with about 15 seconds left, TJ, he's playing the sound cue. Once he hears that notification that the player has picked up bomb, he was able to get towards that A bomb site. Even though Dashy gets the bomb down, plays it beautifully on the clock to tie it up at 4 apiece.
First time in a few rounds, TJ decides to bring out the car once more. He'll take a few nades. It's going to take a lot more than that to bring good old Fat Bob down. Right into P5 we go. Shotzzy, Inco, ready to go. He and Scump look to take down Capsidal. Not a whole lot of space to move around in, as he'll get limited. Dashy does get the information, but how about these 4 strong members of OpTic lingering in through middle? It's about where they want to go, and Nero not only takes down one, but he escapes with his life. 20 seconds left.
Now to 3v3, OpTic, you have to get a step on it. But Nero's able to find another 2. Give him the ace. As Scump does find one. 2v1 situation. Scump's not going to have enough time to work the defuse, but he does take down Nero, take him off for that kill streak. But Boston able to come out on top in the round, and the guys are just saying, hey, I don't want the kill, you can have it. Nero actually gets the ace as well. Great job out of him.
Yeah, there you go. All right, cool. We'll give it on to Nero. Great plays, but yeah, that's gonna be a fun moment. Methodz and Scump just joining up in the middle of the map, just giving each other a little bit of a chat. How's it going? How's the family? By the way, you're about to explode in 3 seconds, and good night. You'll take the ace if you're Nero, but how about that clutch? I mean, as we said, a 4v3 OpTic, 4 strong in middle. They're pushed up to Breach's mid alley. But I mean, really the initial kill for Nero to find the first blood of the round, or rather the second blood of the round, and also to escape with his life. And then to find the other 2, nothing short of impressive. And take a look at that stat line from Nero. Now at 14 and 8. Breach sit on map count, as there goes TJ to start.
Early first blood coming in from OpTic. No streaks to work for on the side of Boston. They're trying to time these names to try to take this player off site. But OpTic, they're going to delay that. Now, since they get a couple nades to be called in from the Boston Breach side, they should be able to work this bomb plant. But Methodz does find one. Shotzzy able to take down Nero. Now make it a 3v2.
Scump yet to lay down the objective. Capsidal. Coming around the corner. Thank you very much. 1v2. It's all going to have to be on the cap. He's going to have to find both. Not able to do it. The rookie drops, and just like that, Texas have got themselves in overtime.
Another round 11. What do you know? OpTic, I feel like they've always put themselves in a round 11 search and destroy, and this couldn't be a bigger situation for them to try to come out on top of. Because they're going, even whatever happens in this last round, that Kuavo control has to be in the back of their mind for that map number 3. So here we go into the round 11. OpTic are going to be on the defensive side. Boston, so far, we saw the graphic that popped up before the map. They are #1 on offensive attack, but look at what OpTic do differently this time. They stun these guys at this A point. They allow Shotzzy to take that A bomb control.
Without a doubt, a big power position on Tuscan. Oh, Shotzzy looks to reposition. So he'll be sitting in a nice little corner in field. Meanwhile, Breach progressively make their way up to mid-map. And Nero being in the position that he is, given where the Breach players are at, they're trying to clear out P5, trying to get a little bit of information. As those OpTic arrows begin to make their way from B in the middle of the map, now over toward field. TJ could have his hands full, but again, it's another rotation for OpTic.
Right there, Boston. They're just playing for the information. TJ's able to spot Shotzzy towards this A bomb. So now, with 35 seconds left, Boston, they played this round way too slow. And OpTic, they're ready for any push. They have to try to work their way through the middle of the map. Their main focus has to be on Shotzzy, though.
Shotzzy waiting for the timing. Has the opportunity to strike. Is he going to get spotted from the player in top fire? He's still alive. He and Nero go for the challenge, but once more, Nero's able to stay alive. 13 seconds left, and that bomb has got to get planted. It's got to get secured. But Shotzzy there for the answer. A 2-for-1 to start off in favor of OpTic, and now it'll all be on to Methodz. He falls as well. The plays from Shotzzy to stay alive. Patience will pay off. And Texas once more securing search and destroy, going down to the round 11. My goodness, this OpTic team looking quite differently in this mode than where many had them coming into our Major 1 qualifiers. Solid stats across the board, and that has got to hurt if you're Nero. 14 and 10, tons of engagements, nice little few bomb plants as well, but no W in the end.
That's just great work coming in from OpTic. That game plan for that 5-5 round was beautiful. They had Dashy overextend towards that right side A bomb and just basically ego chow down the lane so he can allow Shotzzy to get pushed up towards that A bomb. Once Shotzzy puts himself in that position, you saw all of OpTic eventually back down towards that B bomb just in case Boston were going to try to catch him off guard, overextend towards that B site. But what Boston messed up tremendously on was just wasting a lot of that clock.
Yeah.
They were able to spot Shotzzy on the left side of that A bomb with about 50 to 55 seconds left. TJ definitely gives the call out to his team, but they do not approach that A bomb until there's about 25 seconds left, and they still haven't even taken care of Shotzzy. Shotzzy was the guy that made the play in that final round, worked his way on the flank, gets beautiful timing to not misfire on the bomb, and then with about 20 seconds left, gets that player off and eventually finds a second to close it out. OpTic tied the series up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, OpTic bring us now to a 1-1 scoreline. As you said, partner, it's really just a matter of how do we continue to get dicey? How do we continue to elevate the strategies when you know roughly where the opponent's going to be? As we said, patience paying off for Shotzzy as OpTic have brought this series now to a 1-1 heading. But we come back after the break. It is time for some control, and you know it's going to be on some Kafutu. Make sure and stay with us as the final day of our Major 1 qualifiers will continue after this.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the CDL. As we said, it is our final day of Major 1 qualifiers, and I've been given some information from the man himself, good old Ben J. Nassim. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at these numbers. All right, Jay, it looks like Texas is 4th with a match win, 6th with a loss in regards to the standings. Boston is 4th with a match win, 7th with a Game 5 loss, and 8th with a 1-3 loss. What does that mean? You win, and you're in a much better seed. We'll see if that really makes the overall difference. Boston trying to get out of that 8th seed, a win here in regards to, as we said, the farther they can progress, the better seeding that they will get. Nothing better than the 7th. But Texas, a match win here, gets them a 4th seed. All right, it's time. Kuavo Control, a grinder of a map. Sometimes 16-minute games. It's going to be fun. It's going to be crazy. The one thing for Texas, Jay, is that they've yet to play this.
Yeah, Texas have yet to play this all season long, even at the kickoff. Doesn't matter. They have yet to play Kuavo Control. But on the opposite side for Boston, they've played only Kuavo Control, and their record is currently 1-3, with all 3 of their losses going all the way to around number 5 and them having offense. So that tells me one thing, that they need to step up in the slaying department. 2 players on the Boston Breach side basically have identical KDs, which are Capsidal and Nero at a 0.7. You need them to step up here.
And we'll see if they can, man. I mean, what? Nero so far has been excellent. We talked about him really being the X factor iLLeY for OpTic, and really in this series, it's going to be on to Nero to try and perform as he gets met with a nice little pistol whip from Dashy. Overall, it is Methodz who will secure those final few engagements, and now halfway to that A objective. TJ rounding the corner, and there we have it. Boston, another level of clearance at this A objective. Of course, if they do get the full capture, another minute is added to the clock. And how about that shot there from Nero?
And so far, he's been having himself one hell of a series. A 1.6 in the hard point, 14 kills in the search and destroy. And so far, starting off this game at 4-2. Unfortunately, he does get taken down. But now it's Capsidal's turn. Able to complete that second tick of progression towards this A point. Fortunately, he does get taken down. So now OpTic able to fight for mid-map control for now.
Oh, and the nice little vice grip set up if you are iLLeY. He eventually gets taken down, but you notice the ARs toward one side. It's the SMGs doing the work for Texas inside of the boat, and now outside of it, this is where things can start to get scary if you're Breach. You've got 2 ticks, but now you're locked in the back of your base. It's going to have to come from somewhere. A 2-for-1 trade favoring OpTic once more as Cap will make his way into the boat, trying to make some way for his teammates, but there is Shotzzy making some noise on the flank. He's got the automaton out, and Jay, that freaks me out, man, to see Shotzzy with an AR in his hands and beaming. The guy can truly do it all. 23 seconds left, and Cap just trying to stay alive.
Yeah, Scump and Shotzzy able to find another 2 kills in the feed. Scump finds a second onto Capsidal. So now if you're Boston, it's all about minimizing this kill deficit, as OpTic currently are leading by 8 kills. Nero does find that 2-piece though. He finds 3, so this could be with potential openings to try to get to that 8 point. With 3 seconds left, they still are going to stop the clock and just in the nick of time with point 8.
We'll see if Texas looks to try to jump on in. They will not. They'll allow for this one to be granted for the Breach. You see player 7 just right around the corner. That was the player we were waiting on to see if Shotzzy went for the engagement. It'll allow for these players to rush on through and take them on down as well. 6-11 in lives. Texas, they'll be looking to play around that, and really it's a hope and a prayer if you're Boston. No progress made it be, no map control either, and really it's going to come down to one push. And over at this B objective, it is not likely that you do it in a 1 go, Jay.
It just all comes down to if they can find this opening kill towards that P1 side. You have a couple players who are working their way through the middle of the map, but OpTic, they are ready for the push. Dashy with a great line of sight, able to hit some shots onto Capsidal. Not able to find the kill, but Scump able to take down TJ. So now Scump also does find the 2-piece. No more respawns remaining. Dashy finds the kill onto Capsidal, and with 13 seconds left, OpTic should be able to walk away with the defensive win.
That felt like an angry fight, right? Methodz versus Scump. Obviously long-time friends, but as we said, this series, it's all business, baby. It's all about getting the W. Texas securing that first round, and it felt like for a moment Breach had something going. They had something brewing, but as we said, Jay, when a player makes their way up toward the beach and that vice grip starts to get set in, you win one fight, and then from there, if you're Boston, you go down 3 or 4 on that attacking end, and it can get so difficult to break out of your base. Breach learned that the hard way.
But now they're going on the defensive side. They have some kills to make up, as they did lose that previous round by 6 kills. So now OpTic doing what they need to do. Just make sure we take off this 8 point right off the rip. These initial gunfights mean everything. You see one player from Boston just trying to hold down that P1 side, but Capsidal gonna be the first line of defense for the Boston Breach.
Nero rounding the corner. Cap winning the fights over toward the top. As you said, the initial fight so important. Round the corner, but somehow Scump watching over for his teammate. The SMGs from Texas will secure the W's. 1 tick already in as they stack nice and early. As it's Nero from the top side. He's on 5 in a row and he's got his chance to get some streaks, but how about the up and close little engagement that he's going to suffer? Takes a gun to the face. It's going to be a new nose required for the next series. Breach do not want to give this one away, but that decision very well could be made for them as Texas win the fights again. That's a 3-for-1, nearly 4-for-1 trade.
And look at number 7 already pushed up on the map, which is going to be Shotzzy. Unable to find a kill though, but it does allow the opening for Scump to approach the backside. He gets red as well. And Boston, they hold the backside of Red Tower for the time being. OpTic have a 4 live lead, so that puts him up by 10 kills just in case it gets to that round number 5. But iLLeY and Dashy, they are beaming right now. 11 and 9 out of Shotzzy, and then Dashy at 10 and 4 on a 5, so potentially picking up some streaks.
And we've seen really Shotzzy do it with both weapons. Right? We saw him do great work, not just with the SMG, not just with the MP40, but also with the Automaton. He's leading the way into helping OpTic get over at that B objective. Dashy trying to clear the way for the squad, and this is really the issue. If you're Breach, you don't get this guy to top 3, you're going to get beamed from your spawn. Methodz going to learn that, as Capsidal has to focus all of his attention not toward the objective, but the one player who is holding on to that cut. Great map positioning for Texas. Does they'll finally pay? Can Breach finally get the pinch? Can they finally get the break? Back and forth we go. P1 successfully held somewhat from the Breach, but someone's still on the objective, as Nero's at least able to take 1 before he falls. iLLeY still keeping that B progress going. 2 players watching over him at P1.
This has been a dominant offense from OpTic. They are up by 9 lives. Keep that in mind. They won the first round by 6. And they already have 2 ticks of progression already coming in. Boston, this is their last attempt to try to break you. You have 2 players approaching towards top P1. Methodz does find 1, but OpTic is still on the point. They have to try to get on it. Shotzzy's going to cause some problems. He takes down that 1 player. Now the only player left to try to cause some to try to stop the play is going to be top brain. But OpTic are making it look easy in control. This is their best game mode. We saw a lot of their offensive wins only coming in on Tuscan, but the fact that they just dominated that offensive win on a map like Kuavo, where they haven't played it at all, it shows that this is their game mode the entire year so far.
Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe this is like the play from OpTic. It's like, yeah, we're gonna make everybody think that we don't want to play Kuavo, and then when we come on it, we're just gonna absolutely destroy you. My goodness, OpTic Texas, their very first attacking round on Kuavo, and you can count it as a W. Excellent work here for the team, and we cannot stress it enough, Jay, right? How important those attacking rounds are. Could very well set yourself up for success. Breach already with an uphill battle, not just from the end game score, but also from the kills department. Methodz at 6 and 10, more specifically TJ now at 5 and 17 as he gets taken down by Scump.
Yeah, if I'm Boston, I'm not even thinking about round 5. If we got to get the defense, I'm just trying to get a round on the board. And it all starts with getting this A point. Methodz and Nero able to find a couple kills, but iLLeY answers with 2 of his own. So now the last player in this position to try to stop this time from doing them down is going to be TJ. He does get spotted, though. Boston, you see them turtling up in their base. They don't want to get put in this trap. Oh, 3 dead. It's going to be now.
I was going to say, don't want to be put in the trap, and there it is. All right, here we go, Boston. Time to gear up. Let's see how they can do this. iLLeY, my word, just even though he knows he's going to die, tries to put his body on the line, help his teammates out. At least gets the assist. Nice shots from Dashy over at the tank. TJ's at least able to find 1 for his troubles, but that is the only kill that Boston will have in that team fight, trying to turn things up. His good old TJ nearly finds 3 in a row. Nero is there for his trade. Halfway at that A objective with 35 seconds looming. Player 7 still in the base, causing problems and setting up OpTic to try and go for the retake. Scump's going to be here. He'll look to invest some time in this engagement, able to find it. And my goodness, Jay, OpTic are hitting beams right now on Kuavo.
Yeah, they're just not missing right now. They're trying to close this out in 3. And this would probably be the most dominant Gavutu control that we've seen all year. And this is the first time that they play it. So, OpTic, what have we been doing? You better get this in every single series.
Rambo, Ray,
Boston.
you hearing us? You hearing this?
Yeah.
You seeing it right now, Ray? Sender as well.
Boston are able to get on the point, though. Extend this time by a minute. Now only being down by 1 life. They're not worried about the kill department. They're just worried about getting this round win. OpTic are fully set up for the push. They have 1 player who's all the way pushed out towards that beach side. And they're just ready for anything that Boston are going to throw at them.
OpTic aware of the push. They know what the call is going to be. And how about player 6? We literally just saw him spawn right up. iLLeY taking advantage of that. Takes down to Capsidal, the sole man who will survive. Problem being is that iLLeY knows exactly where he is. Yeah, there's all kinds of foliage, many boulders, but you're not going to be able to fool good old iLLeY. Nice shots from Shotzzy again. 23 and 14, and it feels like half of his kills have come by no means with the weapon that he is common to rock on out. He can also do it with the pistol. Shotzzy can do it all, finally taken down, but the dent has absolutely been felt as Dashy will now enter into 4 in a row. A 3 versus 10, a hope, a prayer would not even save Boston at this point, as this looks to be a 3-0 commanding victory in the Gavutu. 1 more push, prepared and ready to go. Methodz inside of the spawn as Nero is actually able to find 1, but as Nero gets taken down in the objective, it's all on the chef, Tony, and unfortunately for him, OpTic Texas have packed their lunch, and they have packed a punch on Gavutu as well, the first time they play it, and it is a 3-0 victory, now up 2-1 in the series.
Let me tell you, if OpTic are going to play Gavutu control like that every single time, if I'm any of these other teams, I do not want to touch them on that map. Shotzzy's running their 3rd AR, putting up positive 10. That means you know that iLLeY and Dashy, they're going to do what they need to do. iLLeY, clutch kill after clutch kill every time he came off spawn, always puts himself into great positions. And when you have these ARs that are able to just beam across the map, you're allowing Shotzzy with another AR in his hand to overextend, play for some spawn kills. You can see 17 non-traded kills. He was causing havoc in the spawn of the Breeze players, and they just couldn't get their foot in the ground since the beginning of this map. This was an absolute smoke show from OpTic on map number 3 to take a commanding 2-1 lead.
Yeah, I mean, excellent plays from Texas, and this is what you get excited about, right, Jay? If you are an OpTic fan, given the fact that it's all been previously about the hard points, you know, maybe the controls from time to time, but the fact that they have been able to answer in search and destroys, walk away with control victories on top of what has already been an excellent display in hard points despite the loss in the opener here versus Breach. It was a 2-point game. I mean, this team just continually shows you that they are more complete than many previously would have thought.
They're just getting better and better every time they touch the sticks. And with a great coaching staff like Rambo, like Sender in their back of the ears, it's all about just, hey, we have the talent to do so. We just have to make sure we're sticking to the game plan and using our teamwork. Because when you have such a star-studded lineup like this, when you're putting them in a traded situation, a majority of the time, that kill is always going to get traded. When they are playing with teamwork, OpTic are one of the toughest teams to beat, and they showed it just how dominant they can be just based off of that map number 3.
And it's wild to think, right, to where OpTic were in the very first 2 series. I mean, you and I had the casts on that, right? It was back-to-back losses in game 5, round 11, one of them being a reverse sweep, versus the Royal Ravens. The fact that they've already got themselves a winner's bracket spot in their last 2 series, because both of those were 3-0s and now are 2-1 up versus Boston after losing the opening hard point, and they're coming to a map that they never played before. And arguably, it's one of the best performances that we've seen on Gavutu control. Unbelievably excellent so far from Texas, but there is still another map guaranteed to go. It's going to be on Tuscan Hardpoint. Jay, talk to me. How do you feel about the Breach's chances on this map? And really, given how great that OpTic have looked in these last 2 maps, specifically that last respawn.
Well, Boston on one side, they are sitting at 1-0 on this map. Both of these teams are actually 1-0 in hardpoint when it comes to this mode. But just based off what we had off of that first map, the only reason why OpTic were not able to close it out was basically because of that P1 hardpoint. They were just setting a lot of solo chows, and on a map like Gavutu, it can definitely come back to bite you. But on a map like Tuscan, this is where OpTic can really shine. We've seen them dominate this map, at least in the one victory that they have. And the majority of that comes down to, if they're early rotating, they're able to hold down these setups. And even when they are not early rotating, on a map like Tuscan, with the submachine gun presence that they have, this is going to allow them to put a lot of pressure on when it comes to trying to break these hard points, because that's one thing that, you know, we saw out of Boston yesterday. When they played New York in both of their hard points, they were able to just win those rotation gunfights. As long as OpTic are able to stay on top of that, they're going to put themselves in a great position to close this series out.
Yeah, they without a doubt are. As we said, Texas, not often do they lose a hard point in a series, specifically 2 hard points in a series. We'll see if Breach can continue to keep up the trend. They've done it versus, they did it versus Paris. They've done it versus New York. Now let's take a look at our top performers so far. We're talking about hard points specifically, and how about this battle that is only going to elevate its importance now coming into this next Tuscan. You see the rookie, good old Capsidal at a 1.15. On the opposite side, it is Shotzzy at a 1.20 KD. Some unbelievably cracked SMGs, Jay, who I cannot wait to watch now coming into this next map.
Yeah, they're basically a perfect matchup, man. It's only a 0.5 that separates these guys in KD, but when you ask what do they do on the map, what kind of pressure do they apply towards the middle of the map to allow their teammates to just go out there and slay, they both are going to do the same exact thing. Like I said, you see the map records right there. Both 1-0 for OpTic and for Boston. It just comes down to that rotation gunfights. If OpTic can stay on top of it, you see Shotzzy currently leading the pack.
Oh, goodness.
The best KD on the team, 1.13. And keep in mind, he's their fastest player on the team.
Yeah.
He's putting up insane stats with this SMG in his hand.
Yeah, man. I mean, it is wild, right? We've talked about Shotzzy for the past 2 seasons. Obviously, the MVP in the MW season is rookie year. Last year, an MVP candidate as well, and making the case so far through our Major 1 qualifiers. But here we go into our game number 4, Boston versus OpTic. It's time for Tuscan. We'll see if Breach has the ability to send us the distance, as it'll be 10 unanswered points off the start and a great beginning for Nero specifically.
Yeah, Boston spawning on the better side of this P1 hard point. Able to start off with some fire. Nero on a 4-3, making a 5. As he's trying to work towards some early streaks, and this is beautiful start to this game for Boston, because they were able to get a majority of this time towards this P1, and they flipped the spawns for P2.
Have we seen a cleaner opener on Tuscan hardpoint?
Oh my!
I don't think we have. Nero off to an 8-0 start. Can you give him 9? Not going to be the case, but my goodness, Boston 33-0. They flipped the spawns off the rip, and they are prepared already for this next hardpoint. One of the better ones in the game is already going to be here, and in their possession is, how about the start for Nero Poison? 9-2. Scump gets taken down by a nade as the forces from Texas already limited, and Shotzzy off to an 0-4 beginning. He'll finally get on the board, but yet for OpTic to finally accrue a point, there's going to be one. But my goodness, I mean, we got to talk about it, Jay. That opener from Breach, they are feeling fiery right now.
100%, and especially for Nero. This is a guy who's been going off ever since the series has started.
my
Capsidal finds another 3 in the feed. Boston are going to focus on this remaining 25 seconds, but you have to start thinking big picture. You want to start thinking about that rotation, and Nero, unfortunately, is going to drop to iLLeY. So now OpTic able to get at least 11 seconds off of this P2 hardpoint, but they're going to be fully set up for this P3. They just have to hold this initial push that's going to come in from the roof side.
I mean, in fairness, Jay, it feels like the only player that could take down Nero at this point is, in fact,
Nero.
Yeah, it feels like that's the only guy who can really match up with him. He's looking in the mirror and he's saying, okay, let's square up, buddy. Here we go, 48-12. OpTic finally with some control. We'll see if this could just be another highlight for the Breach, as here comes the streak from the top. The glide bomb is in. Guaranteed kill onto Scump, but no, he somehow stays alive in top fire. No idea how the Jinja Ninja survives a play like that, as he will also stay alive again through the middle of that firefight. Teammates watching over, and we say goodnight to Scump. We say goodbye to TJ as well. A nice first half of this hill granted for OpTic. And this last kill looks to come on through. Last player in Methodz. Will Vent to go ahead and back on up, not to aggress this. Texas with a great regain on this hill as they get the full 60.
Yeah, and that's just unfortunate for Boston. They're probably thinking at the end of that P2, hey, we have a glide bomb to work with. Let's just take our time and open up with that first kill, and then eventually play the trades. But once that doesn't find that kill, OpTic were able to hold that time down basically flawlessly and take this lead for the time being. Now you have to start thinking about that rotation. You have Shotzzy trying to flip these spawns. Capsidal able to take him down, secure the spawns for the time being for Boston towards the backside, but a lot of pressure from OpTic coming in from the front. not able to break in as Nero and TJ able to find 2.
Yeah, good work from OpTic, trying to linger in the back of the base, and it could work out for them quite nicely. Breach with the spawns, they actually do find themselves over at the column as Shotzzy now with 3 straight rather, inside of the feed. As we said, Breach are close, but they are not getting anywhere near this objective without running into 4 or 5 players plus. iLLeY takes down Shotzzy, but at the very least, it is a worthy transaction in the end. Texas go from getting dominated off the start to excellent holds at our last 2 hills. They've got the advantage as now we're in at the command center. iLLeY 2 kills away from a streak. He gets taken down, and it's Breach with early time finally at a hard point. Granted, it's at command center.
Yeah, I have to get a little bit over aggressive towards that roof side and die off the rotation, which allows Breach to fully set up, push out a couple players towards plat. Shotzzy finds that opening kill. So now you see the pinch starting to come in from bottom fountain, starting to come in from plat side. Methodz with the unfortunate team nade. He's going to take down his teammate, and Scump able to find 2. OpTic are going to break in with a clean 3.
An excellent break once more from Texas, specifically the nice 2 coming in from Scump. Helps solidify the time. TJ tosses out the nade as he'll look to try to make a play through the bottom side of the map, but he gets found out as well. A big spot already for Breach, as we called it. They've already secured a spot for winners at the major, but they have the ability to, without a doubt, improve their seeding with the pressure on the line and with the series on the line. Let's step aside and see how the communication is sounding with Boston.
You might flick, he's gonna flick. I'm beyond back church in a sec. I don't see him.
Mid up.
I'm trying to get mid. You got mid? Okay.
Yeah.
I have a church bench.
I got time. Can you get mid?
I'm alone on time. I got mid.
I'm trying to watch church side time right now.
Church bench. He's going back church.
Nice, one little church, I think. Mid, and nice. Low fire.
No, top church. Mid. He's mid. I'll put him in a sec. Dead. Nice. Fire set. Okay.
Their side.
I'm mid.
Out of block. Enter you.
I hit mid lane.
He's dead.
I'm in the corner mid lane.
I'll get mid. Give me 5. They're out here. Dashy. They're out of block.
Nice, I'm pushing up. What is out of me? Yeah. I'm gonna hit mid lane in a sec.
Yeah, he's mid lane. Hit him. Nice.
Both there. Brandon one shot.
I'm there.
I have left. Brandon side. Good comeback, yo.
You got mid?
I have all P5.
Yo, mid. All I have is P5. Mid's open completely. Our side, you.
They're all hitting close. Hitting to right. And when Brandon's out here. Yo, all four right.
Okay. Pick him up, you right? I spawned right.
I got a cut here.
You're gonna be top left. Oh, you got top left?
I don't know we flip. I don't think they know we flip.
Don't see anything green?
I got him all.
Top green, I got the worst timing. Top green.
He's
going top trees. He's going top trees.
I'll do Brandon.
Okay. He's going top church. He might cut him.
In the back, Brandon.
Hand over. I'm gonna try and go top green.
In the back.
I say we cut him.
In A's, guys. Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
I don't see him top flat.
He's top church.
Top green.
He's a time.
Time one shot.
I'm working top plat. Dead top plat.
Nice time.
I think he's back truck.
Back L. Weak. Enter.
Could be church alley.
Enter back L.
Watch
church alley.
Bottom church, Dashy. Low church.
Green.
Back out.
Always interested to listen in, rather, with the communication of a younger team like the Boston Breach. I mean, what, Jay? It felt like pretty fiery at the start, but you can kind of begin to feel the momentum starting to be lost moment to moment. OpTic Texas flipped the spawns, and then really from there, the Breach vibes start to get lowered a little bit, but relying heavily on those veterans, and throughout the majority of those moments, a lot of good moments being called out from the veterans there.
Yeah, Boston, they sounded great, at least initially when we first went into the listening. But when it got to about 20 seconds left on that P1 hardpoint, OpTic were able to find 3 kills and then eventually flip those spawns. So then you heard Boston start to sigh a little bit because they do not have spawns. They know they're playing from the back foot, but they respond immediately by rotating early towards this P3 hardpoint. And so far, they're able to get it clean 4 dead. Now only being down 40 points, OpTic are getting the spawn towards top roof because players are so far pushed up towards the middle of the map. OpTic are able to find 2 kills. iLLeY going for the potential break. OpTic with 30 seconds left, they can breach that 200-point mark.
Yeah, they absolutely can. So what you did there, partner, nice little pun.
Like that?
Absolutely love those. And Breach, thankfully, will be able to retake on in, so they will live up to the name, breaching back inside of the hill and securing some much-needed seconds. Not only do they need the time, but they need for OpTic to not grab a single second at that last hill. They let it go for a moment, but the retake is in, and now they're within less than 20 points from reclaiming the lead themselves. Not a great start for Methodz, as really he runs right in to the reticle from Dashy. A nice setup already for OpTic as TJ looks to make the play through the back.
Yeah, TJ's gonna have to try to go big because Dashy, he's not missing any bullets on any player. And that's gonna be top plat, but he gets red. He's gonna get taken down. Methodz trying to do everything he can from this right side of the map, but OpTic are able to break that 200, breach that 200-point mark. You see a lot of pressure from Boston though, coming in from front church, coming in from top church. OpTic gonna be able to have enough guns ready for these gunfights. They do find 3 in the feed. Last player here is going to be Capsidal.
It just feels right. It just feels like Boston continually taking down players trying to make solo plays because they have no teammate support. Finally, Capsidal lingering on the flank. Can his play finally turn into something? It appears that it won't be. A 1v1 over at church for just a few seconds, but Breach, they know they can't get that time. They have got to be prepared for new. Last time at P5, I mean, what we saw OpTic do a great job at holding down the seconds as they're within 40. It's going to take a lot from Breach to walk away with some time in what is a very, very chaotic hard point. Back and forth we go, but it's Texas again with 3, make it nearly 4 down as Nero, a hope and a prayer, he stays alive. OpTic now within 25.
Boston are here though. Boston are here from roof side. Fortunately, Capsidal with the teammate onto TJ is going to slow down the aggression, but Capsidal on the flank, able to find all 3. And now, 30 seconds. Last player here is going to be Shotzzy towards the bottom side. Capsidal is going to commit towards the gunfight, allow his teammates to get in towards the point. Trying to pick up some streaks is going to be Cap, but unfortunately, he gets taken down with 20 seconds left. OpTic, they're still going to put themselves in a great position to close this game out. They can no longer win it here, but with a clean 4 dead, 15 seconds remaining, 2:49. You're almost there, pal.
Yeah, you're almost there. You're almost across the finish line. Capsidal doing everything he can to try to fuel this team as they have to hop on the objective, but Shotzzy is here. Shotzy's in the wings. He's waiting. He's prepared. 9 more points before we call this a Series W for OpTic Texas. Breach. Can they break on in the hill? Can they do anything? And it appears as if that will not be the case. OpTic Texas walk away with the victory versus Boston, a team that started off 0-2, then go on to win 3 series straight. Incredible composure and excellent work toward the stretch of our Major 1 qualifiers. OpTic Texas guaranteed themselves the 4th seed, and Boston will walk away with the 8th. A solid opportunity for Breach. They get the winner's bracket, but in the end, it's only the 1 map W as OpTic closes out in 4.
And that's the OpTic that we were expecting to see from the beginning of the year. You can just tell that their teamwork was on point. That last map, rotations were beautiful. Every time it went towards that P5 hill, they were able to get a clean 4 dead at that P4. And then you have an easy rotation every single time. And then even towards the final moments right there, when Boston were able to get in towards that P5 hard point, you already see Shotzzy. He's sitting himself in the corner at P1, just waiting for that rotation to come in. You can just tell OpTic, they had the game plan. They made sure that their teamwork was on point, especially when you're coming out and you're winning maps that you have never even played before in such a dominant fashion. Beating a team like Boston also in search and destroy. OpTic, they're getting better at search. Their control is consistent. If they can just get a little bit better at their hard point when it comes down to rotation, instead of solo challenging or just individually challenging when you're trying to break hills, OpTic are going to be one of those teams that we're going to be talking about all year long that can win a championship.
Yeah, man, it just seems that way. As we said, the consistency is starting to form. The consistency really across all modes continues to be there, and with Shotzzy hitting the way that he was, with iLLeY having the series that he was as well.
Yeah, man.
Things are looking the best they have so far throughout the season for this OpTic Texas team. And as we said, with that W, they will actually go from, what, I forget what seed that they were in coming into this match, but they will advance all the way to that 4th seed. A 3-2 record going down the way that they did. Many thought, well, this could get dire, right? This could be very scary for this OpTic Texas team, but the way that they were able to compose themselves, they get 2 3-0s and a 3-1 victory. It's impressive, to put it lightly. A great win here for the Texas side as they will walk away with the W. And really, I guess if you're Breach, I don't know, Jay, it's just kind of worrying, I guess, when it comes down to the search destroys. They continue to lose those. The controls, they come in versus a team that's yet to play it. They get 3-0'd. The hardpoints have looked better, but I don't know if you're looking at hardpoint to be the saving grace all season, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if hardpoint's going to be their saving grace. They need to get back to their footing in search and destroy because that was their bread and butter. But when you take a look at these seeds, OpTic go from 5th to 4th. And now with Boston that go from 6th to 8th, I'm pretty sure at Major 1, they have to play Atlanta. And that's not a good matchup for Boston, if you ask me.
It's not going to be a fun time at all to face off against those tiny tears. Let's go and bring back in the desk. Okay, guys, welcome back. Boston not with the W. It's Texas's turn here.
I told these guys, man. I told them OpTic Texas is going to win. They're Boston all the way, but OpTic, they're proving it once again, man. These guys are continuously getting better. Yeah. I got to start believing in them.
No, let's be completely honest for a second. OpTic going 0-2 at the beginning of the year, like, yeah, the drama was funny to a lot of people, right? But it wasn't a laughing matter once they racked up those 3 wins. Minnesota, Paris, and now Boston breach. And these aren't just them slipping by getting the wins, and these are like dominant wins. Like, they're showing like we're outright better than you now.
Yeah, I mean, even at the end of that first Gavutu, they had big opportunities to win that. Just weren't able to break on into P1. But I want to talk a little bit about that round 11 because that takes a lot of poise, right? Like, these guys took their time and did an OG, like, back in the day strat. Like, they spread the map and completely just waited for the Boston Breach to make their first move and go for that bomb plant. The only player that they had really pushed up was Shotzzy, and I thought that was just an incredible play call. Whoever was in-game leader in that round 11 making that play call, it was on the money. Shotzzy gets behind them, makes a little bit of noise. Actually didn't even pick up a kill on his first push towards the bomb. He was just annoying, and then they collapsed and ended up securing the round. That is a beautiful play call in a round 11 where a championship team has to be on point.
Exactly. aLLeY, what are your takeaways from Boston Breach and also OpTic Texas? Boston, the last 2 series is pretty rough, but this is the round 11 that Nameless was talking about.
I mean, this round 11 was pretty painful to watch. Boston Breach they were all just sitting mid, just waiting for some sort of information and for a pick, and it just didn't go in their favor because OpTic was basically doing the same thing. They were like, you know what, we're going to sit here, we're going to wait for the bomb to go down, we're on defense, and it didn't. I mean, the clock dwindled down and Boston had to panic. They had to plan it. But I have to talk about the hard points. I have to, Valley. I was sitting here. I am really livid with Boston Breach right now because of the simple fact on that game 4, the amount of times they were in position for rotations. They had spawns in the bag. There was 1 or 2 player pushed out of position, like across the map, and they just got picked apart. Shotzzy had a free lane. He pushed through the back of church. There was a player pushed up top roof, and they lost spawns because of that. That should have been a money hill in their favor, and it happened multiple times throughout the hill, and maybe worked out one time when 3 players were pushed out mid in P3. They ended up getting all the wins on top of roof, but like
even
so many
trades
times,
weren't even going
players were pushed so far out mid away from the hill. None of them were close enough for trades, and like that was probably the most frustrating thing to watch.
No, I completely agree. So OpTic heading into their own major right now, Nameless. I mean, this is tough for the competition, man. You got to fire up Scump, iLLeY, and everybody now. The team is looking better as a whole, and this just shows that when it comes to this major, I mean, hey, this is any man's game.
Yeah, you know, after the first 2 games, they definitely were not looking championship caliber. Now they seem to have fixed a ton of their issues. I mean, back-to-back matches, the Search and Destroy has looked a lot better. They're getting tested, brought all the way to the end by an amazing Search and Destroy team. I mean, Boston Breach, they were 4-0 in Search yesterday, 4-2 coming into today with a ton of reps on that map. So OpTic's looking a lot better, and I think that they are a championship threat headed into this major one.
Right, and even looking forward, aLLeY, even though we saw the hard points, it was frustrating at times. Overall, Boston still looks like a great team. So next time we'll see them will be in Texas as well. And what are your thoughts about how they're going to be?
Hopefully fix the little mistakes, man. Y'all got to regroup. You got to tell Cap to stop pushing out ult for 10 seconds across the map on these money hills, dude. Yeah. And OpTic, though, man, they were 12th in break percentage. You cannot let the 12th in break percentage team be breaking you that easily on Tuscan.
They got their 1 map, though. They just had to win 1 map to make it.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
So the goal was accomplished, all right? So we'll see the improvements they make going into the major.
Yeah, so aLLeY, let me ask you about OpTic. I've asked Nameless a lot. So OpTic, what are things that you look forward to seeing from them when it comes to their own major?
I mean, it has to be the improvement, right? It's going to be like a home field advantage. Everybody's going to be showing up and cheering for them in the heart of Texas. And they didn't have the best showing at Kickoff Classic. They haven't had the best showing at the start, but now they've won 3 matches in a row.
That's what
right?
matters.
They are doing nothing but continuously on an incline to get better. They've proven that 1 Series 3-0 was not a fluke against Toronto Ultra, and now heading into the major, they're in a great position.
I mean, I think the biggest thing for OpTic when you look at them going into the major, they have to get better at the AR maps when it comes to hardpoint. We've seen them, they're 0-2 on Berlin hardpoint, and they're also now 0-1 on Gavutu hardpoint. Granted, it was still very close. Yeah. I think it just has to do with the AR play on OpTic Texas. We're seeing iLLeY and Dashy have these big performances, but who's going to be the third guy to pull out that AR when it comes to Gavutu? We got to see Scump or Shotzzy. One of them's just going to have to do it. We saw Simp do it for FaZe, and they started to win that map. Yeah. And when it comes to Berlin, maybe now that iLLeY's having more consistent gameplay, they can add that map back into the rotation. So it seems like they're playing around with their vetoes. Now maybe they're getting rid of Berlin, trying out Gavutu. So they're getting ready for it, right? But it has to be on point when major comes because they're going to be playing these teams that are going to test their map pool, that are going to be good at Bocage and good at Tuscan, right?
Yeah.
So you're not going to get away with just winning those maps every series. So that's the one question I still have about them.
One thing I will say in that series, whenever Dashy's on, he just absolutely melts everybody.
He was fine.
Yeah, no, definitely. But speaking of which, we actually have our Game Field post-victory spotlight interview with the one and only Dashy. Let's get him on screen. Dashy, congratulations on the win, man. What's going on, Dashy? I have to say, man, it has to be a big sigh of relief that you guys have been on the tear lately, going 0-2 to start the year, and now 3-0. I mean, how happy are you with your team's success?
Yeah, I'm just super proud of us. Obviously, had a rough start. That wasn't ideal at all, but turned it around, and I'm just super happy that we showed a lot of resilience in doing that.
Dashy, man, congratulations on the win, but when are you going to give the people what they want? When are you going to pull out a sniper on Search and Destroy? Dude, I know everybody's raring for it.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Sniper is just not it in this game. It's just, it's 4 years to aim in, and then you get shot at once and it goes to the sky. So I don't know if the sniper is going to be used often, but it's definitely situational, so we have to wait for the right moment.
That's
like
a shame to hear. I want to
That
see
is,
the
dude.
sniper. Right. Dashy, first, congratulations on the win, and then shooting up, obviously, in the ladder, going into Major 1. I want to ask you, what's the primary focus going forward into Major 1? What are you guys going to be really honing in on to get that championship?
Obviously, we want to keep having great practice. That's probably priority number one. And probably just cleaning up a few things in our hardpoint right now. It's especially on Gav and Berlin, I believe.
Yeah.
I think both those maps, but just a couple of rotational fixes, and I think we're solved.
Sweet.
All right, sounds good. All right, Dashy, thank you so much for the interview so far. Now, it was a good, big win. Last question I want to ask you, heading into the OpTic Texas Major, what is one team that you really look forward to playing out there, and why?
One team. I mean, I don't want to put it past anyone.
You can name them all, man.
Oh, yeah, it's just all of them. Competitive league.
All right, man. We'll catch you over there in Texas, and you have a great day, all right?
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Oh, no problem. All right, so that's pretty much it. We heard it from Dashy himself. Hopefully we see him with a sniper rifle in his hand soon. But coming up next, we have an absolute banger. The Game Field marquee matchup of the day will be what? York Subliners versus Atlanta. Okay.
This is potentially a bloodbath, bro.
I like New York. I like New York, man. Okay, but I will say this. That's going to be a good game to see if New York can prove themselves against the best in the CDL right now. Atlanta FaZe has been a team that dominated last year. Esports Team of the Year, by the way. And we're going to see if they can continue their dominance against a team that's trying to rise up in the rankings. So on the other side of the break, we'll catch you for our last series of the day. We'll see you soon.
of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Welcome back to the CDL Analyst Desk. I'm aBeZy, this is aLLeY, and also Nameless. But heading into this year, especially the Kickoff Classic, we saw the Atlanta FaZe fall early in. Kind of like last year, people were wondering, how are they going to be when the season starts? So far, Atlanta FaZe are #1 in the CDL, and they're not slowing down anytime soon. But they'll be facing off against the New York Subliners, a team that are looking to work their way up the rankings. But aLLeY, when it comes to Atlanta, I mean, they're just dominant. They're the best. They're great, every single one of them.
There's almost only so much you can say about this squad, right?
Yeah.
Again, we said it earlier in pre-show. It's just a continuation of all the great things that they have accomplished as a team. If you want to nitpick, maybe clean up a couple of rotations, maybe trust each other a little more, as Alec was saying. He's making some play calls and the boys are just not listening to him. But over and all, I mean, it's Atlanta FaZe. They were dominant last year and they're looking to do a repeat this year.
Now, Nameless, when it comes to the game field keys to victory, I mean, Atlanta knows better than we do. But when it comes to numbers, what are a few things that they could work on?
I mean, Atlanta FaZe, this is unbelievable. Game field keys to victory, lock down the hard points. NYSL is winless through 7 hardpoint maps this season. For Atlanta FaZe, a team that's sitting at 5-2 in hardpoint, they should be okay there. Cellium continued player of the major form, 1.35 KD this season so far, #1 overall. For me, it was like a race between him and Sib, and he's just completely taken over. Cellium is just dominant in that role. He's having an MVP year so far. And then keep things simple versus a bad slaying team. Atlanta's #1 overall team KD. NYSL is last, 12th out of 12. So obviously this is a very lopsided match. If Atlanta FaZe just come in here, really New York, they just look good in search and destroy yesterday, right? So I think Atlanta come here, take it extremely serious, try to go, 5-0, win every single match here, and don't joke around when it comes to search and destroys, because clearly New York is a threat there.
Well, New York is a threat in search and destroy, but we can't forget who's in this lobby right now. We got
That's very true, though.
Yeah, no, seriously. Players like Simp have dominated that when it comes to the scene for a while now. But the game field player to watch is definitely going to be Cellium. He's a guy who has dominated when it comes to non-traded kills and just dominating leaderboards all around, aLLeY.
I completely agree. His non-traded kill percentage, I believe, is over 70%, if I'm correct. And as it shows on your screen, positive KD overall. Search and destroy is a 2.28 KD. That is literally the most mind-blowing thing I have ever seen on the professional level. Cellium has yet to be shut down.
Yeah, so talking about search and destroy, yeah, New York, they're going to have it out for him right now. And there goes the guy right there, Cellium, leading the league in KD in just about every single category out there. But you know what? They're going to be facing off against New York Subliners, a team with a little chip on their shoulder. They made a recent team change. We've been talking about it since last week. But right now, they're looking to continue their win streak. They finally got their first win. And aLLeY, it's safe to say that I like what I see from them so far.
You know what? New York is climbing out of the trenches right now. They are literally tooth and nail pulling themselves out of the hole that they dug themselves at the beginning of the season, and now heading into Major 1, coming off a hot win to a Game 5. I do have to say, man, they got blundered in the hard points, and they got away with the 2 searches and the control, and that's going to be really difficult against a team like Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, and Royalty coming into the mix, I want to see them get more comfortable, especially as their submachine gun player replacing Neptune. And the thing is, one player that's been popping off like crazy is Hydra. But aLLeY, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, what does New York have to do?
Well, Hydra needs to continue the hot slaying this weekend. He is 1.21 in the series versus Boston yesterday. We also got to look at Crim for that as well. And the big question now has to really be Royalty. He has to bring more slaying and tough SMG battle. He has a 0.74 KD so far this season, and that is just not going to fly against the likes of Simp and aBeZy, in argument as being the best sub players in a very, very long time. And of course, rotation wins critical to finding success at hardpoint. 11th in rotation win percentage. My biggest gripe yesterday when it came to New York Subliners in the hardpoints is they left a lot of time uncapped, actually. It felt like they were in control of the situation, but nobody was getting time on the hills. So maybe a communication communication error there, but we talked to Krim yesterday, and he definitely said that they know what they're doing wrong, so hopefully we see a quick turnaround today.
I will say this about this matchup, Nameless. When it comes to both of these teams playing each other, I'm not looking for New York Subliners to walk away with a big victory over Atlanta FaZe. What I'm looking for right now are just momentary victories. I want to see them do better in hard point.
Absolutely.
Fun game modes.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple situations yesterday where the game got away from them. It was two fairly narrow hard points, you know, on Bocage and on Tuscan, and those are two SMG maps, right? And this is a team that should thrive in those situations if Royalty can step it up. But yeah, it's just a situational play. I want to see them making better decisions. We saw at the end of that Bocage where they really let the game get away from them on that Trenches Hill. So situations like that, just respond better. Stop dying on rotation, like Krim said at the very end. Take your time, set up, and you know, if FaZe bullies their way in, fine. That's a better way to lose than losing by mistake on your
own. Right. Yeah. Team full of vests, you know what? I think they're going to find their way out of that mess. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for the Game Fuel Marquee match of the day, and it's time to toss this over to Miles and Chance. Fellas, it's up to you to close out the day. Take it away.
It's going to be a great one. Thank you very much, Veli. Chance, we are ready to go, baby. Let's get it. This is going to be a fun one. We've gone back and forth quite a lot about what to expect about this series, and the storylines are all there, man. Last series, of course, before the major really gets going. And, mate, we are treated to a Berlin hardpoint right off the rip.
Yeah, for the first time for Atlanta FaZe. And Cellium, by the way, it cannot be understated how bonkers his stats are. It's not just the KD, it's not just the damage output. Did you see that? Like non-traded kills per life. He is averaging every single time he spawns in, he gets a kill and he gets away with his life as well. I mean, right now, I think this is your clear-cut frontrunner for MVP. Certainly so in stage one.
Okie dokie. Cellium, our Game Fuel featured player, start things off with a plum with the rest of his teammates finding kills as well. New York Subliners, they've scratching their heads on that one. Time going the way of FaZe right off the rip. And this has been fun, can't lie, already. Being treated to what should be a very exciting contest against Hydra. Man of the hour, it feels like, for the New York Subliners. And the fans across the world loving what he's putting up. Can he bring the goods today now against FaZe? The answer is maybe, baby. 4 down there for FaZe. Now we've got the New York Subliners in the point.
And that is a nice little break on. He'll collect a bit of that scrap, and you'll still be down by a decent bit of time. But you see Hydra right now waiting for his teammates as Krim takes a tumble. I have to make sure you group up and try to make one perfect break. But New York, they're doing it as a full 4-man squad. They are taking their time going all the way around back. And if you're taking your time, you got to make sure your push is perfect. And, well, Cellium, the first man to cut it down.
Yep, indeedy. Clay through mid now. Towards the mailroom again. Atlanta FaZe still managed to get themselves in there. Now Clay trying to break on in. How can he find anything? Checking the corner, breaking down a wall, full-blown Kool-Aid man. But nothing as of yet. The rest of the squad coming on through. Every single angle covered there. New York Subliners, they find their way in. They find Cellium. They finally kill him. Simp's here. Again, trade upon trade upon trade. Hydra looking to break the wheels. Stop this from actually getting any worse. And the hell's he got in the front of that rat?
Whatever he's got on it, maybe it doesn't pay off quite well enough. By the way, Royalty, this is a very nice start for him. The man that has, what, in the only 2 series he's played, he's been averaging a 0.7 for the squad. He's got to pick it up and slaying it. Honestly, so far, so good. It wasn't the perfect break on this hill, but honestly, New York doing a very nice job just to strip away some of that time and, much more importantly, get set up on that rotation. It is only a 6-point game between these 2 teams. New York, this is their opportunity to really try to build some bit of a lead. Krim winning gunfights over towards Doc. He got the clearance and fire. This right now is perfect for the Subliners.
So far, so good. aBeZy was trying to be the man and make it happen. He will not be, though. Royalty now getting involved. Good to see him finding himself on the roster here so far. 6-4. Good strike. Oh, 7-4 now. There's a great start out of him. Still, the lead now goes away. The New York Subliners. A beautiful hard point for them. Simp and aBeZy now down low, looking to find the opportune moment. Here comes the wind-up punch, and the charge now forward for FaZe. Cell's going to help out. aBeZy, this is your moment, Sonny Jim. Flying in, doesn't get anything done. Hydra from behind. New York Subliners chance. They're looking all right as they hold the line continuously. 20 seconds remaining here. Should all be theirs.
Yeah, New York going to collect those final 15 seconds. It is worth mentioning, by the way, this is the first time we have seen FaZe played this map. I know there's been a decent bit of conversation about how Atlanta is handling their hardpoint vetoes. I know this is a team very much willing to sort of flex, expand their map pool, sort of play with it around a little bit, but right now they are going against a team who is 0-7 in hardpoint throughout stage 1, and they're playing on a map that we have not seen them. Well, their first look so far, they are down by 40 points. We are going to just a mess of this P4 hill, and their time for the moment, able to collect any bit of time. Clayster gets cleaned up, so maybe FaZe will be able to collect a little bit, but even still, not easy to stay alive in P4.
This is the swarm from FaZe. They know someone's around here. There's Royalty. aBeZy patient pays off. Big kill. Hydra's up next. Oh no, bullets, you need them. That's fresh though, as the teammates there to help him out. Play comes through, aBeZy on a 4 now. That was a stressful little moment there, and he will eat the stun, but for now, he's still holding it together. aBeZy starting to try to heat things up. Crim's going to be there to cut him down, and mate, it's getting hot. It's getting spicy. It's big stuff out of Simp already. There were many who touted him as not necessarily the player he's been at the start of the season, and already, a couple of weeks in, the man is terrifying.
I mean, yeah, I think Simp is probably one of those players that I don't know exactly what it is, but he has been getting a ton of hate, I think, as of late. And one of the comments that sort of cracked me up is the people that are acknowledging it after the first couple series of like, we're going to have to make fun of him while we can because we know it's not going to last. We know at some point he's going to flip that switch and go back to just his literal world domination. And well, Berlin, the map they haven't played, he's 13-5 on a 6 spree. He was on a 5 spree before this and got teammated. So literally the walking streak at this point is Simp. Atlanta FaZe have the lead. They've got full control of both sides of P3 and maybe Royalty there to open things up just a little bit. If nothing else, massive kill to shut down Simp.
And still, while all the kills are taking place, the lead's still relatively tight. Atlanta FaZe with a slight lead for now, but it's a nice hard point either way. Everyone's having a good time. See how evenly contested we can remain. Again, it's going to take 1 or 2 decent hardpoint holds to really separate anything here. Final few moments going the way of NYSL. Big kill out of Clay there to stay alive. That's 2 for him. Them old thumbs still got life in him. Royalty now trying to make his way forward as the first set of hardpoints come to a close, and it's a single second separating the 2 teams. We'll take that, baby. Exciting stuff here in Berlin. Into the next set we go.
It looks like Crim has the read on Arcitys. I'm assuming he's going to call that out to his teammates to watch the down low push, and that's going to be Clayster's job. Clayster from the top row takes care of business inside the actual point, though. Guess who is here? Simp on his new life goes on a 3 spree. Good enough for a couple trades, but with 35 seconds left, New York in a slightly stronger spot to get these final few points. Another flank for FaZe is going to be coming through. That's number 7. That's number 7 that gets the kills. aBeZy can only find 1 Hydra there for the next 2. And I got to say, New York, I was expecting this to go a much different way, but we so far have a battle on our hands.
Pick'ems are already looking a little bit squirrely, but we'll see if NYSL can keep this one going. aBeZy's not going to check that corner, and why would he? Royalty tucked away so neatly, finds it. Clock still going in favor of the Subliners. First hard point here in the second set, finished. All good looks there from NYSL. Second one about to pop here in the mailroom, and already Simp, aBeZy playing and wait. Royalty's got himself a brand new corner. Now he gets cut down. Here comes a few more, and Simp, oh no, Clay with a rat! Suns him on the inside of the hard point, and now you've got some time going the way of Atlanta FaZe, but Crim trying to make his entrance. He's been a little quiet this game so far, but that's not like Porter in IRL. He's been wonderful in the interviews, and mate, can we get him again for the end of this one if New York win? I hope so.
I mean, that's the dream. Keep in mind, this is very similar to the last go around, but a couple things that are different. Number 7 aBeZy, he's going to the flank. These might not even be gunfights. He needs to take too soon, but his teammates are picking up the kills. So now aBeZy has successfully flipped those spawns. Him picking up those 2 kills is going to spawn FaZe towards the left side of the map. And that was the one thing Atlanta did not hold. I don't even care about Royalty World Star. That's fine. But you and FaZe over towards P3, they basically got full 60. Well, aBeZy has done the hard work to secure that rotation. So you might be down by 17 points going into it, but already Atlanta, a much nicer job on the rotation.
Here comes Crim 6 making his way forward, and it's 3 now in a row for Crim Thick, and he's trying to find some more outside. Here comes Hydra through mid-street. Pressure on, man. The covering fire is all good, and Hydra continues to flail. It's 13-17 from overall. Not a problem, right? He's still making this work out. Time ticking away now for Atlanta FaZe. Trying to hit through the back. Isn't it a bloody shot against Simp? What was that fight? How did that fight go on for so long? Pro con? Indeed. Through the back we come now, and Hydra, oh baby, the play's still alive and kicking. Can he find aBeZy? He does! Oh my word. I was making fun of the man for missing his shot a minute ago, and now he's on a 5 spree.
Well, he does get shut down. I'm going to say as well, that is incredibly important for New York to get that break. If they actually get those back spawns but can't quite get inside the hill, I mean, that's just a dagger for themselves on the rotation. But they get that clean break, they maintain the lead, and you go to a P3 where there was the investment from aBeZy to take that full wrap around, and New York's still able to bully themselves back in. So Subliners for the moment taking care of business, and even Cellium, you see, Game Fuel featured player 18-20. I mean, this is a guy who has been unstoppable, but for the moment, his fire has been quelled.
I mean, it's still a smoldering fire. There's still some heat in there, still some fine embers. A little bit of oxygen will get that bad boy back to life, and okay, that helps. Royalty's up next. He knows there's 2 here. Oh, the squad spawns from Clay there. Cell stay alive, still on the 2 spree. Hardpoint going the way of Atlanta FaZe, 40 on that one again. Nice bit of a lull now as aBeZy can catch his breath and chill out for a moment. No problem for him though, 24 and 19. Here comes the approach though. Simp's cutting these players off. No one from NYSL is even close to this point right now, Chance.
No, this is without question, I think the hardest hill, well, outside of Bokage P1, excuse me, one of the hardest hills in this game to hold. In FaZe, I mean, completely on point. This is, again, one of the most impressive we've seen on Berlin. Krim maybe fighting for the final 10 seconds to scrap, but he gets cleaned up and FaZe there to collect it. Very back and forth game. We have a couple of wild hills as well that have progressed, but as it stands, FaZe, that 20-point lead going over towards P5, another very difficult one to hold on to, but under with the automaton. Easy kills for him. There's a nice little 4 in the feed, and Subliners, they have bought themselves a good chunk of time here on P5.
P5's looking all right so far. Clay's roaming around, having a good time. Timing paying off for him as well. 40 seconds remaining here. Atlanta FaZe will get back in there for a brief moment. Look at the yellow arrows on the mini-map. Bit of a spread right now. Clay's trying to just stop the player on point. Right now, that was the goal. Hydra's going to be there to help out. Can't quite get everyone here. aBeZy does help out with the team kill. A tiny bit of a disconnect here from Atlanta FaZe, but they have a decent lead coming now towards the end of P5, Chance.
And you see, it looks like Subliners actually sort of chalking up P5, right? They're just trying to keep FaZe off of it while everyone else is going on rotation. So Royalty is taking the fullest of flanks at Clayster, trying to effectively trap them in from the other side. Clayster gets beamed, but look at what Royalty has done for those spawns. He has gotten the left side for the team, and at the very least, the objective work has been done, but now it's about the gunfights, right? FaZe have built themselves a very nice lead, and aBeZy on a 4 just breaks the entire thing by himself. FaZe just set themselves up to win this game.
And this is this horror that is aBeZy when he's on his absolute prime. Starting to heat up here in Vanguard, as is all of Atlanta FaZe. New York Subliners' chance have been absolutely stunned from the last few hills. They haven't been able to get anything going. They can get the win here. It's the final 10 seconds now. Clay with the kill. Go, Subliners. You got to get in the point. Get something going here. It's Cellium on the 4 spree, soaking up the time. Last minute contest now. This could be the opportunity to maybe stop something happen, but no, he doesn't. Cell with the kills. Puts him on a spree. Simp's going to be there for the final seconds. And Atlanta FaZe, we haven't seen him on Berlin yet. Now we got our first taste, and a little spicy. I think some yogurt maybe to bring down the heat factor there, but love what we saw.
And I think maybe one of the more important takeaways for me, obviously very back and forth game, but one, the adjustments that FaZe needed to make. Again, that P3, the first set of rotations, they basically got full 60'd on. aBeZy, the next time that hill comes up in the second set of rotation, goes on the full flanks to flip those spawns to make sure that the deja vu doesn't happen again. And that P4, the second time around, again, I'm not 100% certain, but it was damn near close, if not one of the best P4 holds we have seen on Berlin. And I mean, that's the first time we've seen Atlanta FaZe on that map. Maybe not as dominant as I was necessarily expecting, but FaZe still took care of business off the back of the tiny tears. 30 bomb for the both of them.
30 bomb for the both of them. Again, as we look across the highlights, it was a bloodbath, a real closely contested match at times. I mean, look at the leads between either team. Everyone had their swing of things. Everyone had a good time here, but at the end, Atlanta FaZe with the stamina, with the staying power to really run the series and run the map to its close. And man, this run from Hydra was a fun one again. A lot of good kills. Strange protracted gunfight to start that one off, Chance, but then great timing all round. Beautiful stuff from either team. But mate, that was the first time we got to see FaZe on Berlin, and it's been the sort of story of FaZe since Vanguard dropped, is play the weaker modes, really get the best practice possible, and come into that first major lethal form. And I think they're doing just that.
I mean, it genuinely is concerning. There's so many teams that either have like an auto veto in both hard point, like an auto veto, honestly, in any given game mode. I think FaZe is one of the only, if not the only teams that literally have played every single map now at some point. So tough to pick a ban against these guys in the future. I know that is obviously a part of their long-term game plan. And I will say though, just for the flip side, to tell the story of the New York Subliners, I think Royalty is obviously a focus point on this team for good reason. He's the replacement player coming in for Neptune, and again, the first 2 series he's had like a 0.7, 0.75 for both of them. Obviously, the first time he's playing for Toronto, the ping is not on his side, but I think he is certainly the guy you want to look at to step it up in terms of slaying, just to make sure that second SMG on this squad is at least, you know, sort of in an even ballpark. And yes, they take that loss, but still they were making decent plays around the map. The slaying was a little bit better. I'm just looking for improvements from this team in this series and see what they can do in the week and a half they get before Major 1, but they're just going up against some juggernauts right now.
I mean, that's a long time, dude. A week and a half to get that practice in. You know everyone's going to be grinding it out, including Atlanta FaZe. So well, we may see the last day of qualifiers today, the long week of scrims. Hopefully some of that gets streamed so we get to watch it, but that'll be good fun to watch. But yeah, man, that's it. Atlanta FaZe, they strike first, they strike hard, no mercy, full Cobra Kai right off the rip here, and it's exciting to see them, man. Exciting to see them. Don't shake your head. That was great. Exciting to see how this one goes. Tuscan Search and Destroy coming up after this. And again, we have seen some goodies today. It's been a real fun day of Call of Duty. Whether you're a neutral or a fan of one of the teams watching, we appreciate you sticking this one around. Brother, what do you think about the Tuscan Search, dude? Of course, FaZe are ridiculous, but is there any sort of glimmers of hope, you think, from the New York camp?
Yes, absolutely. I would say for Hardpoint, saying no glimmer of hope is probably too extreme, but that has absolutely been the struggle point for the Subliners. If there's any hope of them winning this series, it'll almost certainly come from the 2-3-5, right? Especially if the Berlin doesn't go your way, the unplayed map for FaZe. So got to take care of business here. I'm not saying it's easy by any stretch of the imagination because, it's Atlanta FaZe. It's S&D. aBeZy's starting to get into the swing of things. Simp's starting to get into the swing of things. But that being said, seemingly solid map for both of these teams. Atlanta 1-0, New York 2-0. So comeback story, you never want to count out the GOATs.
You can't. It's impossible to count out the GOATs. Here we go. Fist pumps out. Clay's going to get some last minute hydration in before we now roll into our Search and Destroy, the second map in the series so far. And again, if you have been with us since the start of Vanguard, man, it's been ups and downs, dude. We've seen a little bit of everything in the short, 4.5 weeks it feels like now of comp play, and dude, the major is going to be something special. Plenty of surprises coming your way, Call of Duty fans, so I hope you're looking forward to it. It's going to be a real treat. I believe tickets are still available, so if you want to rock up the whole 4-day, I believe, experience, come on down. It's going to be a droid.
And Miles, correct me if I'm wrong, how often have we seen anyone on Atlanta FaZe sniping S&D?
Not since BO4, and even then that was Simp on a Unite.
There you go. I was going to say, because I know Arcitys can snipe as well, Cell obviously can snipe, but I think Simp's been the main guy. That might be like now that the Berlin hardpoint's out of the way, one of the only things for FaZe we actually haven't gotten a great look at initially. By the looks of it, no snipers out by the side of FaZe, and you can see they're actually very prepared for this B pressure to come in. Big gunfight down low. That is actually the first blood battle, by the way. aBeZy is the Reaper in that category, but Crim has never been far behind. But now because of those two gunfights, this is a round that has effectively collapsed. Hydra and Clay for a 2v4.
Look at aBeZy. He gets that first blood and immediately he's like, yeah, I'm coming for the next few. You got him pinned. Here we go, aBeZy. That is a delightful finish. From first bloods all the way to the next two he picks up. New York Subliners got played like a fiddle there.
Nice little love tap towards the end from aBeZy as well, just making sure he can say hello to his friends, giggling the whole way. But that was the story, I think, from Cold War. aBeZy, without question, #1 S&D, most impactful player, first blood Reaper. Crim, though, surprisingly, consistently was always like top 2, top 3, also in first blood. So that is a nice look at a battle that they don't exactly play the most similar of roles, but in S&D, for that one key thing, they have a battle.
Fast hit over towards A now. Easy your bomb carrier. Clay with a nice opener on the nade. Simp somehow gets 2. All right, we'll take that. Crim's going to stop it. aBeZy's here. Not able to get the kill. It's a 1v1. Clay versus aBeZy. Oh my God, look at the aggression, man. Clay's going for it. aBeZy's going to hit the wrap here. Plenty of time. They've got a minute to go up against each other, but Clay holds the line. I mean, how many games has Clay played with aBeZy? Like, he knows him like the back of his hand, surely. Teamed for so long. Played against him at this level for so long. You know he's going to reach out that spot.
Also, by the way, the face of sarcasm from Clay. Like, again, not a great lip reader. No idea what the man said, but after he gets that kill, I'm telling you, just a hefty amount of sarcasm coming out of Clay in that moment. But take care of business. That was aBeZy. That was 4-0. So you shut down streak potential. You clutch for your team. You tie things up. And I think there's a lot of mid-map pressure as well from New York. Again, looking for those first bloods. Royalty is in the thick of it. And he is going to fall. That is bomb dropping. This is, I mean, already shaping up to be a dire situation for Subliners.
We'll see if they can pull it back. You still got Clay beside the top fire, top broken. Call it what you will. Eyes on aBeZy. They're trying to play this really slow. Subliners now slowly approaching. Hydra's got mid. This is a straight out 1v1 though. Clay's not going to be able to help you out here, mate. Nades up. This could be an interesting chance. If you get a pick with a nade, that's huge. Okie dokie. Simp's tagged. The Terriers pick a corner. Here come the Subliners.
Clay's looking for the angle. Clay gets the angle as well, and Crim finds a pick. They flip it on its head. 3 versus 2. Cellium maybe has a trade in front of him, but you've got the odds, and Clay trying to stay alive. He gets caught for the 2v2, but that flank is coming in.
Oh no, Crim can't win either. Here comes the flank. It's Hydra. No! Cellium from that little heady, man. He picks up 3 and stops Atlanta FaZe losing a round that they had such a wonderful first. Look at that. Look how hard he is to kill.
I mean,
very hard.
If you think breaking out a B on Garrison was difficult, where someone's got all those angles with the tank, imagine trying to kill Cellium off that little like platform box in any direction. I don't think I've ever seen this in COD before, to where like if you crouch behind it, you can't see over it, but then when you walk up to it, it bumps you up an inch for like the best heady of all time. But that's what those boxes do, and Cellium, that will be his home all year long.
And that'll be our home in ranked play as soon as the show finishes. Simp, whoa, okay. First blood, finally going the way of the New York Subliners. It's going to be a good opener. So we get the bomb planted at A for essentially free. Subliners now, choo-choo, all aboard. They're going to hit the flank.
I think Cellium's got a little bit of pressure on him. He can feel that pressure as well. He's getting hunted with a nade on point, and look at the help in the back. Arcitys, if you go too far, he's going to catch you. More importantly, the beams from Cellium, the #1 overall S&D KD with Arcitys in the back, the protector. This is what Cell does. A 2.28 overall. There is no one on the planet remotely close to him in this game mode. And his team plays around it so well. Machines on Tuscan. And again, if not for that 1v1 from Clayster, his round count would be looking real different. But already for the Subliners, it still isn't pretty.
Far from over, though, here on Tuscan. 3-1 currently sat at. Subliners now, let's get on it. Forward they go. Royalty still on the donut. We'll see if that can change here. But it is 5 in a row now for Cellium.
Oh, that timing.
That's a stinger. aBeZy. He's such a hard kill, man. There's Clay down to 17. Here comes the recharge, though. The old fella's through mid. Nah, Simp's going to get Crim. Clay, last player up. Technical 1v4 for him. He's got plenty of info. Daddy is not going to stop him being seen. Good coverage. That's, I believe, 6, maybe 7 now for Cellium. We're in Streaks territory. Chances getting ugly.
And that literally just comes down to the mistake from Hydra, right? If you just hold that pre-aim and get that kill, you're good to go. You get the bomb plant down straight away. The call was perfect. The aggression through mid was perfect. But as soon as Hydra gets gunned, well, aBeZy then slides out, kills Royalty off bomb, and you don't get bomb down, and there's basically no hope of being able to clutch that round. So that one little mistake just makes things infinitely easier for FaZe. And Sally might be thinking about Streaks, but Streaks he honestly does not need. But still, if he can get that 1 kill, he will get the glide.
This is one way to stop aBeZy getting first blood. And he
No, it's not. No, it's not.
He still gets it. They stack up. Like, yeah, he can't kill both of us. He gets at least 1. 3v3. Should be able to plant on A. Royalty, though. This is it. This is your moment. Maybe hit the player on bomb. You know you've got Simp on the coverage there. Wrap back through mid. Here we go. They're trying to take it over. They might be able to get a kill at the very least. Royalty's on the board. Here we go.
Sign with the trades, though. 2 versus 2. And you see Simp, pull it out and just hit the shot. Easy for him.
Wait.
Honestly, one of the easier shots you'll see. Royalty, though, he's going hunted. He is chasing the sniper, and he gets caught. Cellium there with the coverage. I think right now, FaZe are making sure that they show off everything that they have, or make sure they show they can do it all. Seen them on Berlin, seen them with the snipes, and right now seeing them just dominate New York in this game. There is no stopping aBeZy for the first bloods, by the way. You could have stress to make sure you get the trades, but you're not stopping that trade when it's moving.
He's as reliable as gravity, man. It's terrible. Another unknown variable we have is now Simp sniping. So all of a sudden, hey, you think you've got the game plan down? Nah, Simp's going to snipe. That changes everything. Nice nades from everyone now. Royalty's in trouble. And this is a different kind of nade. This is a very different look. Sal's got it. Oh, yeah, that's a 4v2. Clay's got the old boomstick out. It's done. Crim. If there was a part of the map you could throw yourself off, find it. Because they're coming for you, big man. Take them down. Bring down a few of them. He's going out swinging. You turn around, you might... Oh, aBeZy saw it. He threw them shoulders fast, but he saw enough. Krim, go on, mate. Give us the ace. Let's do this. This would be a great round either way. Eyes up. Porterhouse swinging for the fences here. And here comes FaZe. Chance. This is not going to be an easy fight. If Krim gets this, though, I'll be very happy.
Now, Cellium just... Oh, no, aBeZy. Well, it gets caught. It just... Moments like that, you have to find those kills, and you got to pick up that bomb. FaZe now stacked up next to each other. Cellium on his home spot, and that'll take care of business. 6-1 victory for Atlanta FaZe, and I think the only ones who can feel the pain of New York right now is Dinosaur Jr. Not easy at all in this matchup.
What does that mean? I'm so sorry. No, I don't get that.
Great song, Miles. That's a great... I'm surprised you don't know that one.
I've got to Google that one. 2-0. The Atlanta FaZe. NYSL stunned on Tuscan. Absolutely trounced there. I mean, Cell 10-1. No one comes close. Nobody does it better. He went on a 10 spree. A 10 spree before being brought down. Unbelievable stuff. Atlanta FaZe continuing to impress, bewilder, and horrify Call of Duty fans across the world. The league themselves, everyone's trying to battle now to topple what a mighty squad they're already looking like coming into this major. The final qualifier day today. Of course, OpTic Texas major around the corner. So is that Gavutu control chance. And mate, is it a 3-1? Is it a 3-0? Where are we at? What's going on?
I mean, if you had asked me before the series, I would have predicted a 3-0. And if you asked me after a stomping of an S&D like that, I'd have my mind in the same place. I mean, again, I think anyone that wants to make the jokes about FaZe and been like criticizing them for underperforming, I hope they had their fun for like the 2 series while it lasted, because it's looking like FaZe is basically back to their wheelhouse, playing every map, making good plays, still things to improve. But I mean, then you go to a map like Tuscan, you put Cellium in that one spot and he becomes unkillable. So it's just a team with too many problems to solve when you play against them. In Subliners, obviously right now, starting in loser's bracket towards the bottom of the league. A team that is not seemingly going to have answers this week, though. I will look forward to seeing with the major. That being said, I mean, if they reverse sweep, it'd be the craziest one this year.
It would be the craziest one this year. Well, Atlanta FaZe look to be back on their BS. We'll be back on our BS right after this break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids, it's kids. That's wealth, years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, job that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Crazy search and destroy scenes there as we now roll into map number 3 of this final series of the day. Last day of the qualifiers before the major. Get your tickets to the OpTic Texas major coming very soon. It's going to be exciting indeed. Chance, how are we doing, brother? I mean, it could be a 3-0. It could. I'm saying it. You've said it. It could.
I'm just, saying could. Very, very.
I'm trying. I'm keeping the door open.
I mean, actually, I suppose you never know, right? I think one of the biggest issues. Oh, that's not a good look. Number 1 in defense for FaZe and number 12 in offense for NY. Look, if New York is gonna win this, just dominate them on defenses. Like, get a couple clean opening breaks, get them set up in the spawn trap, play and you can play a hardcore TDM on offenses as well if you need to. You never know, Miles.
No, you never know. No, you never ever know. Here we go. Top boat control going the way of Subliners. Crim's find the kills. aBeZy's going to be blown into the stratosphere. After that, red barrel lets him know who's boss. Slow cap at 8. We'll take that for now. I like this pressure from Clay. Not really enough to get it done as Cellium somehow finds it through the wall there, but there we go. Cleans up the kills. Arcitys moves forward, but he's been sniffed out in a big way. You've still got a lot of map pressure in the side of New York Subliners' chance, but this is already starting to get a little bit dicey.
Dude, if I was Clay and someone killed me like that, I would tilt so quickly. That is just completely absurd that he finds kills like that. This game, honestly, might just straight up be Cellium's play. Yeah, dude. You give him a building with 6 windows in it and 2 breakable walls. You give him head glitches like you have in Tuscan. I mean, he's going to be having a field day all year long. Again, pick a window, any window. FMJ, he can shoot through whatever he wants. He's got to be the happiest man alive.
He might. I mean, his face wouldn't tell you that. He's just pretty chill about this in game. But 6-2 before it all finally comes crashing down. Second segment of A's gone. We're halfway through the final one, and this should be the cap. This is a lot of time. And even better in the life count. 22 lives for the Subliners. 21. 17 now for Atlanta FaZe. Mid-map, fight their way out, get towards B, get over to the beach. Not because it's a nice day, but because that's where the zone is.
And also, nice day outside, a little bit of rain. And honestly, for New York Subliners, not the worst thing. If Cellium's really the only one getting kills, it's not the worst thing that could happen. Admittedly, that life lead has been chopped down, and well, now you might be stuck in a bit of a spawn trap. A decent bit of map control. Number 2, Royalty opens things up, and that is good news. Just to draw aBeZy back in a big 2 kills as well. You have dodged the spawn trap. You have a 5-life lead. The opportunity to get this dub on offense, absolutely here.
Yep, definitely possible. The stats be damned. 17-12, Subliners with the lead, and here comes the pressure. Look at those yellow icons on the minimap. They are creeping forward. Nice stay out of Simp. Stay on board with Royalty for a moment as he's going to try to just find a kill or 2 here. Deep defense there from aBeZy. He's right tucked away in the corner, all angles covered here, and it's a bit of a stalemate chance. The only kill we've seen in the last, well, now 2, we've seen in the last few moments, it's mostly ATL.
That is tough as well. I think maybe if the nades were coordinated just a little bit better, maybe New York can put something together, but now you're in a situation where Simp, I mean, he just gets to calculate what this push is going to be. Does he want to flank? He's trying to make these reads, and he just walks at him with the pistol and gets gunned. So honestly, for New York, this is the opening to actually get towards the hill.
You still got to make it happen, though. Hydrostim a first man in. Arcitys up next. Nice shots, good coverage. You've now allowed to get Atlanta FaZe now in the defensive position. You've got to find more kills. Clay might be the guy to do it. Here comes Hydra straight back. At it we go. Oh, Cell finds 2 somehow. Crim, forward he goes. Now he's on the kills. 20 seconds remaining. Get on the point. Stops the clock. Oh my goodness. If the defenders can get there in time, Crim's a dead man. Here come all the nades you could ever ask for. He has been blown off the map. The final 10 seconds. Look towards the kills because, again, NYSL, they're up now. Watch that life count. It's all about the kills from here on out. Oh, gosh. No lives left. 8-4, the final number.
And that is, again, tough situation. Honestly, New York, I think, played that as about as well as they could, given the situation. Even got the extra trades towards the end just to get Krim actually towards the point. But then, you know, problem number 5 when it comes to capturing B is just all the nades off spawn. Every single player from Atlanta, as soon as they spawn up, is just going to be looking at the sky, cooking that nade and chucking them right on top of Krim. And as long as you're on point, you'll be good to go. It's not going to happen this round. I will say FaZe has been one of the teams that's like put themselves in a good situation to actually capture B. They're not going for that break off the rip, but maybe their next time on offense. They've created a good situation before, but as it stands now, picked apart for the most part. Clays are getting pretty aggressive towards the middle of the map, and Clay actually finds 2. Cellium finally turning to kill him, but Cellium's teammates got picked apart along the way, and decent little start here for the Subliners.
27-25. Subliners still with the lead. Here comes the pressure, and Mansell, he's got all the tricks. He really does. FMJ on for sure, allows him to shoot through a lot more cover than you would typically, and he's looking good. 24-22 now. New York Subliners still with that pressure. Royalty can't make anything happen here. Clay, he's having a decent map so far. 12 and 6 for him. He's back on another 2 spree, and he's already in the spawn of Atlanta FaZe.
And this is going to be quite a bit of a problem, right? Because you can just slow cap over towards A. Like, you got Clayster on one side of the spawn, and big gunfight for him to be able to win, just to try to be that cutoff man. But, of course, Simp is still alive on the other side, so you actually don't have a ton of pressure to actually defend this A point. But for the Subliners, as long as you're getting the kills, this is fine, but they're not getting the kills. Everyone was getting picked apart, so while Clay's trying to be the cutoff man, the rest of his team just trying to stabilize over towards B, and outside of aBeZy being in their spawn, so far so good.
About to get a minute 37 on the clock. As Krim, he finds at least 1 here, and again, Clay's been having such a good time, but Atlanta FaZe, amazing job now getting those kills and keeping the life count in their favor. Now they're attacking B. Let's go for a quick listen in.
Sitting our back spawn.
Okay, no one's really playing our side, by the way. Sorry,
yeah, what's deep batteries? Deep batteries.
I'm taking the base.
I'm top tower right now.
I'm with you.
Back spawn.
Okay, wait. He just went out. I'm making this, yeah. Bro. I'm trapping. They have control our side.
We're good. That's fine. We all work up, are you?
I'm in this one, guys.
Trying to help on a fucking boat.
No, he's in my tower.
30 for
Where's he at? He went back alley. Sorry, Hydra.
I don't see him.
He's there.
I don't see him. Don't work over you. You want to check it, are you? Oh, give me our base.
I'm in the middle. Fuck.
I got good timing. Kill me our base.
He's front tower.
We gotta get our base, though.
He's front tower.
I think they know that I'm back. Come on a 5.
Yeah.
Try to cross the back.
I bet you I'm
Hydra short, going you.
Yeah, I'm on truck.
I'm flanking ring. I'm flanking ring.
Hold on. Okay.
I'll be our cliff. I'm just looking at you for a second. Rotate. That's rotate. One deep. Clay. Nice. I threw a nade over. I'll team short.
On team you.
I'll team top green. You could be benching. He's next side, Krim. Last guy.
I'll say nice.
Go on the truck. Top short.
I
died. Rotate. You got me.
Wait.
Side green. Clay.
No, deep.
Be hard kill.
All right, Chance, that 3-piece from aBeZy might be one of my favorite plays of the game so far. Can they capitalize on it, though? It's 7-7. This is a spicy one. Time ticks out. We're tied up. NYSL still technically in the lead with a life count.
And I got to say, as far as the comms go, one of the most impressive things to me, because I am terrible at this when it comes to like ranked, but many pros are good at it, but we heard it from Arcitys there, keeping track of how many kills every single player on the other team has, right? Just acknowledging that Krim is on a 5 spree and nailing it. Obviously, guys like Clayster and Krim, many of the vets, that is something they do incredibly well, but it's just always impressive to me the number of things these guys are keeping track of in game and having good communication and gun skill on top of it.
Yeah, very impressive. Talk about spinning plates. These boys very good at it indeed. They're still trying to keep that pressure up now, NYSL. We saw them keep things all good on the attacking run last round.
Nice shots.
Incredible shots. Let's go, Krim. Let's get it, baby. Forward we go. Now, with those kills, look at the Subliners flying in towards B, trying to get that top ring control. They got it over the boat now as well. Can Krim find any more? Damn, that's Cellium. All right. RIP. We'll see you in the next live. So there we go. 28 lives now to the 24 of Atlanta FaZe. Subliners on top.
I love this angle, by the way, from Hydra. Oh, I thought he was going to be staying on point. People are so expecting you to be on the tank that if you play that off angle, it can pay off just a little bit, but instead he goes for spawn kills, and that is something he does not find. So That just turns into FaZe regaining that map control, getting you back off A, and you got aBeZy roaming the boat. Well, or dead. Well, he's double negative. I think that's how this game has been going for him for the most part.
Just look up, find a nade. No, not again. Second segment A gone. NYSL attacking. Forward they go. B's all clear now. Don't have to worry about that for a moment. 2-man stack. Actually, it's a 1-man stack. Clay's on top boat. As Royalty's going to slowly capture that one. And he's starting to fit into the team. Chance, he's trying to do what he can here on Kuavo. And this is last-ditch attempt now from the New York Subliners to try to stay alive in the series. A win on an offensive round would be spectacular. We have to see if they can get it done, though. 2-2 split now for NYSL. Over to B we go. They've got the life count still in their favor.
Oh, they're just trying to push over for Ring, though. Yeah, that is a beautiful play by FaZe right there. One of the worst things you could do, or one of the very few ways you can lose on defense, is if you just get picked apart from players on head glitches. So they make a play to go clear out Ring, and they do so. Royalty, the next man up, maybe to think about trying to trap them in their spawn, but this is still a very wide setup right now for Atlanta FaZe. Plenty of time for New York to work with, but it's almost like a round of S&D. You're going to have to find at least 3 kills roughly at the same time to be able to make a play towards B, and I don't think they have any idea that Cellium's here.
No easy thing to do, indeed. This is looking awkwardly like...
Oh, they found him, though.
An actual conflict. No one wants to peek. Could have been 3 straight there for NYSL. Good teamwork there. The back lines for Atlanta FaZe starting to get a bit shaky. 18-12. Forward we go. Clay picks off Simp. Oh, gets away for a moment. Good nades, good stuns, you name it. Comms on point right now for Atlanta FaZe. Chance still just kill after kill, trying to keep this one together. But for now, New York Subliners are doing everything right. They've got the kills. They have the life lead. They will definitely be getting defense for the final round if we have to go that far.
Well, so far, so good. Again, you can afford to be a little bit stagnant. Just see if the play sort of falls into your lap. Also does crack me up like the stun grenades, right? We're going to have more stun grenade kills already in stage 1 than probably the rest of Call of Duty history. But there's 2 down. You get that ring control, and it just gets stripped away. Clayster actually with the team kill. Back to these 50-50 gunfights. Cellium ripping heads in that moment. Actually gets the wall bang through a rock.
Wow.
And just wins the next gunfight as well. You get the 5 life advantage. So honestly, for Subliners, that is a good round on offense. Just to be able to come out on top of kills, they will take it.
Yeah, they're looking good with that one. There was, I definitely saw Royalty just say, let's go. That was a definite, let's go. Have to be feeling good coming into these next rounds. We are going to go the full distance, unless, of course, something crazy happens.
Well, I mentioned this before, right? FaZe on the opening break, they might do something a little bit spicy here. They might be able to orchestrate a B hit. I mean, I think they're the only team this year that I think literally at one point had a 4 stack over towards B, and maybe not mixing things up, maybe saving that for the potential round 5, but it's like business as usual, just the standard opening break.
Priest continues now for Cellium. Okay, they're finding kills all over the place. Trying to now get themselves on towards A. There it is. 108, stops the clock. Simp watching the push. Long barrel of Crim's automaton's going to poke out in a moment, show Simp the kill, gets it. Now we go over to B. New York Subliners trying to flood on out. They're getting pinned back a little here, Chance. First time we've seen Atlanta FaZe with life lead in this map so far.
And they'll take it. I suppose the only way you're going to get defense for that round 5 is you just have to come out and have a dominant round right here. And that's assuming they don't win on offense. I mean, you could just win on offense as well and just walk away with the game victory for FaZe. I will say, by the way, that is another headshot for aBeZy. I don't know if there's any stats guys that want to go and tally it up, but I think the number of headshots, by the way, another one for Cellium. I think literally almost half of FaZe's kills seemingly have been coming from headshots. Talk about a headshot multiplier that some years it's out, some years it's in, but right now Cellium taking it full advantage throughout this game. Just a little interesting note of something I might be crazy about.
No, boys, when it's in, and it certainly is here in Vanguard. Royalty finally staying on. Okay, I was going to say, you stayed alive for so long there, well handling the pressure from FaZe. Ship side of the map, but it all comes to a close now. And okay, baby, this is looking aggressive now. More headshots. This Chance is keeping count. More headshots indeed, but the pressure from FaZe. A should be captured here. This is going to be 134 on the clock to play with. Whoa, okay, they got on it just in the nick of time. And Crim's going to make this very different. 19-15, Atlanta FaZe still with the life lead. Arcitys doesn't check the corner. Crim somehow stays alive. Less than 30 seconds to work with here. I thought we were going to be going to B at the very least, but now there is signs of life here from the Subliners. For FaZe, this is a good thing. They still have life lead, technically, as the round may come to a close.
And Krim just collecting more kills. I mean, he decaps the point as well. So Krim comes off spawn, grabs 4, decaps the point with 5 seconds left. I mean, do you want to even dive bomb this towards the end? I feel like you might as well because you're already down on lives, but they just get picked apart in a fairly dominant round of defense there for New York Subliners. I mean, again, I wasn't exactly keeping track of the map because it seems fairly obvious, but New York, good news for them. I mean, you know, they're thinking about that reverse sweep, get that defense for the round 5 on Gavutu, try to grab that conversion. But I've brought it up twice at both the start of the offensive rounds for FaZe. I'll bring it up a third time and just hope that I'm right. One of the very few teams that's had a great deal of success trying to go towards B, and they're not doing it. Okay, I tried.
I mean, it's hard enough to beat a team in 3 defensive rounds. You know, a team like FaZe has a very deep and complicated playbook. For now, it's relatively even across the board in the kills department. Arcitys with the capture. Is the 3rd time the charm. And with the trade, they actually killed each other exactly at the same point. It was Krim with the headshot, though, this time, Chance.
Headshots galore. Vibe from map control, still ever present. Couple battles by the boat. Royalty just sprinting to his death. Nice gunfight wins, though, coming in from Krim. You see right now the idea from aBeZy, just get behind enemy lines and try to cause confusion, but it is just scrapping us all over the board, and so far New York Subliners just keeping decent control. Clay wins another big one. As long as you're keeping this life count float for New York Subliners, you're in a good spot, or you can just get the 4 down and set up the spawn trap. This might be it.
That might be it. Look at that. Look at the minimap. Number 1, number 2, they're going to be in the pinch. Cell's desperately trying to battle towards the boat. You have to kill these 2 players top boat, otherwise this map is over. That's good stuff out of Hydra. Hydra's still keeping the pressure up, but aBeZy now should be able to get him from behind. That's that. One side of the map open. Over to the other side of the map. Oh, okay. Simp managed to fight through. Royalty's there to pick up where Clay left off. Can he kill Cell? No. Back at it we go. Atlanta FaZe managed to get themselves out of the chokehold with 34 on the clock.
Nice angle from Arcitys. Nice gunny from Hydra. You're at least back on point. This is looking like New York, actually, they're going to be dive bombing. They got a couple players going over towards that tank to try to keep him out. Simp over top for the coverage, or maybe aBeZy for the flank. You get the final 2, you capture A. As it stands, you get a minute and a half to try to go get B. And honestly, I was going to say, B is open for the minute. aBeZy, this is your opportunity to fly. There's a kill for him just to stay in their spawn. Atlanta FaZe up by 1 life. It looks like New York turtled up in and around B. I mean, problem 1 has been solved. 3 more problems for Atlanta to go.
Back to the Alamo now for the New York Subliners. They're pushed against literally the sea wall. This could be the end of it. 3-man hit now from FaZe through top side of the map. Krim's going to be up first. He's in trouble, dude. There's nothing left to throw, though, from these FaZe players on this lives. Krim with a nice 2-piece. Hydra can't get involved now as well. Krim finds 3. Okie dokie, Krim! That's a 4 spree now. Full streaks.
And Krim is a machine, 34 kills, leading the lobby. Honestly, Krim has looked fantastic this year. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Krim, it is no surprise that the greatest of all time is good at the new Call of Duty. But, you know, got to point it out just because some of these vets do get criticized more often than not. But no ticks of progression to come through. 99, less than 30 seconds on the clock. FaZe, again, you got to string something together, but New York, they've just given them nothing, including a glide bomb that's going to be able to take care of a Simp. You know the next 2 players are P1. Hydra is there to at least get the next one. A chokehold of a defensive round. Subliners, they have been too clean here on Gavutu.
Krim continues to have a very clean and smooth aim. There we go. Big shots. Wins another from that little heady. That's the last of the lives now for Atlanta in the final few seconds. And defense reigns supreme. It was a delicate balance there from the New York Subliners, but some slaying heavy rounds managed to net them that defensive win towards the end there. And that's a big nice of everyone there on the New York Subliners. They will live to fight another map. The chance is that enough in the series. 2-1. We go now into another hard point.
Well, yes, for New York, 0-8 right now throughout stage 1 in hardpoint. If they get their first win in their final match here to force that game 5, I mean, the entertainment value would certainly skyrocket. I mean, obviously, if you're picking anybody to beat FaZe, while the Subliners don't look great for this moment throughout stage 1, Clayster and Krim are at the very top of the list of guys to deal with Atlanta, right? They won a world championship 2 years ago, beating these players on Atlanta FaZe as well. So two guys that can certainly get it done. And I just want to say, again, long-term, one of the most important things to look at is just the slaying capabilities of Royalty and Hydra as well, making sure they're having consistent performances. We got that there on the Control. We also got that on the Berlin in spite of the loss. So I think we are seeing a couple of improvements for New York Subliners, which obviously when you make a trade in the middle of a stage, you have to start putting things together very quickly. But outside of the S&D for New York, I like what I've seen so far.
I agree. I think it's definitely the long game here for the New York Subliners. They've got a lot of work to do to catch up. And again, they were having to play catch up from the start of the season as well, of course. A couple of players getting sick. Hydra managed to go home to France. When he comes back, he's ill. Then Clay gets sick, and it's just non-stop. So the practice has been patchy, to say the least, for the New York Subliners. But finally, are they able to get something going? That big win on Control, as we look across the highlights, no idea what Cell was shooting there. Obviously, he's shooting Crim in the next clip, but what was he shooting by the fence? Was he trying to, like, check a dead body?
I blinked and I missed it. Sorry, I was looking at the map records for Tuscan. So
no, you're doing exactly your job.
Cell can shoot whatever he wants. If there's a crab on the beach that he has an issue with, he'll take care of it, you know?
He will.
As far as the actual map records go, by the way, 2-1 for FaZe on the Tuscan hardpoint, 0-3 for the Subliners. So they've been going back to Tuscan. It is a map apparently they like, maybe a little bit more success in scrims, but not one they have translated so far throughout stage 1. We'll see how it goes for them, you know?
We will have to see how it goes. But hey, momentum's a big thing, and the New York Subliners will see if it can help out. I mean, for FaZe right now, you've already secured yourself your spot in the winner's bracket. Do you end up just sort of taking that, you throw the Tuscan, you try something new, and then you go to Berlin Search and Destroy for the practice? Potentially.
No. What are you talking about? No, you don't throw maps in the... What are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying throw it, but you try something new. You don't feel too bad if you lose it.
If there's like an opening break you want to try out, depending on what side you're on, sure. Like if there's something new for an opening break, yes. Outside of that, no, absolutely not.
I'm not talking
you put
about
them in the dirt, you 100-point club them, you shoot bodies the whole way through. That's how you play Tuscan. You shoot bodies.
There was a lot of bodies being shot in the last Tuscan we saw, and now we may see it again at hardpoints on its way. I'm not talking about legit throwing. It's just, it's no like, I'm not sitting here like, no.
We gotta get that Berlin S&D practice, man. We just can't.
Maybe I don't know. Anyway, whatever. I'm just trying to theory craft because if we get to that game 5, then it can be like, oh, here's some spicy stuff. Forget it. Just can we get into the match? Just get us into this one already. It's been shenanigans non-stop here in the CDL. But mate, honestly, Tuscan, the record ain't good for NYSL. Was it Crim tweeting about that? He was like, how do you veto against us when you know we haven't won a single hard point? Like, yeah, 200 IQ right there, dude. We'll see, though. Atlanta FaZe obviously looking particularly strong in basically every map and mode right now, but they still have their weaknesses. Obviously, they're trying to iron those out before champs, as the team does, really playing the long game indeed. But here we go, Tuscan, hardpoint. This should be a fun one.
And again, still just not my full attention, but a good deal of my attention will be going towards the duo of Royalty and Hydra, right? You're going against the best SMG duo of the past 3 years since these guys have gotten together. This is, as far as the slang goes, the best possible practice you could realistically get before going into the major. And I'd say overall, right, I mean, Crim throughout the year has looked phenomenal. His KD on point, even just within this series, he has been frying. The Gavutu, especially Crim, was on one. So Crim, I have no qualms about. Obviously, the two GOATs, you just expect them when the time comes to be able to turn up. Even when you're getting bodied in the S&D, Clay still clutches his 1v1s, you know? Like, you have the potential there. The focus for me is on the SMGs, and so far in this series, again, in spite of that first hard point loss, they still have looked good, or at the very least improved.
We'll see how far those improvements can take us. aBeZy first blood, kills, nades, you name it, all across the board. Into the hard point we finally go. Hydra managed to catch one in the transition. Simp's already in the flank, and here comes Arcitys. Good kill into Hydra there. Keeps the hard point out of the hands of NYSL for a brief moment. Back at it we go again. Here comes Royalty. Flying forward. MP40 at the ready, and it is trade on trade on trade. aBeZy comes out on top. Time going their way. The chance. 25 left on this one. This has been a bloodbath.
And this is actually a fantastic hold. I know we're only up by like 10 points, but ordinarily the team that spawns on the left side gets that P1 control almost for free. This time, though, FaZe, and off the back of Cellium, your Game Fuel featured player, well, that's a 3-speed for him. He gets top church, but what they don't have is the spawns, and FaZe has no idea that they just gave that up, but there's the surprise. You talk about a gift that New York needed. Well, they got it. A free rotation towards P2, but it's never a free time trying to kill Cell.
Nah. Dude, look at this. I'll go build an FNJ class like now. He's shooting through everything. I haven't seen him get any crazy kills yet, but you can see the thought is there, and it's going to happen at some point this year. Royalty with the tucked away in the corner. Man loves him. Hello. Woohoo! Nice teamwork coming out of the NYSL there. Good kills going their way. They should be able to strip the lead away slowly but surely now, as you have to contend with Cellium, and he's our game fuel feature player for a reason. He has been lights out all Vanguard long so far.
Oh, this is Royalty, though, on a 4 spree, looking for 5. Again, the player that needs to step up. If he can think about some streaks, that'd be ideal, but he ends up getting traded by aBeZy there. This will not quite enough, but either way, nice little moment for him towards the middle of the map. Simp should get caught out on this rotation. Placer going hunting, and with that kill, secures that free rotation. So it was a gift for New York just to be able to win that rotation towards P2, get a little bit closer in this game, but still down by about 27 points going into new. Get the full setup once again, but someone's got to get in that hill.
Yep, Clay's got hops as well. Set up now from NYSL. It's going to be a 2-man hit through the backside of the rooftop from Atlanta FaZe. Crim. Here comes trouble. Game fuel featured player. He's going to be the one to pick up the kills if everyone else is in first. aBeZy, though, checking every possible corner. Okay, NYSL holding this one down for now. Here come the push. aBeZy does manage to get one. The 5 spree. Oh my goodness, still going. And that is it. You're in. As only member left up now for NYSL was Clay. They get pushed off the point. That's a clean break. You got full control now.
Yeah, that was a really interesting setup from New York because they just sort of like spread the board on there. But as soon as Crim isn't able to just sit in that anchor position and you give up like the back like that, well, FaZe completely takes it over and breaks the hill. So that is a bit of a money hill wasted. I think maybe just a tighter setup might have paid dividends there. But either way, nice breaks. By the way, number 8, I don't know when Simp got there, but he has been a rock for a few seconds. As soon as this hill pops, you're going to have FaZe players spawning right next to him. So maybe not, actually. Maybe it'll take an extra second. Simp's still on the flank.
Arcitys has been a little slow in the series thus far, but 10-5 here on Tuscan. He's having a good time. Over to the church we go. Nice cleanups there. Clay right at the back of the map. Still have to now push forward. Spawn's not ideal right at this point in time. 7 for aBeZy. Streaks, you name it. He's having a whale of a time. They've got full control of church. New York Subliners now wind up, hit through the back. aBeZy can't pick a right corner. We'll get taken out. Royalty with a nice 2-piece to break on in. There we go. 25 seconds remaining here, and you're going to get plenty of it now for the New York Subliners. We'll take that. Good job out of them. Nice stuff out of Royalty as well. And Hydra, the back line, good clean up kills. Gets the ball as well. Jump on the time. Keep it going, New York Subliners. Great way to string that push together.
And good hole trying to make this a battle. By the way, Crim 3-11. So maybe, you know, give him the credit. Casters curse him just a touch, but he's probably the man that really needs to try to bounce back. Royalty, another kill, but a couple trades coming through. FaZe is sort of here first, but maybe not really. Royalty on the flank. He's able to find one. His teammates are coming up through the back steps, and you see trades inside the hill. It is a 1v1 fight, though, at least at the first between him and Arcitys, and obviously Simp is there. Royalty, he was looking for it, can't find it. This looks like FaZe, well, maybe just a battle for P5. It is literal hell inside of this hill.
It's such a horrible little room. Arcitys somehow managed to find one more. Absolute bloody chaos. But there we go. New York Subliners, they're going to get it. They're going to push them out, try to hold the time for as long as they can. Let's go for a quick listening with the New York Subliners.
Nice. Could be bottom.
We can radio, 2 there. 2, 1 bike, 1 radio. 1 bike, 1 radio.
How much bike?
Guy radio rotated, top church. I flipped him going around the back.
Just probably got
I'm killing him, I'll kill him.
They know I flipped.
Yeah. I'm going around.
Alec is radio right now, going top church.
I got one.
He's top church.
Top church.
iLLeY.
I don't see him. He's cutting you guys off. One's grass. aBeZy.
Okay. Going new.
He's in the corner, left corner, Simp.
We're good.
Simp, jump that wall.
Yeah, wall.
Let's go middle.
Yeah, I'm going middle.
iLLeY was mid. He's top church. Top church. I'm watching your light.
Mid alley.
Top church.
Nice.
I don't know where he went. Yo, mid. He's weak. Big car.
Nice. No, I flipped eyes.
Let's go, Paco.
Yeah, wait for me. I'm watching you right.
On me, weak on the heady. Got heady. 2 there.
No, I got one of you.
Outside you.
I killed him outside you. One's on the wall. Just go through mid again. Don't rotate the trap.
I'm going well.
You go well, okay.
One's outer.
Hold that for me, Clay.
Good. 2 in light heady.
Top church weak.
2 in light heady.
One middle.
Yeah,
They're out. Wait for each other, guys.
Yeah.
Good shit.
I'm helping you mid.
Alex
Mid weak. He's outside you.
Okay.
One's light.
Alec dead middle.
One's light heady.
I'm flying.
Yeah, one's field.
We gotta go.
Field. Oh, he's laying down. And one's
No, keep shotting.
Two, rotate.
Let's get on
mid.
you.
That's I did mid.
Tell him jump on me.
Yeah, we gotta go right.
Yep.
All right.
Hey,
Take our time on this. I stand over old. Number one's old. Number one's old.
Close away.
He slid away. It's Simp. He backed up. Nice, good shit.
And you, Dad, I shit on him.
I'm on hill.
Yeah. Let's go, I'm radio. Go.
Guys, how hard does it sound to play in these games? Really, man. Great comms out of NYSL, but it has not turned into a whole lot outside of the lead. Atlanta FaZe still growing.
It really is just such a tough matchup. I mean, I think generally speaking, I'm a much bigger fan of like the calm communication, but frantic isn't always bad. Maybe not the best of looks when you're calling out repeatedly you have a kill just to get turned on, but I mean, outside of that, I just think right now this is just a comfortable game right now for FaZe, right? Slang across the board, been pretty consistent. A couple good breaks that they need, they're able to get. By the way, aBeZy at some point. I mean, he's certainly thinking about glides, maybe long term, but that's a 4-man wipe. That is a free rotation towards P2. And again, this is a hill that New York sort of gave away last time. I mean, Simp might have an SMG, but I think he will happily just sit in that anchor position and let his teammates try to collect that time.
For over 200 points now. Simp from the back finds 2. Ooh, baby, nearly gets it. Crim, though, with a break. Here we go. Arcitys up. Can we find the kills? He managed to take down 2. Royalty Hydra now working as a 2-man team over that hard point. Spawns are going to be good. You're going to be able to jump on this one ASAP now for the New York Subliners and pick up some time. FaZe spawn a little further out. 40 seconds on this point. aBeZy's going to try to crack it wide open with the glide.
Uzi chooses to kill the guy on point in the end. He's going to be able to call it to his teammates. 2 players in the back, but Clayster makes a nice reflank just to take down Arcitys. So that is a glide bomb invested in. You really don't get too much out of it. You have to go back to the actual gunfights where everyone from New York posted up and ready. A much better hold this time around. And honestly, the fact that this started out with Simp picking up a 2-piece from the back, Subliners making amends for a dire situation. That grenade might strip away 10 seconds, but it's also going to put Atlanta FaZe, spawning towards old. So you take that rotation, you're down by 60, but game's not over yet.
Yeah, that low left-hand side of the map, that's where FaZe are coming out of now. Careful, boys. You might run off the map and die. That's not an uncommon occurrence here on Vanguard. Simp, though, flying forward he goes. Himself fighting knife in hand. Here we go. Immediately trying to hit the players in the back spawn. This could be huge. Timing on this could be amazing now. Hardpoint's going the way of NYSL. Hydra reads it. That's massive. RC through the front. Can't quite get it done. Hydra once again. Back at it. Hydra can't take care of aBeZy, though. He's the last man left standing in church, and that is his hardpoint. We still have players now for NYSL close by. Able to get this one done indeed. Here we go. Final 30 for the win here for Atlanta FaZe. They cannot get it here anymore on church, but Cellium, that game fuel featured player, has been relatively quiet in the map so far, Chance, but man, we are in the business end of it. This could be the closeout.
Oh, 24 to 165. That might be the difference maker. A couple nice kills coming through in that battle for scrap. Ever important just to strip away those 15 seconds. And you see New York do get that rotation of P5. So again, down but not out. Not just yet. Be able to dodge these nades though. Get that set up. Crim with that first blood on this next engagement. You see the players just out of the window. Royalty gets traded and he team kills, and FaZe will be happy for it. But Clay with the grenade of time just to make this back towards 50-50. Can anyone survive the onslaught of nades? So far, no.
Oh, somebody put fortified on. Anything. So get in there. Kills all over the place. Royalty from the stairwell. Now the pinch. You've still got members of NYSL up for a moment. No, it's all on a Hydra. No, he can't find the kills over to Crim. Manages to get 2. Trying to keep the pressure alive. Here comes the final hit. 10 seconds now for the win. They can get it done on P5. NYSL flying on forward. Cellium has to retreat downstairs. Reinforcements now from the outside of aBeZy Simp. They're flying in. The gruesome twosome cutting through you. You've still got hardpoint for NYSL though, Simp. Cut down Clay. Keep the clock ticking. It is absolute insanity here on P5. This room, it is truly hell on earth. And right now, New York Subliners look to be the devils as they clean that one up. Fast rotation over the next. You can't let them get time.
Oh, they just did that as well. And now you got trades on trades. Hydra looking for the next one. He gets it. Well, there's the opening, but he's got another one-on-one gunfight to get the aBeZy, and aBeZy shuts him down. All that to scatter for the rotation just to make things 50-50. And it is a trade fest around this point. But FaZe 4 seconds away from winning it. You got to contest it, Clay. Do it his job. The swarm on the hill is there, but the kills for FaZe in the game set match for FaZe as well. Taking care of business for the final regular season sort of match for stage 1. Undefeated, Atlanta has stayed, setting themselves up for the major. They're looking to be on form.
You might not be happy with it, but you cannot be surprised by it. Atlanta FaZe continue to do exactly what we expecting to see. That is unbelievable from them. A 3-1 victory today over the New York Subliners. And oh, this boy's pick'ems are looking, oh, juicy. Oh, wow. Oh, it's got such a terrible cough. Excellent job on the pick'ems, Miles Ross. There we go, the 250-190 there on Tuscan Chance. Again, like, it's just kills across the board. aBeZy 30 and 21. I do want to say, though, I mean, New York Subliners, as amazing as FaZe are in general, NYSL have clean comms. I felt like teamwork was way more on point. They're only going to get better. You know, the more time they get to spend with royalty in the roster, surely this is a good sign coming into the major.
Absolutely. New York, without question, I think will be a pretty serious threat. I don't know about for contending to actually win the thing. That would be wild if they could make that deep of a run, but certainly to make some sort of run and start picking apart wins. I mean, this is a hyper-competitive league, and I think New York Subliners come Major 1 will certainly be ready to go, but I think right now Atlanta FaZe is looking at the hyper competition that we have, and I don't know, maybe just looking to see business as usual, continue their success that they have been having for years at this point. Through stage 1 to go undefeated, 5-0 record for the boys in red. I mean, in my mind, they got to be the top pick to win the thing, right?
You have to. You really do. There's no getting around that. I mean, they're still an unbelievable squad. All things considered, you know, practicing the weaker game modes coming into a major is exactly what you want out of, you know, that was the game plan. You know, they turned their worst game mode into literally the map that won them champs last year, and the playoffs were insane. So Atlanta FaZe doing exactly just that. Highlights, again, just very, very interesting stuff. P5's just proved to continue to be, I'm struggling to find a better word than, yeah, it is the stuff of nightmares in that tiny little room. So many nades, so many tight little corners to play. Difficult stuff indeed, but NYSL, a couple of clean breaks there, a couple of good looks, and decent time accrued on both teams. But man, Tuscan, it's definitely one of my more enjoyable hardpoint maps here in Vanguard, but when these guys play it, when Simp and everyone is frying, when Atlanta FaZe are looking good, it doesn't look the same as the rest of the league. It just doesn't to me.
They have a switch that very few other teams, I think literally maybe just Toronto. Actually, OpTic as well. OpTic have looked nice this year. Yeah. I think there's maybe like 3 teams, I would say, that have that like switch that they can flip and just start dominating people. And obviously it's map specific, you know, Boston and S&D at times are able to put in work, but whatever the case may be, Atlanta FaZe absolutely just built differently. And of course, on the flip side, because I will continue to sell this story for Subliners, I think that's a map you look back on, and what's different from their first, you go, oh, you know, we got a guy dropping a 0.7. It's too fresh. Our slaying power simply isn't there. I think the slaying power is much better this go around. And you can even look at the Tuscan and be like, oh, our P3 hold that we had a free rotation to, we just got butchered on. Like, that's the thing we need to clean up rather than just having a guy that has to drop, you know, an extra 30 kills per season.
Well, there we go. Our Game Fuel marquee match comes to a close. And I think one of the greatest questions I have coming into the major chance is, will the New York Subliners be able to win a hardpoint?
Yes, yes, they will.
Yes, they will. Chance has said it. I think he might be right. Desk, how do you feel?
I feel like New York Subliners definitely look better. I mean, let's be completely honest for just a moment right here. Even though, yeah, they got just destroyed by Atlanta FaZe, I wouldn't even say destroyed, man.
It wasn't destroyed.
Yeah, they were in there really close when it came to the hard points and whatnot. And I'm going to be completely honest. I legitimately thought they were going to win a hard point or two this series.
Yeah, honestly, for a moment there, I thought that they were going to end up going all the way to the Game 5.
I was hoping.
You know, that control was beautiful on the side of New York. But, you know, talking a little bit more specifically about the hard points, on that Tuscan, it was really just P1. FaZe was like, that was when we saw New York in the listening. You could sort of dive into the game and feel how it would be to play against Atlanta FaZe. And it's like an iron fist. Like, there's no way that they were able to get into that P1 hard point. You saw the calls, like, let's go mid. And they were, you know, the communication was there. The pushes were there. They were just losing those gunfights in that instance. And thinking back to the first map as well, a couple opportunities. But when it goes to that train hill, FaZe was able to just lock it down, and New York wasn't able to get inside. So once again, it's just like 1 or 2 moments across both those hard points that if it goes New York's way, they're able to win it. And versus some of the other teams in our league that aren't Atlanta FaZe, New York might be able to get over that hump. So yes, they will win a hard point.
And Crim and Clay were, not Crim and Clay, excuse me, Crim and Hydra were negative in that Tuscan hard point as well, and they still kept it within about 40 to 50 points. So I think that's a testament to how good this New York team could really be.
I have to say it, man. Royalty will start off hot as well. I mean, this is a start from a sub player that New York has been looking for, right? He was phenomenal. But you know who else was phenomenal? It was Cellium, the Game Fuel player to watch that series. That man dominated.
Disgusting.
He's going to be the one in the interview. And Cellium, man, welcome. Congratulations on the big win.
And so we got to talk about it, man. Those nades in that Tuscan hardpoint are literally ridiculous. And in the search, what is it like? Like, do y'all just go in a private lobby and you're all like, all right, guys, so this is the angle for this nade. You got to hit it right on the wall in the corner at a 90-degree angle. Like, what is that like?
I mean, I just have aBeZy, like aBeZy always goes to private matches, just tries to find nades and send it to me. So I would just like do whatever he does with nades. So I mean, that's my guy, so I love him.
Cell, talk to me about the control a little bit, because I remember watching you guys in the past, and you would, try to push B early on in the round, and then the last couple of offenses, you guys decided to just go with the full-on A push both times. So what's the reasoning there?
I mean, control. I think control in this game is played a lot different. I think it's just based off kills. So, I mean, our strat just keep killing and just just try to just kill pretty much.
Sounds good.
All right, now we're heading into the OpTic Texas Major at the beginning of March, and I'm going to have to ask you, because Cell, you're a really humble guy. In regards to the competition, who do you see as the top 3 teams heading into this event from your personal opinion?
I mean, top three teams, just it's pretty basic, right? It's like
obviously
up there.
FaZe,
Toronto, Seattle, OpTic, like the big names. I think those are some good teams for us.
I want to hear from the top dog himself, man. And of course, you guys are looking like the absolute favorites. Keep with the good work. Tell the team I said congrats, and we'll see you all in Texas, all right?
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
No problem.
Take it easy,
yeah, we heard the team, deliberating in the back and after that big victory. But aLLeY, I mean, Miles was saying it, and Chance was saying it as well. Outright, out of every team that we've seen, Atlanta FaZe have just been cruising so far, and they make it look easy.
Yeah, and we all try to make it so difficult. We try to be like, okay, well, this team kind of made them look human for a second, I guess, and New York kind of made them look human on that hard point. But regardless, they're nasty. They are literally dominating. After that Kickoff Classic loss, they have been undefeated across the board. This is obviously, once again, the team to beat this year.
The team to beat last year, and looking like the team to beat this year as well. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we have the Zenny Major Preview Show, where we will be breaking down the bracket, who's going to be on the winner's side, and also the loser side of the bracket. You don't want to miss it. We'll catch you guys in just a second before we close out the CDL Week 3 season.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back to the CDL Analyst Desk. Veli, aLLeY, and also Nameless. But you know what? Enough with all the talk and the introduction. Let's jump right into it. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket for the upcoming OpTic Texas Major, because now, throughout 3 weeks of gameplay, we have seen
what we got.
Ended up in the winner's side and also the loser's side. And already, Nameless, what pops out at you, man?
Oh, man. LA Thieves and Toronto Ultra. I mean, round 1, that's an absolute banger right there. OpTic Texas, Seattle Surge. My goodness, man, we could have some crazy upsets like round 1. I have no idea what's going to happen in either one of those matches. And then obviously Breach, drawing the short stick there, having to play Atlanta FaZe. This is wild, man.
This is going to be big. Looking at the loser side as well, we got Florida, Paris, Minnesota Røkkr, and the New York Subliners. And I'm going to be completely honest, I wouldn't want to go down that side against a lot of these teams.
You know something else I just noticed? We got London Royal Ravens playing LAG. The only L that Royal Ravens held was to LAG, and that's who they have round 1.
Oh, that
rematch season, baby.
Yeah, aLLeY, what's on your mind, girl?
I'm mind blown. This round 1 of winners is honestly way scarier than looking at the losers bracket right now, because Atlanta FaZe versus Boston Breach, that's obviously the toughest matchup in our first round. And like Nameless said, OpTic Texas versus Seattle Surge, LA Thieves versus Toronto, the rematch winners is going to be some of the most exciting matches of the week.
But not only that, I'm looking at the loser side right now. The one cause of concern that I have is the fact that Minnesota Røkkr and the New York Subliners are sitting there smack dab at the bottom bottom. Whoever plays them in the first round of losers or even the second round,
They're getting put in a blender.
I mean, just think about it. Like, the only match you look at where it's like, they're probably going to lose in their first one is Paris Legion. Like, the rest of these teams, they have huge upset potential. And even Paris had some bright moments early on in Major 1 qualifiers. So it's really like anyone's game. And some of these teams, like some heavy hitters, like either OpTic or Seattle, are entering losers bracket after round 1. Thieves or Ultra entering losers bracket after round 1. They go down, they play Røkkr or Florida Mutineers team that we saw in that last match. That's a potential first round knocked out of the tournament. So it's going to get crazy. We're going to see an insane upset like round 1 in losers.
The one thing that I absolutely love with Atlanta facing up there up top, I mean, Boston Breach, you got Seattle Surge, you got all these top teams there. I don't think anybody has a free ride to the finals.
Absolutely not. You know, see with Minnesota Røkkr and losers and the amount that they've pushed these teams to limit, I just know they're going to make a run, dude. I just know they're going to push everybody to the edge through the losers gauntlet. I'm so excited to see it, Belly.
Yes, now let's go ahead and recap what's been happening today. London versus Seattle was definitely a good one. Now, pick'ems were definitely chalked here and there, and London Royal Ravens are absolutely destroying the competition. Afro had a field day, aLLeY, and wasn't nobody stopping him.
Dude, Afro on that Tuscan, man, he had 24 untraded kills. Now, another wild stat, though, is Lamar actually had 25 accuracy on the side of Seattle Surge, so that was a wild stat, but they still lost the map, and it was Gizmo as well, putting Seattle in an absolute blender with boat control on Gavutu, the 250 to 141 win. London is feeling fantastic this year going into the major.
But for Seattle, I mean, this is a wake-up call, man. This is a call down to earth, and I'm going to be completely honest. I like this for them because if you're winning everything, especially as a young team, you're kind of expecting nothing but dubs, but they were smacked down, and they know that the competition.
Yeah, it's about how they respond to this adversity. That's 2 matches in a row that they've lost, right? And 2 matches in a row they've gotten smoked in those losses. So for Seattle Surge, they have to improve upon all 3 game modes. And there's a player that I'm calling out in specific, and that's going to be Sib. He started off the series like he needed to bounce back, and he started out first map 21 and 30. It's unacceptable out of that player on your squad. And you know, I expect him to be the guy going out there, getting those kills, getting the big kills to open up the map for players like Mack and Pred, right? We know we're going to get out of accuracy. He's the guy who's going to sort of play metal boots, play that statue role in the lanes by himself, and he did his thing. He played just fine. So expecting Sib to really step it up at the major, and we know what he's capable of. So this team can be very dangerous.
This team is young, but this team is also great, man. But let's talk about the second game of the day. Boston versus Texas, and this one really didn't disappoint. It was entertaining, and I love the gameplay, aLLeY.
It was definitely entertaining, but y'all already know how I felt about this match. It was incredibly frustrating across the board, specifically in hard points for me. It just felt like a lot of big mistakes on the likes of Boston Breach, but OpTic Texas, man, a huge turnaround from the start of this season, and heading into their home major, this is a huge 3 wins for them. Overall, iLLeY has really been the light for this team. In-game calls, man, they look so much better across all game modes. I'm really excited what they end up doing.
Yeah, you know, looking at this series, I mean, I think Boston, like, in their hardpoint, at least on Gavutu, it was fine. They were able to take down that win. For OpTic Texas in hardpoint, like, they really have to get good at either Gavutu or Berlin, because when they play some of the top teams, and if they're trying to make a run at getting a championship, those maps are absolutely going to be tested against them. So we're gonna have to see either we're gonna have to see Scump or Shotzzy pull out, you know, an automaton and make some waves happen on that Gavutu map if they're going to be playing that, because it looks like they're starting to get rid of Berlin. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But you know, a good sign for OpTic Texas is iLLeY has stepped it up. He was their X factor headed into the series, 7-0 maps where he goes positive, and he also had another solid series versus a Boston Breach team that's been playing very good as well.
I will say this, man, the storylines for some of the teams that came into this year hot, such as Boston Breach and also Seattle Surge, winning a lot and now also getting beat towards the end, and teams like OpTic Texas actually picking things up as well. It's teaching the new guys and the newer teams like, hey, you know what, we saw the success, but yeah, we're going to slow you down and humble you for a bit, and we're going to see how they answer to that adversity, just like you said. But let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule for the major. We have it. It's out now. The first game of the event will be London Royal Ravens versus LAG.
These are all fire.
Yeah, I am. Which one's your favorite? I'm looking at OpTic Texas versus.
Brother, I mean, there's a lot of these matches I like. That first one is amazing because it's London Royal Ravens who've looked incredible going up against LAG, a team people are counting out. I don't know, man. I think that's the one I'm picking.
Asim, Afro, you got Zero. Like, this
and they beat the Royal Ravens, right? So they got that
Yeah.
confidence. So that one's going to be a heavy hitter. Also, that LA Thieves Toronto is going to be.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say LA Thieves and Toronto Ultra has got to be the one for me, just because these are both teams based around so much teamwork. And Cammy's really stepped it up for me from the last series that we saw from them. So going up to a team like LA Thieves, that kind of matches them in that team chem category. It'll be a banger for sure.
So for the Zinni Major preview show, Anthony, Nameless, this has been an amazing 3 weeks so far, from the Kickoff Classic to what we're doing right now. I mean, from upsets to the storylines, things are looking kind of thick, man. Heading into the Major, what do you want to say to the beautiful people at home?
I want to say thank you guys for rocking with us. It's been an incredible season so far. We're actually going to, give out a championship here in a couple of weeks. It's going to be amazing to be in front of the crowd, and also working with you guys has been great.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the desk. It's been an amazing season thus far, and let's kill this Major, okay?
Oh, it's been fun. The Kickoff Classic was fun. It was something that nobody ever expected. It was explosive, right? But heading into this first Major, we are definitely bringing it. A lot more surprises to come. You guys don't want to miss it. We're going to see you all at the beginning of March, and like we said, from top teams to the newcomers, everybody is gunning for that #1 spot. Kind of like moths to a flame. We all want that success, right? We're going to find out who does it best on that main stage. We'll see you all in Texas, and until then, you all take it easy. Be kind to yourselves. We love you, and we'll see you next time for some more CDL action.